قريباً على أرض السعودية، أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، أوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
Let's go. And ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world, welcome to the third day of the Global Esports Games 2023, happening right here, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. And today we're going to have some PUBG actions with 16 nations and territories all ready to compete right here. The best of the best, the elite, and the clash of the gaming titans will be taking place right here in a few moments, and we'll be starting the day. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the phenomenal Atiq. كيف الحال? What is going on?
Thank you so much Bara. I'm so happy to be here especially for PUBG Mobile. أعزائي المشاهدين، اليوم هو اليوم الثالث لجلوبال اي سبورت جيمز هنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية. شفنا اليومين الماضية شلون كانت منافسات مختلفة، لكن هالمرة اللي جالسين نشوفه الزحمة اللي معنا على المسرح هي منافسة جدا متشوقين نشوف نتائجها، لأن معنا منتخبات كثيرة مشاركين في جلوبال اي سبورت جيمز في PUBG موبايل اللي راح تكون معنا اليوم. فخلونا نبدأ ونرحب معنا بالمنتخبات المشاركة، ونبداها من الليستة الأولى. أعزائي المشاهدين، سمعونا تحية لمنتخب المملكة العربية السعودية.
And ladies and gentlemen, as we carry on, 16 nations and territories competing right here, starting with KSA. And now let's hear for Thailand.
والآن مع المنتخب التالي سمعونا تحية للكويت.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Serbia!
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع صوماليا.
And now let's hear for Guatemala.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع نيجيريا.
And now let's hear it for Vietnam.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع يوكرين.
And now let's hear it for Turkey.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع ميانمار.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Brazil.
والآن أعزائي المشاهدين مع كازاخستان.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Moldova.
والآن أعزائنا المشاهدين مع سريلانكا.
gentlemen, let's hear it for Algeria! And now, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. 16 nations and territories all competing right here, ladies and gentlemen, for the PUBG tournament right here at the Global Esports Games for 2023 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. A lot of action is going to take place right here, and we are so lucky to have phenomenal talents joining us in this beautiful journey. ولا إيش رأيك يا عتيق؟
Exactly, and we need to know more details about them. عشان كذا أعزائنا المشاهدين بعد ما تعرفنا على 16 منتخب المشارك معنا، خلونا ننتقل ونتعرف على التفاصيل أكثر مع أخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي، نشوفهم ونشوف كل التفاصيل اللي عندهم.
Let's go.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Global Esports Game here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm your host Jason Kappen, joined by two of my favorite analysts in the gig. In the gig, in the gig. I'm gonna bring him in, Max Man.
In particular,
Seven Worlds Gaming joining me here on the desk, gentlemen. Off the back of PMGC, there's a lot of talk about a couple of teams in particular here. One of them going to be obviously Vietnam with Xavier coming into this one. Max, I'm excited to see if they can take themselves a title.
I feel like fifth is not going to cut it anymore. They want a first place, at least this month. So should be a little bit easier. IHE is not here, so we'll see how it's going to go. But yeah, we've got some cool teams here, some cool individual players also being put together in like some weird mix of players and rosters over all seven. So I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, first time I actually see Old Boy in a very, very long time. I'm intrigued to see how he's going to be doing it here in this tournament. And then Influence Rage, a team that really wasn't able to be in the grand finals for PMGC, maybe being able to, in a way, kind of redeem themselves if they are able to perform well here. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Brazil, I think, has a lot to show for, obviously seeing Alpha 7, unfortunately, not making it through at the very end of PMGC. Yeah, we're sorry, 7. It happens sometimes. But see if they can redeem themselves. But also, as we're talking about with Team Ukraine, right, with Old Boy coming in, one of your favorite players as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, Froops man, he's in the place here, Jason. He's gonna pop off. He's gonna be MVP. He's
I don't
gonna
think
win
they
the
saw
whole
the
thing.
dance. Can you do that again?
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're back on that. Yeah. Oh, Froops man. Oh yeah, he's gonna pop off, guys. Oh yeah, he's gonna be first. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's all I had.
It's only the player that's gonna be first.
No, of course, like he's a player that I think, especially playing with more experienced players here this time around, like Old Boy, etc., is going to be very important because he does miss a bit of that big international kind of presence and experience. I feel like this is going to be big for him for, of course, this tournament in particular, but also maybe for the entirety of 2024. So we got to look even further than just this event.
And that's the thing, right? We look at a couple of these teams in particular, teams like Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, Turkey, Algeria, Brazil, coming in with pretty much competent, full rosters of teams who have played in their own regions as well. So it's going to be difficult for other teams out there to, I guess, compete against them. I want to see what they can bring to the table. There's a lot of regions in particular they don't really get to see too often when it comes to PUBG Mobile, but they have some big stars here to compete up against.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking actually at Saudi Arabia because this team is just a compilation of a lot of great players from different teams, right? We have Ida.
All different teams.
Yeah, Ida from RA, and then we have a Damar as well from Team Falcon. So it's interesting how they're going to be able to match up here, working together. Hey, I'm with you. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and obviously it's going to be tough because you have obviously a little bit of a mix of players for different teams, for them in particular, right? Can they kind of stay focused when they have a lot of different ideas of what's going on?
Yeah, I think that right now the major thing is teams that have been together, like for example, you're looking at your Fireflux, your Xavier, etc. They have that communication in play. They know how to play things out really, really easily. I feel like teams that have just been put together for this event, they might have a little bit of struggle at the start, but we have 8 matches today, so that's going to be a lot of time, Jason, for them to adapt.
Exactly, that's a key point. 8 matches today. Let's see how they actually earn their points to potentially win their title. It all comes down to the 1 elimination equals 1 point, but obviously the breakdown as well here. First for 10 plays, pretty much the standard system we've been using now for a long time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing DX just be like, you know what, we're not going to go for placement points anymore. We're going to take a page out of IHC.
Yes, very cool.
I mean, Xavier, or Team Vietnam, was one of the teams who did that back at PMGC. They had the most eliminations when it came to Erangel. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at, right? Like, if we look at all the teams we have currently playing, they have to be the team coming in the hottest. They just literally were playing in the pinnacle PUBG Mobile event of the year, and now they're going into this event, which they should be able to. Well, actually, this is the part I will say. Not necessarily say should be able to win, but more so, can they make everyone in the lobby play to their level, or are they going to play down to the lobby's level? Because with Xavier, I'm a little bit curious. But let's actually see the order of what's coming up today. If you guys at home who might not know exactly about how these 8 matches will work, Well, there it is. I'm not going to say them all one by one, but there's going to be 4 Erangels, and there's going to be 3 Miramars, of course, with the 1 Sandhawk.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day, Jason.
Big day, yeah.
And when we're looking at all the teams, of course, every single team has 5 players.
Yep.
And it's very important that right now, 5-6 games a day, I think, is you're kind of stretching it. I feel like when you get to 8, you need to use those subs in a really efficient manner. If it's every single game you have like a player that's a break, etc., you can do that, of course. But if you have a sub and you don't use him, I think you are just shutting down your opportunity to be consistent throughout today.
Yeah, and I think one of those teams that is going to be able to pretty much take advantage of such a long day and also being able to have a sub is going to be Team Brazil, because they have Lorison as being able to be a sub. And we saw him too when we did earlier in the year with PMPL Americas. They were switching out a lot of the players there within themselves, so it might be able to benefit them in a big way.
Sorry, I'm just I can't hear you from down there, Seven. I used to be a little bit taller. No, but it's a very good point, right? Not only the talent here, but the players, more importantly, I think are going to have the hardest job of the day. I mean, they always have the hardest job of the day, to be fair, but 8 matches in a row is going to be tough. And not to mention the rotating map order as well. It's not going to be like 4 Erangels back to back. It's going to be 1 Erangel followed up by another map. It's really going to test your grit as a player and as a team, and I think it really shows like which teams deserve to be champions if they can hit through the grind and make it work.
Exactly, and I'm also thinking, for example, for Xavier in particular and their players, etc., just coming off the back of PMGC.
Yep.
Have you adapted your drops? Have you adapted your rotations? Do you know how this lobby is going to play? Of course, you said maybe playing up to the lobby or down to the level of the lobby. I feel like the early game, the first match of each battleground, so your first Sanhok, your first Miramar, your first Tarangal, might be a bit all over the place. But as the day goes on and they hopefully rotate their players, we should have just a bit more consistency to be found by these guys. So I feel like this opening day, especially the first few matches, are going to be a bit hard to predict.
I feel like first 3 matches maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to necessarily talk down about any of the teams in particular, but like we have teams who were literally playing in PMGC less than a week ago. Like we have teams who have been on the cusp of qualifying for PMGC with your Influence Rage. We have players who have played in prior global championships in like Old Boy. It's going to be tough, and I think they are going to have the steepest learning curve. However, I don't say that in a negative way, because if we look back at Brazil now, if we look at Mongolia's regions in general, the caliber of players in those regions have skyrocketed since we've seen those 1 or 2 teams get through into these major events. And I hope teams that come into this event at least use this as a learning experience to take this back home and improve and strengthen the region.
I think one of those teams that definitely pops to mind is Guatemala. A lot of those players there, I was trying to do some research on them. You really weren't able to find much on
you
those
were surprised,
players.
Guatemala.
I was like, yeah, wait, where'd these players? And I couldn't find any information on them. So maybe this could be a breakout for them if they are able to perform well here. A lot of teams are going to be looking, and I mean, we know what's going to happen with PUBG Mobile next year as well. It'll be interesting to see which teams, which countries are going to be taking advantage of this opportunity.
It's especially really good before the qualifiers of PMSL, right? Because if you have a player or two like Foopsman that stands out, you might want to just pick them up and have them on your roster. So this is a really good time to, even as an individual, as a solo, stand out and maybe get picked up for the entirety of the 2024 circuit.
That's true. There's one player, I can never remember his name.
Foopsman?
No, not Foopsman. There was a player that we talked about from the Africa region that you said plays well above, and he's going to be most likely picked up by someone else. Actually,
from Rook Esports. Yeah,
I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
Slipped my mind too. You know, you got me on that one.
But there is a player. You have that chance to make a standout moment.
There's Eugene, there's Pusher, there's so many good players. Yeah.
And this is obviously a perfect opportunity to do so. But one region, one team we haven't mentioned yet from Team Turkey is Fireflux. Full roster, didn't qualify for PMGC, didn't look too great throughout the second half of the year.
Didn't qualify for championship, which that was really weird. They missed out on like the entirety of the full season pretty much, which Fireflux is a team that we have known throughout PMWI, PMGCs can compete at the highest level. Them missing out on that, I think is one of the biggest like upsets for the Turkish region. Of course, S2G, etc. still qualified, but I expect them to come back in this one. We want to show what we're made of. We want to show we deserve a spot at the highest level in 2024. So I think this event might be one of the important ones for Fireflux to prove themselves at this stage.
I mean,
so Solke got a little bit of PMGC experience.
True. Just
Snowy Village.
He was playing the show matches, right? But I'm assuming he was there in person as well, since obviously we couldn't spot him in the crowd. And he heard all the people cheering on S2G. Like, if you guys weren't watching, well, first of all, why weren't you watching? But it was insanely loud. We had a hard time even hearing each other on the desk because of the crowd cheering on S2G. They had the drums. We had a couple of drumsticks go wild towards the stage. But to kind of miss out on that opportunity to play in front of your home crowd, I think really hurts them a bit.
Yeah.
It's something that they might not be able to ever have happen yet ever again in their lives.
It could have been us.
Yeah, they're definitely. I
been
feel
us
like it
in
definitely
15th
hindered them in a way, but it might make them hungrier, right? It might make them a lot hungrier to be able to come to here and be like, okay, let's prove why we were one of the strongest team. A lot of people were expecting them, as you guys were mentioning, to be in PMGC and be actually contending for the championship, and everything just fell apart as the year went on.
And it's even more interesting because we know that now going into PMSL for this region, for like Turkey, Europe, etc., is going to be even less teams from Turkey. So you're just going to have the best of the region that will qualify. 5 Flux, are they going to be there? We don't even know 100%. I think they will, but they do really have to put the work forward for this event and moving forward, because a spot in PMSL is so much tougher than just participating in Turkey alone.
And getting your spot pretty much given to you for the next season anyways, right? Because they placed high enough. But I still look, I don't fully know all the regions, I'm being completely honest here, that goes into the European one. But I'm wondering for teams, like for instance, for Old Boy who's been playing in Africa in particular, right? Does he get merged into the Europe? Do you know that?
But now he's in Europe, so he's going to be he's part of EMEA.
Okay, so that kind of worries me though, is because obviously this is a good chance to get some practice in when it comes to that point, because there's a lot of strong teams in the EMEA region, and it's only get even tougher as we go forward. But then again, a lot of teams are going to be having that problem going forward.
I agree.
Especially, well, I looked at you because there's a certain region that you're known to work on.
Hopefully North America will start waking up next year, please. We don't want to get bullied like this.
Well, I mean, I did NA with you, but there's kind of some like pseudo region locking going in, right? So
yeah.
And Hyper, are they?
Coops, go back to NA.
Are they gone?
That'd be actually nice if Coops ended up going back to NA and then Hyper ends up in the PL.
We have a chance. We have Coops. We can actually play it now.
Yeah, but I mean, Enigma Galaxy backing him up versus NA.
This guy. This guy in particular. Yeah.
You never know. Maybe he misses home. Maybe he wants to go back.
But I think it's going to be, you're going to see a lot of players maybe go back to their initial region, right? I think it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Zexus and NA.
True.
Full Ukrainian roster.
Ukrainian teams.
Just dashing out all those that could go back, you know. Just this guy.
Yeah, it's interesting. But taking a look at, obviously, as what we have coming up today, right? I'm curious, because one thing we saw very heavily at PMGC was very fast rotates. Yes. Very quick play to get in towards the center of the zones. Very methodical play when it came to rotating around paths of everyone, which is going to be obviously very difficult to do here, considering you don't know necessarily the paths everyone's going to take. I'm curious if we're going to see like a big discrepancy between certain teams and other teams of like, see that zone pop, immediately rotate.
I feel like that's why Vietnam's going to be able to take advantage of this, right? Because they're going to be so fresh of that. They're going to be focusing towards the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
And they're also going to be being able to adjust. I feel like that was one of the teams, even going back to PMGC Grand Finals, that was able to adjust. They did have that fragging power. We know that they can definitely put up the elimination points. We know what IHC was able to do in regards to being able to follow up the elimination points, and then when it mattered the most to actually get a chicken dinner and get those placement points. If there's a team that I think it's going to be able to adjust in time, has to be Vietnam.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be the team, of course, that everyone is looking at in this event. It makes sense to me, but I think we're going to see a mix of teams that are going to play center, as you were talking about. That is the big prominent play style in PMGC. But I think we're going to see a bit of everything, to be completely honest. We're going to have central play, we're going to have late rotations, we're going to have edge. That's why it's super unpredictable, because you don't have a meta play. Here you have all these teams that qualified through their regional qualifiers with their own playstyle that works in their region. Does it work here? We just don't know. And if it doesn't work, you're going to have to adapt.
That's what I'm kind of curious about. Any team that likes to play edge, would they be able to, if they're competent at it, is there just more points for them to feast on? Could they potentially just be sweeping edges, picking up a limb after limb after limb? And could we see teams have zero, I mean, pretty much the IHC, right? Yeah. 0 chicken dinners and 100+ limbs.
I can see Brazil taking advantage of that because of how aggressive they usually are.
Oh,
I feel like
talking about Brazil. I would have guessed.
That didn't go well last time, did it?
Don't remind me.
Too soon. It's been 3 days.
He lost his glasses. Anyway, no, but for this team, for Brazil, it's like they are such an aggressive team that I feel like they might end up surprising some of the other countries as well. Whenever they are waiting for, they're gonna end up just overpowering them, and they might not be expecting it, because a lot of the teams sometimes think, okay, they're not used to being pushed from certain in their region from certain teams in certain angles, and I feel like Brazil is always one of those teams that ends up surprising a lot of the other countries.
I don't know, sorry if you two notice actually. So if you guys can't see this on camera, but we have a view of one of the stages here at the Global Esports Games, and I don't look good 20 feet tall, I'll tell you that.
I look great 7 feet tall.
I'm like a titan.
That's what I look like at 6 foot.
But yeah, that's a good point,
I'm
right?
finally 6 foot tall. Let's go.
I think
He's got 3 pixels.
some teams in particular are going to struggle when we meet that aggression that we know like Brazil can do, like we know Vietnam can do here, like we know Ukraine could do. And I think that is going to be one of the toughest things for them, is obviously trying to scout properly, trying to fend off teams properly. I can see like a team like Influence Rage, they see a compound, they see a team in there, like, your compound? Our compound.
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, that's what's going to come out and dominate the lobby, is your gunplay up to par with the rest of the lobby? If not, you're just going to get completely smashed. And that's why I'm looking at one team in particular, that's Ukraine. I feel like they just took, okay, you're good fragger, you're good fragger, you're good fragger. It can work out.
You didn't qualify for PMGC. You didn't qualify for PMGC.
that was also pretty much a qualifying for these guys. But I'm looking for Team Ukraine. You got Tulika, that has been one of the standout players alongside Zerich for the entirety of 2023 in Europe. And of course, you put that alongside Havlik, that's been alongside Old Boy, just fragging out a lot of the time. Old Boy, maybe not the big fragger we used to see anymore. He's more like an IGL. He's going to give that information game and just call the shots for the team. But with Havlik up there, pretty much. But I think that Havlik and Tulika are going to be working really well together for just that fragging power that you mentioned that might just dominate this lobby.
I think that's where teams that don't have, well, who were a team before coming to this event, right? Like your DXers from Vietnam, they're going to kind of struggle because they don't have the chance to build up the synergy to the same level these other teams who have been playing together for months and months and months, if not years. It's going to be tough, but again, I think this is also opportunity for some teams out there to be like, oh, you know, we work really well together, actually. Maybe like we should maybe combine and become like a team coming up to next year's events.
I feel like first 3 games, we're going to be able to find out so much information, especially going into Sandhawk. For teams that are usually not going to be performing well in the first 3 matches, I feel like when we go to Sandhawk, that's going to be a bit of a break with them. And I feel like maybe we'll start seeing some of the teams adjust. If for some reason some of the teams are towards the bottom of the page, and by Sandhawk, after Sandhawk, they're still not able to adjust, a lot of the other teams might start picking on them, because we have seen this too. We have seen now teams that are towards the top be like realizing which teams are where on the overall, and they're going to start just picking on them.
Just focus them down. Yeah, it
Easy
could happen.
points.
To be honest, you're talking about Sanhok. I think that Sanhok is going to be a bit ignored. Like with the amount of maps we have overall, you have so many Miramars and Orangles. I think Sanhok is going to be a bit to the side. So the 2 main maps are going to be the major focus for the teams.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head into our first match of the day. It's going to be 2 new casters. It's going to be weird for me to throw to them, and I'll come up with a pet name later on. We got Phalix and Sandstorm, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason, and welcome to the commentary desk. It is an exciting day. We're starting off with PUBG Mobile here at the Global Esports Games 2023, and I am so happy to do that with you. First time casting with you, actually, Sansom. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to see what these 16 teams are going to show for the first day of the Global Esports Games for PUBG Mobile. And honestly, there's a lot of pressure on a lot of teams participating here, especially going up against the likes of, Influence Rage in representing Brazil, D Xavier in representing Vietnam. So, and of course, the guys mentioned on the desk, you have teams coming out from participating in PMGC, and now they're going to be participating against players that haven't really had a chance, haven't really had a breakout opportunity. So I want to see what they're going to be able to present and what we're going to expect from them on game number 1. And of course, it's going to be 15 games. That's going to be a very long day. 8 games today as well.
I was talking to some of the players and some of the teams earlier on, and they were like, are you really going to play that many games on one specific day? I'm going to play 8 today and 7 tomorrow. So that's going to be interesting, seeing how these teams are going to handle that. You were talking about pressure as well. I quickly want to touch on that. Really interesting, because as you said, we're not representing organizations right here. We're representing nations. So this whole thing about pride is kind of coming into play now. And I think that's going to be specifically interesting to see. For example, we have Ukraine here. We have Turkey here. Lots of these lineups, lots of these nations could potentially have 2 or 3 lineups being sent here, but they must, break it down to just 4 players. And I think these lineups, when we go through them in a second, are really going to show us what they're made of today.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have a lot of names, and the guys mentioned a couple of them on the broadcast, and of course, the likes of Tulika, Old Boy participating. But I honestly want to see what they're going to be doing up against the likes of, for example, the representatives from Somalia, from Guatemala, like Seven mentioned as well. Like, what are these players going to perform? How well are they going to perform, especially on that first game? And it's going to be a lot of pressure on them. Like you said, it's pride. It's for them representing their own country on the line as well. So there's going to be quite a lot. And something that I don't think we touched on was the fact that when it comes to the qualifiers, some players participated and played in Erangel, Miramar, and Sandhawk, but some other countries that qualified only made it through, I want to say, the likes of Nusa and stuff like, and Livik. So it's going to be a little bit different. I want to see how these teams are going to be able to fare up against the likes of players who actually played in the, regular kind of maps that we're used to.
Yeah, it's in the normal competitive map pool. You were quickly touching on the maps as well and the qualification process, and I think that's an interesting topic as well. I was talking to some of the teams in that regard too, and they were saying in terms of expectations, lots of the teams place their expectations really high despite not necessarily having the biggest kind of LAN experience, biggest kind of stage experience, just based off how they qualified through here. With, for example, having Nigeria really playing a massive qualifier. I gotta say, for a team that inexperienced, at least for most of the players, they were having a massive, obviously a massive qualification process, and that also means their expectations are gonna be really high.
Yeah, and honestly, I would look at the likes of Algeria as well. They managed to get 173 points, or rather 137 points in their qualifier, so they had a massive lead ahead of everyone else. But, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 of the day lined up, and we're going to be jumping right into Erangel. So let's see what the drop locations are going to be like. Will we be seeing any kind of clash drops, any hot drops from the beginning of the games? And that's something that I'm going to be waiting for. I think we already have like a couple of ideas on what to expect. We already have a lot of teams dropping in the early stages. Honestly, I'm already seeing like a team heading towards the likes of Zarki, so I want to see what they're going to be doing, and of course like how that first zone is going to play out for them.
It's going to be interesting, especially considering, and I think we quickly touched on that on the desk, none of these teams have scrimmed against each other, at least for the most part.
Yeah.
I think we did have some scrims yesterday. Obviously, some of these teams prepared in terms of obviously knowing the players of some of these nations, quickly touching on Vietnam and Turkey and so on and so forth. So they kind of know where their usual team would normally drop at, but even that might change. So for the most part, lots of the teams do not know, in terms of rotation paths as well, where the enemy teams are going to be, what's going to be the timing on the rotations that, is going to allow them to have a safe rotation on top of that. So it's going to be interesting in that regard as well.
Yeah, and I want to touch on the representatives from Saudi Arabia as well. You have a mix of players from the likes of R8. You have Prestige, who's going to be participating as well. You have Aida, who has a lot of experience as well when it comes to participating on a regional scale, even on a global scale as well. So how well are they going to fare? And plus, they might actually be dropping with the Thailand representatives in the very early stages of the game. So we might have a little bit of a fight early on. And I'm hoping not to see a 1v4 early on, because like the Saudi Arabian team's a little bit split off. And we can see... Okay, it looks to be safe. Oh, no, okay. He's just testing the shotgun. He's just making sure it works. Making sure that the safety's not on and everything. Yes. Yeah. You don't want the safety to be on the first time that you want to have go for a firefight. No,
that would be the most horrible start. Not the first game. Got to make sure that one's going to work out. But it's going to be the first fight, and it is Saudi Arabia, the host country, as we are live from Riyadh at the moment. But it looks like they're going to try and dodge this fight. To be honest, probably the smarter choice at that as well. Far Eastern Circle is going to mean there's lots of potential for an early rotate. You can see Brazil having a prime spot. Obviously, you can see even Kazakhstan down towards the south should potentially have, except for Sri Lanka, a pretty clear rotation path inwards as well. So we're going to see how these teams are going to fan phase one.
Yeah, one team that might have a little bit of a problem might be the Russian representatives on the military base location, because looking towards the eastern side, you have the Kazakhstan representatives as well. They might be holding that bridge, not too sure. Highly doubt it in the early stages, but I mean, if they studied and if they know that there's a team that's usually dropping on the south side of the map, then they might think, hey, it's a quick, easy 4 points. But looking towards Thailand over here, NC2 seems to have been taken out early on. Not sure who managed to secure that one. Might have been the Saudi Arabian representatives, but we'll double check and figure that out.
And as NC2 falls, rest of his teammates do want to try and make sure that it's not going to happen again. They will start off that first game, as you said, with just his 3 men. And it looks like they don't want to force this fight against Saudi Arabia. But as I say that, they might just make their way towards them, at least towards one of the players in the distance. And there comes another knock, and it is against Moldova. Red gets taken down. Another lineup I think we haven't touched on quite yet. Also a very experienced lineup, at least in their European region. Haven't really played too many lands, but they are experienced. They have played Pro League. Most of these players, I believe all of these players, have had at least one phase of Pro League in Europe that has been played. So that's going to be a lineup to watch as well.
Yeah, a couple of nades coming out from Prestige's side, throwing a molly as well. Caspo will be set ablaze. It is going to be a 2v2. They're trying to get the revive on, but there's no push, there's no aggression coming up from the side of the center representatives. But Caspo, a couple of headshots real quick. Knocks Prestige down a peg or two. Oh, baby, the nade comes back. And now it's going to be a 1v1 against Damar as well. He's going to be going for the bush here, but will he be able to secure it? Yes, he does. The molly's there, the nade is there, and Moldova gets taken out. Saudi Arabia, I don't think they lost a single member. They had a couple of knocks, but no finishes yet. So they should still be a full roster.
And there we have it. Don't be confused by Algeria being right there right now. At least in terms of flags, it is going to be Saudi. It's going to be Damar from Falcon Esports representing his home country of Saudi Arabia, and they will get that wipe. Pretty clean fight. I do have to say, pretty clean fight. That was pretty convincing the way they did it. Sure, they did have that one knock onto one of their players, but the way they tried to isolate each of these players in the different floors of the building was quite convincing. Not really having any mistakes except for that one knock. That was a little bit too far out in the open. So they will start off that game with lots of confidence.
Yeah. They should be pretty happy with that one. And Damar with those two limbs, and now Saudi Arabia should be able to rotate pretty easily. We mentioned Brazil and Influence Rage having control on the Yasnaya area, so with the location of the zone as well, it should be pretty easy for them. No teams on our northern side towards Kameshki or towards Stalber as well, so they should be pretty relaxed. Looking towards the Sri Lankan representatives as well, they took control of Milta Power, so they should also have no worries when it comes to rotating. Zone number 1 and 2 should be pretty easy for them. But I want to see what's going to happen with the Nigerian representatives in Zarki, because they might be passing through either Severny or they might go through Georgepool, and there will be a couple of teams there, so they have to be very careful with their rotations.
And Zarki is one of these drop spots, and that just comes down to you know, what we talked on earlier, that, you know, some of these teams don't really know who they're facing off of. Exactly one of the drop spots that you just always pick when you just don't know the lobby, right? It doesn't really have that many upsides.
Safe pick. It's a safe choice.
It's kind of like the most safest place you can go to. You will always have enough vehicles. You will most of the times, at least in terms of timing, find enough what you need. It's never going to be enough for a full first circle, most of the times at least, not for a full first phase 1 rotate deep into the center, but that's not even what you're going for at that point. You're going for that second, third phase circle pop, and that's what you want to, you know, kind of build up upon.
And we're going to have a look in a few minutes at stage number 2 when the zone decides to rotate, but for now things are going to be pretty chill in the early stages. Just because the teams haven't really dropped close to each other in the early stages, we're not going to be seeing a lot of fights. So it's going to be pretty relaxed. We saw a couple of fights here and there between Saudi Arabia and I believe it was the Moldovan representatives as well, but nothing too crazy in the early stages, and that's kind of what we expected.
So this has been in Far Eastern Circle, and I'm quickly want to touch on what Brazil is doing. Brazil could have lots of options. I mean, not even could. They do have lots of options. They could easily rotate deeper into the center and make kind of like a mansion split, kind of take some of the compounds towards the Far Eastern side. I think it's interesting that they don't want to split up that far. As I say that, they're now finally rotating out of Yaz, which is already rather late, I want to say, for that kind of a centralized position early on. So I might be mistaken now, and them staying in Yaz. I would have expected them to just stay around that police building and maybe get 1 or 2 compounds towards the eastern side, but it looks like they're going to make an even bigger split. And I like that. Get the information, get the positions that you can, split out as far as you can as well, especially since that's one of the most experienced lineups we have here.
Yeah, that it is. And alongside these Xavier, we haven't even seen them yet, the Vietnamese representatives. Wait and see what they're going to show us in the first game of the day here. And of course, with it being 8 games in day 1, 7 games in day 2, experience is going to play a major role in how well a team performs in a tournament like this. And IGL's experience in calming the team down, making sure that everyone's ready to go for the next game, not to overthink every single step. So those kind of things do have to be taken into account. But for now, we're looking at Law switching over to Tiger from Thailand at the moment. They did lose one of their members early on. It is going to be pretty chill for them in the shelter area so far. We do see Solus off in the distance. But, you know, like you mentioned, Influence, they have a lot of options. So does Thailand at the moment, and they will be making their move. I like the fact that that they try to gather as many vehicles as possible so far. But let's see. Are Fireflux going to be able to see them? Is the Turkish representative going to spot them out is the question.
They might, yeah. Going over to Myanmar. Do you want to make kind of a slow rotate here as well? Still far on their western side, still debating whether or not they're going to rotate through Yaz. They know there's no one in there anymore. They could opt for it. Something that's very commonly done. If you know there's a team that's been looting kind of a city on the edge of the circle of the first phase, you kind of just rotate through it because most of the times it's not going to be there anymore, right? So Myanmar could potentially opt for it, but it looks like they're going to take a different route.
Yeah, but Myanmar might be passing a little bit too close to Saudi Arabia here. Might get spotted out, but should be perfectly fine. Guatemala, we noticed on the kill feed they were having a couple of knocks, unfortunately, but we didn't see the finishes just yet, so they might be able to get back on their feet. Looking towards the left side now, we have a better idea on who's still alive, how many members are available per team. Also, I'm curious to see what that next zone is going to look like and who's going to be making that first move to get the best position possible.
Couple of scouts towards the city, and that's kind of the position I was talking about. That's the information play that you want to have towards that team. But, I was talking about rotations. They don't even want to rotate. I think they do want to camp this bridge, and you can see it's kind of a 1-1 split together with the gas station. And Vietnam in the distance. That would be devastating. Vietnam, I want to say at least in recent times, the most successful lineup in this lobby. Losing a player early on, you can see Lamborghini. He's a household name as well. If you would drive into this trap, that would be devastating for the first kind of games at least. It looks like he's going to take a different route.
Yeah, in Brazil now we saw, I think it was Law getting a knock. But again, those fights, long distance, not going to bear any fruit. We're not going to be seeing any elims come out just yet in these early stages. Meanwhile, Tony, I believe one of the Guatemalan players at the moment, gets another knock and another finish. So Guatemala now down to only a duo. I'm not sure what's going to happen with them towards the rest of the game, but we still have 15 teams, 56 players. It's only been 11 minutes in that first game. So we're expecting these teams to kind of be very, very passive, especially, like you mentioned, there wasn't a lot of opportunities for them to kind of face each other. So this first game, second game, like the desk mentioned, it's just going to be testing the waters, seeing what this lobby is going to be like. Are there going to be any extremely aggressive teams, or is it just going to be very passive? Are players going to be focusing towards playing on the edge of the zone, or are we going to be seeing some proactive teams head straight for the center and try and play that way? And of course, they did mention the play style of we're going to go for elimination after elimination like IHC did in the PMGC, or will there be a mix? Oh, no, it's a DBS. Solkai has a DBS. You do not want to take that 1v1. Just needs to get that one pump real quick, but not able to do it just yet, and Solkai decides to heal. Meanwhile, Myanmar, the nade's going to be coming in, but he didn't really cook it, so Solkai does have a decent amount of time.
And he's still in that corner, actually. Second nade comes out, and he's going to take down Solkai, and he's going to be the first to fall for Team Turkey. And that was a messy rotate. I do believe we've had that circle pop that unfortunately we didn't just see go far into that corner of the map. Otherwise, I don't believe Turkey would have made that push. Solis goes taking down as well. I think that's the second frag on the way of Myanmar, as Lutz going to take one back against Brazil. And Dora gets taken out as well. But Myanmar still holding strongly towards that northwestern side.
And that would be the third member from the Turkish representatives. I believe they're going to be down to just one player at the moment. So maybe hoping and praying to play for placements for that first game. Now we're seeing Algeria actually taking the fight to the Russian representatives. Now we're going to be seeing more and more fights break out as the zone gets closer and closer, smaller and smaller now. But good start for Myanmar so far. They haven't lost a single member. They have 3 elims to their name. Decent position from what I can tell at the moment. Just have to figure out where that next shift is going to be. But I think they should be perfectly fine for now. Now looking over towards Tulika and the Ukrainian team. That's also going to be a very, very strong team. You have Tulika from Mad Bulls, and of course, you have Old Boya and Havlik from Titan Esports.
That was such an interesting topic to talk about as well. I was asking Ukraine, is Havlik still, is Tulika still the IGL? And they were saying yes, not only inside the game, outside the game as well.
Oh, really?
That was a beautiful poetic quote, and I just had to write that down. So, yeah, very interesting IGL in game and obviously in live as well. He's the brain of the team. That's another quote. He's definitely the brain of the team, and I think he's going to have a huge impact on whether or not they're going to be successful in this tournament.
Yes, looking towards that next shift in a few moments, but still seeing quite a few teams holding out in Yasnaya at the moment. I'm curious to see what the position of the Brazilian representatives is going to be, since they started off in this location. So if the zone just keeps on closing more and more towards that area, are they still holding up in the police station, or have they decided to go to another location?
And then we see Serbia I was talking to the IGL as well. I was talking to Malice and Core, the most experienced players of that lineup. The other two, actually, Shadow and Peachy, never having played in any LAN, never even having played a tournament. They just picked some of the friends they knew, some of the friends that obviously have a lot of PUBG Mobile experience themselves, but not necessarily competitive experience. And they were like, let's go. We're going to teach you some of the basics. We're going to teach you as much as we can in that limited period of time. We're going to make sure you guys are ready for GG. And they do have some very methodical play as well, as much as they told me. I'm not going to spoil too much. But what we're seeing right now is exactly what they're going for. Making sure they're playing relatively slow up towards phase 4, make sure they're playing edge, they're not losing anyone, and then reacting to the next couple of circle shifts. This one is a pretty tough one to play edge if you don't have a playing room already.
And that next shift is going to be very, very important. It's going to decide whether the teams are going to hold out in Yasnaya or they're going to have to make the push outside towards that southern side. And it's going to be a very, very open area. So if the shift goes towards Yasnaya, the likes of the Algerian representatives or the Saudi team or the Serbian team, whenever they have to make the move, if they don't have any smokes for cover, they are going to have a very tough time trying to make the rotate into the city. And of course, an end game in Yasnaya is going to be hectic for everyone.
Yes, and that's the kind of the thing right now that you're thinking of as an IGL. Is this going to shift towards the northern side or the southern side? Right? There's still a little bit of water in towards the northern side, and we have seen both kind of endings happening. So it's really hard. You kind of just have to take a gamble at this point. The best position that I want to say are these positions that you can kind of react to both of these shifts, which is Ukraine, for example, being at the very edge of the buildings. That's kind of the position that you can still rotate out of if the circle does decide to shift towards the southern side. The other way around is way harder, especially if you need to rotate right beside Saudi Arabia, for example, or go straight to the middle. Everyone's going to be shooting at you from the apartments, even though there's very few teams there right now. I think that's going to change within the next circle.
And it's still 14 teams present with us at the moment, 49 players, as Stage 4 is starting to close slowly but surely. Seeing what Thailand's going to be able to do here. Sky only. He does have an eye out for the Algerian representatives at the moment, but it's still going to be a little bit calm, I want to say, for another minute or two, until the zone decides whether it's going to be towards that north side or towards that south side. But I do have to say, it's not as bad as a zone that's going to be playing around the, let's say, like Milta and Military Island type deal. That would be like the 50-50 of that kind of zone would have to be like one of the hardest that any team has to kind of deal with. But let's turn our eyes towards Thailand at the moment. I think Sri Lanka might be thinking about making a move, or just a couple of small skirmishes here and there.
And we're talking about Brazil. They did make their way back into the city, unfortunately for them. Now the city has been inhabited by plenty of other teams. They did lose a player early on. I do believe Catch was the one, even though his team went out early as well, to at least take down one of the players from Brazil. It's going to limit their chances of actually making something happen. And once again, that was what I was talking about earlier. If Brazil would have stayed inside that city, which I could have very well seen them do, I do believe that outcome would have been very different by now as well. I do believe they would have had a couple of more kill points and definitely more players alive. Either way, as you can see, it's stacked inside the city. Lots of teams have rotated in by now. There's another kill point going the way of Brazil.
Yeah, every single point is going to make a difference here. We saw, we see this time and time again in countless tournaments where having one elimination stolen from you means that you're not able to qualify to the next stage. You're not able to get that #1 spot that you've been fighting for day in, day out. And now, seconds away from that shift to see what's going to happen. But with D Xavier now and the Vietnamese representatives up against Serbia, a couple of nades going to be thrown out, but decent bit of damage here and there.
And that's an interesting fight as well, because both these teams pretty much played the exact same playstyle up until now. Both these teams opting for a very edge-heavy kind of playstyle, not really going into any fights up until now. And now, that's obviously the downside of that kind of playstyle. You do have to fight at some point, and you do have to make it work, especially in this kind of circle where you can't just breach the middle. First day comes out, it's going to be Vietnam to open things up.
Yeah, they get that first knock, Lamborghini. Not going to be going for the push. Ooh, but they're going to be going for the car there. Chua secures this second one. Now it's going to be a 4v2. 4v1. They're just running them over one right after the other. Shadow gets taken out. 4 clean limbs for Vietnam. And Serbia will be eliminated in 14th place.
And I think that was the only play that Vietnam could have done. They needed to get that dip. And Serbia did have the advantage, still didn't make it work. That vehicle play was massive, massive. And that's how you get... This just shows the difference between these very, very experienced teams and the teams that have perfect synergy between each other. They just know exactly. It's kind of like this blind trusting. If you've played in a team where you've experienced this, it's a very unique feeling. Blind trusting in terms of you always know what your teammate's going to do. Then you finish these fights off clean.
Yeah. So it's like you don't even have to think about it. You just know that your teammate is just going to go for the push without you even saying anything. You don't even have to communicate it.
That's how deep it gets.
I mean, this is a team that made it towards top 5, top 6 in the Global Championship Grand Finals. And now they're coming here. I think they're looking for vengeance. They're just looking to vent and let everything out here in this tournament. So I kind of feel bad for all the other teams that are going to be facing the Vietnamese wrath at the moment. But looking towards Nigeria, Trader going to be the last one to go down to the Kazakhstan representatives. And they will be going down in 13th place. But here we go. Left, Nasser and Ragnar, the Kuwaiti representatives at the moment, holding out on the northern side, but we see that the zone's still playing a little bit. We have a little bit of Yasnaya on the western side, and of course, we still have the open fields towards the south, and I still look towards the teams on the southern side and what's going to happen to them, but we have a lot of teams on the north. How is Kuwait going to be able to get in? You have, of course, the likes of Lil Boy and the Brazilian team, and I think there's going to be another team on the left side as well, so it's going to be quite difficult for them.
And I think at this point, if you're Brazil, you still have to cross the street. At this point, you're kind of going to have to think about what's the best case scenario in this game, right? And that's going to be fighting off Kuwait. Getting these kill points, getting these eliminations. There's no other way you're going to make it inside this circle. We still have 12 teams alive. The chances of actually getting massive placements points off of this game are just too slim. I want to see them fight here, and I think they've got the individual skill to do so as well.
Yeah, they managed to just create a little bit of a smoke road, whip out that DBS. We all know how deadly that can be, especially in close quarters. Close quarters meaning about 150 meters somehow with the DBS. You can still be pretty deadly with that. I don't even. I don't know how it works.
Well,
it's a mad weapon. Okay, it's just mad. PUBG Mobile, if you're listening, please nerf. Thank you. Sincerely, the entire global PUBG Mobile community.
It is the only way I ever make kills, so maybe just hold off. Hold off until I qualify for PMGZ as well. Never going to happen, but yeah. Either way, it's going to happen in terms of pushes at least. Brazil, unfortunately, is in the building over. Kuwait at least has cleared the first one. That's already massive information for them.
Yeah, and the zone going to be heading a little bit more towards the southern side. So these teams in the north have to be making a move. The later you go, the worse it's going to be. We're seeing more fights as well between Sri Lanka towards the eastern side, I believe. Saudi Arabia is still actually in a pretty good spot at the moment.
Yeah.
So they should be pretty relaxed. Myanmar, a couple of them are going to be going down. Okay, we're seeing flashes being used here. That's a first.
Let's see if it's actually going to be transferred into a kill point. Doesn't look like it just now. 14 seconds until Kuwait is going to have to move out of the building. And they will be greeted by at least 2 other players. That's going to be Kazakhstan on the other side.
Yeah, and
has seen the first one as well. As Joker is going to secure one of the players from Sri Lanka. That's happening just towards the northwest of them. Nasser is going to be taking the first one, though. And that's a massive, massive knock. And it's going to create lots of space. They will have to get that second one as well, though. And their DBS in hand might just give them the advantage.
Yeah, Michal goes for the push here. Instantly goes for the heal. Doesn't want to get knocked down. And now the Kuwaiti team is going to be pushing one right after the other. The DBS comes down, but it's going to be the PP Bison. He takes down the first one. But where's the rest of the team? Why is no one else pushing? They just lose one of their players. You're all very healthy. Not really sure why the team decided not to go. You need to make the move. You have to go for it right now. Now Ragnar trying his best, but unfortunately the heal on the Kazakhstan side has been finished. They managed to get the revive. Ragnar going to be going for the push, going for that 1v1, takes down 3TN. Still one more left. Attacker will be going for a 1-for-1 trade, but he will be able to take down Nasser. Oh my god, he takes them all down. What happened? The Kuwaiti team just gets taken out one by one, and Attacker secures the elims. Meanwhile, looking towards the Algerian representatives, Thailand is just taking them out one by one, like shooting fish in a barrel. That's going to be 2 easy knocks for them, and they're going to be able to get into the zone pretty handily.
Barely any positions down towards the southern side is going to mean that's, as you said, kind of a shooting range out towards the distance. And I was like, we're going to touch on Old Boy. He's got that last frag. He's made that nade work on towards Attacker. He's made that massive 1-on-3. But let's not forget what he just did there for his team. These are points that are going to play a role in the later stages of the tournament, most definitely. Talking about teams and their performance, we're going to talk about Vietnam again. Last kind of fight here out in the open before at least everyone in that southwestern region out in the open is eliminated. And there it is, Algeria actually, and Saudi both going out at the same time. And Vietnam with the 9th frag. They haven't lost Hua just yet, but take a look at whether or not they're going to get him back up. They do have the smokes for it, and I think they will.
They should be able to.
Yeah, they should be able to get him up. So it's 3 players left alive for them. Pretty good position as well.
Yeah, but looking towards the Ukrainian team here, they're the only one that are still a full roster, a full 4. Looking towards Somalia with 3, Thailand with 3, Somalia with 2. Now that elimination was secured. Vietnam, they should be able to get that revive. But again, look towards the zone. The only team that's in the open field is going to be Vietnam and Xavier, and the rest is just sitting in Yasnaya. And now the zone is going to be shifting towards the open field. So every single team trying to make it out of Yasnaya is going to be fighting one another. Meanwhile, Xavier is just going to be, you know what? We're just going to chill. We're just going to wait. You guys have to move, and we're just going to take you out one by one. Vietnam is going to be coming out with an insane amount of limbs, an insane amount of points if they manage to secure it.
At least in terms of man advantage, Ukraine still got the upper hand. The only team left alive with 4 players. But as you can see, they are also the furthest away from the current safe zone. So it's going to be interesting. They will have to find some kind of spot out on the open. I do believe there's some kind of dip just towards the south of their apartment building. But I'm not so sure Vietnam is going to let them pass out into the open and actually get to that position in the first place. So let's take a look. Somalia, though, actually taking on the last play of Guatemala, I think. And they will pick up another kill point as well. And another placement point on top of that, too.
Yeah, now Ukraine going to be whipping out the monster trucks. They have 2 of them. They're going to be rolling right into the zone. But we still know that Vietnam is waiting in the wings here for every single team, every single player to make their move. And the second they come from behind those walls, it is going to be just an absolute mayhem for all these teams on the northern side. And they have to wait until probably the very last second to make a move.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite difficult. But wait, I think one of the teams already actually made it. Sri Lanka managed to make a quick rotation towards the eastern side. They managed to get it without any problems. Paragin will be able to take out one of the Ukrainian representatives there, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to secure the Ilim just yet. With the zone moving, it should be secured for him, either by himself or the zone securing it.
It does look like there isn't much space, but there's still 40 seconds left on this one. And the good thing for Vietnam right now is everyone is fighting themselves up on the northern side. Everyone's to get out of the city right now, but it's just not happening for everyone. You can see Ukraine has already got their player back up on their feet, so they will remain in that man advantage. That is a massive nade, though, as Tulika goes down, and Tulika, he's way further away from the current safe zone than the rest of his teammates. He's definitely going to get taken down by this.
Yeah, the zone will secure him. I don't think they're going to be able to get the revive on him just yet. 3 members will be able to make it in, but as we said, Xavier are waiting. Vietnam is waiting to take them out one by one. They managed to secure the first one. We still have 4 squads in this 7th zone, but where's the next one going to be? Who is it going to favor? It's going to be going a little bit towards the east. So once again, I believe the Ukrainian team is going to be in a very, very tough spot, but Thailand, Sky only securing a couple of elims there, getting 5 so far to his name. 12 elims for the team at the moment. It's a great start for the squad.
Absolutely, and that's really important for Ukraine as well. As long as Thailand stays alive, I do believe Ukraine has got kind of a safe spot. Because at that point, Vietnam can't really push towards them, even though they've got the sidelines. So together with Smokes in their positioning right now, they'll be able to stay alive at least for one more phase. And as you can see, Thailand, they are the closest. But look at the other positions. There's almost nothing deeper inside the safe zone. If Sky doesn't make his vehicle trip right now, if Vietnam is actually going to take him down on that rotate, they're not going to have another position. He will make it in, though. And that's important timing.
Yeah, and the fact that he basically has center zone location at the moment, so they should be very, very safe. They're going to have a big advantage. And of course, looking towards the northwestern side as well, Xavier and the Ukrainian team, or Vietnam and the Ukrainian team, are going to have a fight in a minute or 2. And I think we're going to be seeing maybe a third party from Thailand to secure the win. That's what I'm expecting at the end of this game.
Utility is going to play a bigger role now as well. And you can see Thailand, they fought so much towards that eastern side. Lamborghini is going to open things up, though. And we're talking about massive knocks. That's one of them. He's definitely not going to get picked up either. As the second nade comes in, Tiger, he's been spotted out as well. But they do have to move sometime soon, too. So despite them fighting as well, there's only a couple of nades left and almost no smokes on the Vietnam side.
Yeah, Paragin has his elims stolen by Havlik, but Havlik will get knocked down. In return, you take one of ours, we'll take one of yours. Now Vietnam, it's going to be a 3v2v1. I don't think we're going to be seeing a revive on Havlik. The 9th and final zone will be making its move. Paragin slowly but surely crawling towards the middle. Sky only, once again, he is in a very, very good spot And again, he's in the center of the zone. If he manages to get the knock onto Lamborghini here, but no, Lamborghini makes the move. He gets a rotation down. Peregrine with the knock onto Tiger. And now we're going to be seeing Sky only in a very, very tough spot. Peregrine waiting for that nade. If he manages to take that knock onto Sky only, they might be able to actually get the win here. Thailand had such a great spot, but I don't know what they did in those final seconds of this game, but I feel like it was a little bit of a throw from their side, but now we're going to be seeing a 2v1 from Vietnam and Ukraine. Old boy, can your experience show here in these final moments of this game? It's you against Lamborghini, but at the end of the day, it is going to be Vietnam starting with a winner-winner chicken dinner in our first game of the day. And it's something that I think literally everyone expected. Caster desk, the analyst desk, everyone expected Vietnam to start off with a winner-winner chicken dinner. And I told you, they're looking for vengeance.
Yes.
They're looking for revenge. They're looking to vent everything that happened to them in BMGC and bring it out all in this tournament.
They really are, and I gotta say, they have one of the toughest pathings as well in this lobby. They made it through the open fields. We always knew from the very get-go, only one of these teams is gonna make it through. Then they did have that very early fight against Serbia as well. That's a very tough one as well. They did have to fight for that team to get into the circle in the first place, and they had the disadvantage on that fight, still fought it clearly. They didn't lose a single player. No one even got knocked during that whole fight. We saw the vehicle plays as well against Serbia. I think that was the most important fight in that game.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very, very curious as to what the decision-making was when it came to Thailand, Sky only, and I believe it was Tiger and Joker who made the move towards the left side. You already had a center spot. You had the very last moments of that game in your hands. I wasn't sure why they decided to go for that spread, but maybe we'll get a little bit more information from the analyst desk. Maybe they can break down for us and let us know exactly what happened. But I want to see what what they can tell us. But what do you think?
I think it's going to be interesting. Yes, I think it's going to be interesting. And that's it. We're going back to the desk really quickly before going into match number 2.
Got some bad news for you too. We got nothing to say. So back to the casters here for our second match of the day. I just want to actually see them be like, oh no, gosh. Welcome back everyone here to our analysis desk brought to you by STC Plays. We're going to break down this last match, and honestly, it kind of went the way we expected, right, gentlemen?
Is Vietnam with a win?
Or we
What a surprise! No, of course, the way they were able to take the fight, especially the most important moment of that game, clearing Serbia, because once you do that, you can start clearing the edge in the fields and just take full control, take the angles more specifically. They were so important to have that winning condition on your side. So you know that when they have an opportunity to go for the win, clearly off the back of PMGC, they're not going to give it away. Vietnam are looking like the team to beat. It's just the first game. I know it's early, but still.
And you mentioned it too. I mean, they were able to just pretty much control all the south of the border, and they were just looking at the people that were going to be exiting just now. They knew exactly where they were going to be located. To be fair, though, we got to give some props to Thailand, because Thailand absolutely demolished everybody that was towards the east of just Naya, and they were able to just pick people apart too with the way they were on the building.
Okay, well, we're going to have a quick replay here brought to you by Savvy. Let's see, I guess, what was our play of the game?
Oh.
A little bit of action here out of Moldova. They eventually get third party, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, these are highlights. Okay. I got confused because I saw this replay. I was like, what was it? Just one replay. So, yeah, highlights here. But yeah, Saudi obviously third party in that initial fight. And then, of course, the runover.
Yeah.
The multiple runovers.
What's your favorite weapon? Lamborghini.
I was hoping it was going to be Lamborghini in a Lamborghini, but it didn't happen.
What's your favorite weapon after the Lamborghini? 2 Lamborghinis. It was a good way to do it. You have no information. You can go with the Lamborghini. You're going to be very safe doing so. You're going to have that speed that they can't really shoot back. And then it just, the madness started to unfold here, 7 in Yasnaya Polyana itself. If you survive these fights, maybe you're lucky.
Yeah, and Kazakhstan was able to clutch pretty much that 1v1 right there, but ultimately, Old Boy with the grenade, he just decided to third party that fight and able to get that extra point. And also, we kind of saw Old Boy there towards the end of the match. I thought it was really impressive. It kind of speaks volumes of the experience that he has right in these situations where we saw Vietnam fighting Thailand, and Old Boy was like, you know what, I'm just going to let you guys do your thing, and I'm going to see if maybe I can surprise some people at the end of the match.
I think that when you're looking at Ukraine and Thailand, they understood we're not winning this game. Against the split that Vietnam has currently, what we're going to do, we're going to spread. We're going to maybe lose a few players along the way, but we're just going to hope to get a second place. Clearly, that was the main idea, and you spotted out Old Boy that was clearly just trying to survive. Hopefully going to get a second place. It didn't quite work out, but that was the idea behind that play.
I was even surprised Ukraine was actually being able to leave Yasnaya, because they were just getting peppered from all angles. It was Old Boy that was already out, and he was able to be in position, and everybody else just kind of started getting pretty much knocked by different angles.
I'm not too surprised they were able to leave, actually, because they took a very pivotal position, just like Thailand, okay? Just to argue with you right now.
No.
I disagree.
Hey, they should be celebrated,
They
okay?
should be.
They should be celebrated,
I'm going to
Max.
celebrate them right now. That's what we're doing. They were actually playing those high ground apartments south of Yasnaya the entire time. By doing that, you're killing all the teams that are going to be leaving the northern side of Yasnaya because of those circle shifts. Every single step of the way, that was their approach. So they could leave because they eliminated everyone else. So that was an easy way to do it.
They should be eliminated. I didn't actually get to see how many eliminations they were able to pull off. Did you guys catch it?
Thai had like 12
No,
at one point.
Ukraine.
Ukraine? Ah.
They had a few.
Because that's what we're looking at, right? Because
Yeah.
the position they had towards southwest Yasnaya, they should be able to clean up everyone coming through Yasnaya to get towards the fields. But at the same time, as we were seeing, a lot of teams were butting heads inside Yasnaya, trying to transition from the north side down to the south side, and they kind of eliminated each other. So I wonder how many limbs they actually finished things off with.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised a lot of the northern teams, if they had cars, of course, that isn't big like caveat, is if they have cars, if they have ways to transition, didn't go for the wrap around the sides. I feel like a lot of teams got kind of just forced into the city, and because of that, we're just trying to take the fights, win eliminations because they knew they were not going to win. I think you have an opportunity to win if you go for that wide wrap, which maybe cars didn't have, teams didn't have cars anymore.
Yeah.
Cars didn't have any teams in there.
Cars didn't have any teams, that doesn't work.
That's
I feel,
really
like,
coming at them.
I feel like there is a reasoning for teams not going for that play because it seemed like the obvious way to avoid those fights, in my opinion.
I mean, for one team that I thought was actually going to be able to take advantage of where the circle was, exactly, it was going to be Brazil, but we didn't get to see we didn't get to see a rotation out of them. They ended up losing 2 players very earlier on, and they weren't able to take advantage when they ended up going back to Yasnaya.
You could tell he's going to be talking about a Brazilian team because he gets all giddy. He gets all giddy and he gets all, like, all electric and stuff like that. But yeah, obviously having a tough time here starting things off. But again, we kind of missed like a lot of the zones early on in the game, so we didn't really get to see the shifting path. But it is unfortunate that we kind of, well, not unfortunate, it's kind of nice we had Yasnaya kind of be like the first little starting off point on our very first Erangel, but then going into the fields. To be fair, Xavier, I mean, I know we brought it up before, the way they kind of spread made that position that Thailand took mean nothing behind the hay barrels because they had so many different angles to block them off.
And they were playing it very by the book too. They were playing in a position where they were really far from all the teams fighting in Yasnaya Polyana. That even if you won the Rus, I think it's more than 400 meters, so you can't really see them. And they also just staying prone in the grass. Chua in particular was just staying prone, looking for information. The moment he got that info on one player, up, takes him down, repositions right after that, gets prone again, just to make sure you can't get naded or something like that. So Lamborghini and Chua were just on the ball when it came to finishing off that game.
I appreciate that they weren't too far away from each other. Usually we do see players or teams in general just tend to do too big of a split in those situations, knowing that they have a lot of land to control. For them, they were like, okay, you know what, we are going to be doing a split, but not too big. In case you do get knocked, I'll be able to revive you.
Yeah, just playing like a team of bros.
Yeah.
And you saw at the end as well when they're on. I didn't know you two were actually bros.
Yeah.
Seven's been talking smack about you.
Bros before?
That's what bros do.
Talk smack? Okay. Well, you saw Team Vietnam after. They didn't really look too excited. They're kind of like, expected, kind of a casual win for us. But then again, were one of the biggest frag-heavy teams when it came to Erangel when we saw in PMGC. But Miramar wasn't so kind to them, thinking back to eliminations that we had back at PMGC. I wonder if this might be a potential weakness for them here as we go into it. Obviously, Sandhawk is kind of everyone's kryptonite, but obviously Miramar will be caught up next.
I'm with Sandstorm, what he was saying. They're looking for vengeance. They're looking to be like, okay, you know what, we're going to be taking advantage of this opportunity. We didn't really like what happened at PMGC, 5th place. Although we did get some nice cash, it's not good enough. We want to be able to be first place.
And also Miramar back in PMGC, it was a PMGC Miramar, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit different than the Global Esports game Miramar that I think is going to be maybe a little bit easier to adjust to for these guys. So see, you get the golden Miramar, it's just an easy win. Easy win.
Easy win.
Easy win.
On the back-to-back.
You know what, yeah. I'm calling
Is he on the Xavier train, the Vietnam train?
Oh, Choo. Oh, yeah.
Didn't know we had a DBS in here.
I cannot believe you.
We're not going to talk about
this.
Seven, what sound does a DBS make?
Yeah, what does it do?
Choo-choo.
That's a ka-chunk, ka-chunk. You're lucky I'm on camera right now. I would fight you so bad.
We'll be off camera soon. Don't worry about it.
Yes.
But as I heard in Miramar, though, I am curious if there's any teams in your head that's going to stand out here. Obviously, it's kind of difficult to say for, I think, a lot of teams in general because we haven't seen them play as either this squad or play on this kind of scale before. Obviously, I'm assuming, looking at you, this kind of like, are you serious, Jason? Face you're making me. It's going to be the big 3-4 teams, right?
Yeah.
Ukraine you'll be looking at. Thailand, which we've got to mention as well, coming in as Halo Esports before into this one, which if I'm not mistaken, they did not qualify for the grand finals, right? But they did play in PMGC group stage.
Yes, it didn't work out great, but they were there.
It's like 40th place.
Yeah, it was kind of a rough one for them, but they still qualified to PMGC, which in itself is an achievement, which means that you're one of the best teams in your home region, right? Which of course
is very
is
difficult. Yeah, I mean, I want to say very difficult region, but then Vampire didn't really.
Yeah. And then you go to NA and
Vampire PMW, yes. PMGC, oh no.
It wasn't an invitational, that's why. It wasn't an invitational.
We need to be not invited. Maybe invited, I don't know. But when we're looking at Miramar in particular, I always look at Brazil, right? It doesn't matter which team. I feel like Brazilian teams, Alpha 7 has been good, Loops has been good, and now we're looking, of course, at Brazil Influence Rage. I want to see them do well on this map because we have so many other angles on Miramar. If you're one of those battlegrounds goes your way pretty consistently, you should be off to a pretty good start. So I'm looking at Brazil.
I would like to see them being a little bit more aggressive, and if for some reason their aggressiveness doesn't end up paying out, I want to see if they're going to be able to adjust, because it was an issue that a lot of these teams had during PMGC League Stage, especially for the other Brazilian teams. They just were not able to readjust on the fly. They continue to be aggressive, and that's when you saw the difference between what Alpha 7 was able to do and what some of the other teams that didn't
Well, we don't talk about
Cardozo.
Loops, because he was kind of off by himself the whole time. But you bring a good point, right? We did see Alpha 7 and the change in mentality, a change in style of draw back the aggression, play a little bit more methodical, play towards the later stages of the game, and it worked out for them. Though I would say here, I'm not so sure that play style would necessarily work. Because for me, it's kind of like, how many teams can we eliminate before we get to the final zones?
I feel like that is the approach. You have a lot of teams that, I don't know, feeder teams maybe? you could say, I don't know. I feel like there's some teams that are definitely not used to this stage and are going to be a bit taken aback when they are taking a fight against like your Brazil, your Vietnam, etc. So I feel like it is going to be some teams that are going to be maybe free eliminations, but you have so much time that these teams can also adapt, right? On a game-per-game basis, might be a bit rough, but maybe heading into tomorrow, also that will be an opportunity. So, yeah, as we said, it's unpredictable when it comes to not looking outside of the when looking outside of the top teams that we expect to do well, right? I feel like it could be anyone's games except for Brazil, Vietnam, Turkey, etc.
The thing is, I want them to be aggressive, right? But we don't really know what happened in the last match in regards to how they ended up losing 2 players. If that aggressiveness doesn't end up paying out, that's when I might want to see a change out of this team, because sometimes they just get stuck in this ego fighting, and it always hinders Brazil.
For Alpha 7, the reason why they were so successful, right, is they were not taking those ego fights. You mentioned it multiple times, and it was really like the big playstyle change that made Alpha 7 capable of almost competing for first place. It didn't quite work out at the end because SGG had fun chasing them down, but regardless, not taking those ego fights is always very important if that's some of the most comfortable and top teams in the lobby or newer teams that are for the first time playing at this level.
And we're talking about aggressive teams. I want to see if Thailand's going to continue to be aggressive, because, boy, they were just running through teams. And the positioning was actually really good. It just, they ended up going against Vietnam, which was already in a great location.
Going in the fields when like you already have one team set up in the field and you're leaving in a very predictable area, that's also something that's very important. You're leaving a city. They see the cars. They know exactly which pathway you're taking, so they have a good idea of where you are positioned in the fields, which makes it very easy for Vietnam to get those eliminations. So if they didn't know, maybe it could have been their game too.
Taking a look at some stats here for our winning team of Vietnam, we can see a decent amount of eliminations, but they had 13 in total. We have the 1100 damage being broken here, Max, so hit us with your Kalaris soundboard.
Oh, Kalaris? I thought I was going to do my own sound.
Okay,
no, so your beatbox. Your beatbox. We're starting from now. Yeah.
1185. I remember that one.
I don't know. Well,
I'm curious what it'd be if we ever had like a 1500. What kind of beatbox you come out with? But
no. He was about to do it.
You don't get away for free, Max.
Don't try me.
Do you want to know?
Yes. But no, overall, it was a very impactful game here from Lamborghini. Of course, playing the Lamborghini. How brand is that? Getting the eliminations on Serbia. But your boy Parajin here. Also, 800 damage. I mean, they were all working so well together here when you're looking at it, 7. Their team play was on point, which you expect from a 5th place team in PMGC.
Yeah, and I think this is why we were kind of hyping this team up so much, because we expected them to be able to do so well here, and they're being able to follow it up. But man, I'm just intrigued to see how some of the other teams are going to be bouncing back, especially after maybe not having such a great first game. Those are the teams that I'm going to be looking at. We weren't really able to see it overall in regards to where some of the teams are as well. But, you know, Guatemala, I'm looking at you. Just because I guess you're kind of considered from my region. Yeah, Americas, you're definitely considered from my region.
I wanted to bring up a point for D. Xavier. We talked about the very important point of using subs right throughout the day. Lamborghini, Chua, Barajin, Levi's have been looking just so good already from this first game alone. Are they going to keep this roster for the entire day, or are they going to put Frankie to play eventually? I would like to see maybe some games on Frankie on board, because it would be good to give them a break eventually.
Total airdrops 1. What?
Yeah,
thought it would be more.
For who?
Who was that player? It was level 6.
It's just one team picked it up. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, total. Oh, okay. I can't read. Apparently.
Total elimination 61, which makes sense considering Team Vietnam won with 3 players alive, and that would make 64, and that would make full lobby. I'm not here for just the pretty face, Max, as you found out.
Oh. Guess we got paid the big bucks, yeah.
Total knocks 67. Oh, I wish there would have been 2 more.
You have such a fixation, man. Longest distance elimination, Tulika. Also
360? That's actually pretty far.
That's 315 meters farther than I normally get a knockout.
With a knife.
Yeah, I forgot to say I have 1 meter long arms in games.
If you could throw a knife that far,
we don't need to talk about us versus Knifey McKnifeface.
Oh yeah, he was scary. Right outside Snowy Village. Oh, he was ready.
I still can't believe.
I still get nightmares from that.
Yeah, Max calls out like, okay, let's knife this guy. Runs up to him, immediately gets knocked. Oh man.
Hey, you headshot me with a knife, okay? I'm gonna say.
Damage done though, coming in pretty big. Vietnam 2,800 almost done for themselves, and of course seeing Thailand in there at 2,500 as well.
Yeah. Actually, for Ukraine, as they were also fighting on the southern-western side of Yuzhny Polyana. Yeah.
It's kind of surprising.
It's kind of high on the limbs, but
kind of high. That's high on the limbs for them. For Ukraine.
For Ukraine? No. Okay, I thought you mentioned for the other two. But for Ukraine, what I did like is the fact that they went actually across of the roadside to actually get those nades in to eliminate all the teams, so they can then try and facilitate that transition. I feel like you could maybe also try and chase down Thailand, but I feel like that would be a little bit overkill at that moment. I feel like they just wanted to clear their backside as much as possible to then have maybe a chance to play the fields, which against the side of Vietnam is not going to be easy.
Yeah, and I'm actually glad to see Saudi Arabia there, because they were able to third-party Moldova. They were able to be very efficient, only 755 damage, being able to get 5 elements out of that. Good first match.
I was really happy with Myanmar too, considering what we saw, because they kind of like rocked up on Team Turkey, and they caught out Solke, if I'm not mistaken, alone inside the building. We're able to confirm him as well. So it's really nice to see, as we can see our leaderboard. 23 points coming in for Vietnam, 18 for Thailand. Yeah, the eliminations really taper off past our second place.
Yeah, now that I actually get a chance to see this, you were talking about which teams do we expect to see do a little bit better in Myanmar. I'm going to be picking Turkey as well, because you mentioned it too. Solke ended up getting pretty much taken out when he was nowhere near his team. Hopefully they're going to be able to readjust on the next match.
It's just when I remember looking at Turkey/Fireflux when they were playing back in PMPLs, Myanmar weren't really their standout map. I know that Erangel was their bread and butter a lot of the time, and that was the map that helped them stand out. So I do wonder if they've been able to tame the beast a little bit of that battleground, because it is going to be important with how many of that map you do have throughout today. But no, it's still at the end. Even though we have 8 matches today, 7 tomorrow, it's still a small amount of matches for a whole tournament, which means that one singular match here, 7, could have a drastic impact. So teams like Sri Lanka, Serbia, Moldova can still easily catch up if they just have that one big pop-off game, which is not super easy when you're against Vietnam and Thailand.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how much this is going to change when we get later into the day, when maybe a little bit of fatigue starts happening for the players. If we're gonna, we were talking about it at the beginning of the show too, if we're going to start seeing a little bit of the subs come in and just pretty much seeing some changes within the teams.
Well, I mean, not even that alone, but the fact is, like, that first match of the day, Yasnaya Fields finished, which is already tough to play from. We were heavily into Yasnaya, so you're going to see a really big discrepancy when it comes to points. Very difficult to kind of have any sort of consistent game there unless you were, I guess, Ukraine, kind of like a setup already in a position towards the southwest side. So maybe when we get some more of these normal zones, we'll start to see actually what the teams can put out. But I'm not kind of surprised to see such a big discrepancy between points in a lot of these teams.
What would be really interesting for me to see, especially heading into Miramar, is going to be the terrain knowledge that teams are able to put on full display. Of course, when you have a compound, you're going to be good, but if you know the terrain, you're going to be in a really good spot on this map.
Okay, well, it's time to head into our second match now. Let's throw it back to our casters of Sandstorm and Phalanx to continue our action.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, we're back. We're going to be jumping into Game 2 on Miramar in just a few moments. And great start we saw for Vietnam, but let's see if they're going to be able to get it back-to-back, or will we see a surprise in other teams. We saw a couple of predictions from the analyst desk going towards the likes of Fireflux and, of course, the Turkish representatives. But personally, I want to choose, I think I'm going to predict either Saudi Arabia or Kuwait.
Saudi Arabia or?
Kuwait. I'm going to give it to either one of them, honestly.
Okay,
I mean, look, they're on home soil, so I'm going to give it to them. Plus, the likes of, Prestige, Aidah, and the Saudi Arabian team, to them, I think one of their favorite maps would be Miramar, and one of their highest performing maps would be Miramar. So I'm going to give them a little bit of an advantage on that front. But then again, who knows? Maybe Vietnam is just going to eliminate everyone all over again.
Might just happen. You never know with this lineup. I mean, obviously, coming off of that massive performance in PMGC, you literally cannot tell. And you were talking about the revenge kind of arc that is now happening. So far, it's in full effect, so we'll see about that. Miramar is going to be the next map coming up, and I always kind of want to touch on that topic of Miramar as a map itself. Right? We were talking about Miramar being more individually based, and in terms of predictions, I gotta talk about Turkey then. One of the most, to me at least, mechanically skilled lineup in the whole world. I mean, sure, they've had their struggles in recent times, not only once, but for a couple of months now, actually. But I think we have to talk about them, and I think especially in this kind of lobby where we have lots of teams that aren't necessarily as experienced, if they start fragging out, I don't think anyone can hold them back.
Yeah, I think to them, their main competitors would be the likes of either Brazil or Vietnam. I mean, Thailand as well, being the Hail Esports lineup as well. So those are I want to say like the main targets. Those are the main protagonists in this fight, I want to say, for first place at the GEG PUBG Mobile Tournament for 2023. And of course, don't forget, we have 8 games lined up for today, 7 games lined up for tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of action, a lot of hype, and a lot of fun. So make sure that you tune in, make sure that you like, and leave a comment. Let us know, who do you guys support, actually? I want to see in the chat, what supporters do we have available? Because, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube, so I want to see what kind of fans that we have on the stream as well. So, let us know.
I did actually take a quick peek into the chat in between the games, and there were lots and lots of supporters actually from teams all around the world. I saw Somalian fans.
Okay.
I saw some teams from Moldova. So even the relatively smaller regions, I want to say, in PUBG Mobile have had their fair share of support in the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be going into match number 2 in just a matter of seconds. It is going to be Miramar. We already talked about it. Some of the most favorite teams will once again be starting in fairly different but also similar loot spots. We will have Thailand, most likely, at least that's what we saw in scrims, in a relatively centralized position again. We'll have Brazil in a relatively centralized position again. Both these teams, once again, teams to watch as a whole, and I think Brazil especially. That was kind of their game. I don't think we've touched enough on this.
Actually, yeah, true.
It was so close to their original loot spot, they rotated out of this very early on, and I kind of want to see them now to back it off and see what they can actually do with a good circle.
Yeah, well, let's find out. We're going to be jumping into game number 2. Here we go. We have a plane path coming up from the very southeastern side towards Puerto Paraiso, going towards the northern side, just west of Torre Ahmada for now. So teams that are going to be dropping on the likes of El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, maybe even Valle del Mar towards the western side, they might struggle a little bit. But maybe drop a little bit early on towards the south side of the island, get yourself a vehicle or 2, and just go to your usual drop location. Other than that, it's going to be pretty simple, pretty straightforward start for all these teams. And we noticed when we looked at the overall ranking, Nigeria, they need to get a few more points. Moldova, Myanmar, they got a couple of limbs, but they need to come out with a few more.
Absolutely, and we can see Nigeria with a different kind of tactic. Actually, not a different one. Actually, the same kind of tactic as we've seen in map number 1. Go out very early on, make sure not to waste any of the timings that they would normally have if they would have gone to the original loot spot, just based off of the plane path now. That's just not possible. They would have gone to water treatment, at least that's what they did in scrims. So seeing them now go out very early on, make sure to get into the city immediately, get the cars ready. That's just something that I love to see in a lobby that you're not familiar with.
And one team that I do want to touch on, of course, is Vietnam. They usually drop in the likes of El Pozo and looking towards the zone now. That should be perfectly fine. The likes of Nigeria, like you mentioned, with their early drop, they should be in a pretty good spot as well. And when it comes to them making their rotation, the only problem I can see is them maybe coming across the Ukrainian lineup. Other than that, they should be pretty safe.
With this circuit right now, really want to touch on Vietnam right now because you've said they would have gone to El Pozo, and they might still. What's your thinking process behind this, whether or not they should actually? Because with this kind of circle, you're already in the center. You haven't even planned on being in the center, but you still are. Would you adapt your drop spot? Would you adapt right now, kind of make a water treatment split maybe, or would you go through to El Pozo?
I think
they've got the confidence now.
I think I would still go for El Pozo. Just go for the regular start. I know that they want to get their revenge. They want to get as many limbs as possible, just absolutely take everyone out. But if they go to El Pozo, then they're going to have their usual strat. They know where they're going to be able to rotate. And, of course, with the plane path being on the eastern side, they know that the western side is going to be completely empty. They know that they're not going to face any kind of problems. And as we look towards the map, it looks like they are going to be making their way towards El Pozo, and it should be pretty easy for them. But looking towards I believe it's the likes of Los Leones at the moment. We have a couple of squads next to each other, looking towards No Mercy and Thailand as well. Might be seeing an early kerfuffle here, but nothing too serious for now.
Looks like they're going to
okay, never mind. It's a little bit serious.
Yeah. I was going to say, is this going to happen or not?
You see, I have a problem.
Yes, tell me about it.
You know, there's a caster's curse and then there's the sandstorm's curse. That right there is the sandstorm's curse. Because the second I said he's safe, he might be fine, he's dead.
Yeah.
So now we look towards Algeria and what they're going to be able to do against Falcon here as well. I don't even want to talk about him anymore because I know he's just going to get taken out. I feel bad for him now.
Don't say anything.
Do I just sit here and look pretty? Is that all I do now?
Yeah, but no, please, actually, no. Please, cast. Keep on going. As long as they hate you, that's totally fine. I'm going to.
Oh wow!
I'm just still walking the players out. Next snake comes out though, as Falcon gets taken down as well, and the next Somali player is being taken down, knocked, and will surely be flushed as well. That just leaves one alive. And slowly but surely, Algeria has made their way through this city. As we said, there's only one other player, and I do have to say that's very convincing in the way they do it as well. Barely making any mistakes, making sure they're not going into the close-range quarters to fight this, making sure they use the utility instead, and they've done so perfectly.
Yeah, didn't lose any member as well, so great start for them. Love for the side of Thailand here. He's just on the edge. He knows that Algeria has been getting a couple of limbs here and there, but he doesn't want to risk making the rotation just yet, because I think one of the players is near the church, and that is going to be Wissy. Slowly making his way. Things are going to be pretty relaxed at the moment. You know, that's the kind of usual that we notice when it comes to the early stages of Miramar. You either see like one fight or two, and then it kind of calms down for about 15, 16 minutes until the teams actually come across each other once again. That first zone, not going to put a lot of pressure on a lot of teams, if any teams whatsoever, for the first couple of minutes. It's not like we're seeing a zone towards like the very east where you have like 40% over the water. And for now, it is going to be pretty all right for these teams.
Yeah. They will get into the next phase quite safely. Just going to make sure they find enough vehicles, but they do have the vehicles up the hill, as you can see on the minimap. So it shouldn't be a problem for Algeria to make it. And I was kind of confused there, but don't do it like I do. Just check the player names. Because right now we're seeing Algeria. We're going to get right on towards that and make sure it's going to be fixed for the next map, or maybe even during this one. We'll see. Either way, Alagoat and the rest of his team have won that early, as you've called it, Kerfuffle, and will rotate out as the 4-man. So far, it's only been that one team that's lost players. And honestly, looking at the map right now with the way the loot spots are currently set up, I don't expect that to be many more.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to be seeing it around Zone 3, probably. Yeah. Other than that, things are going to be pretty relaxed for the first few moments. I want to see what Nigeria is going to do since they dropped towards the southeastern side. They were one of the first teams to drop, so hopefully they should be able to have some good loot and be able to rotate early on, maybe have a solid location in the center of the zone, or are they going to try to play just edge of zone constantly and try and take a few fights here and there?
We've seen Myanmar do that just in the last game. We've seen them being outside of Yas and opting to not go further inside the circle, though they could have. And they actually met Vietnam very early on, if you remember.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of decisions that, at least in the circle that we've had in the last game, could have massive impact on how far you go. I believe if Myanmar would have gone early into the city, and you know, that being a very viable strat, as I've said, most of the times, if you know the timings of these teams, which some of these teams obviously don't, first time playing against them, then you can be very certain that they will leave their city, their loot spot, at a certain period of time. And that's very, very, very important information, actually. Now, Myanmar obviously couldn't have known that, but they did have the option to rotate into Yes very early on.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't really touch on is when we're looking at some of those experienced lineups, those teams that come from organizations coming to represent their countries, you're also talking about players who have coaching staff, analysts behind them, maybe helping them out, informing them where the other teams are going to be dropping, what their rotations are going to be like, who you can actually cut off, who you think is going to be an easy target for you to take out. So we're looking towards that, and the teams like Sri Lanka or Nigeria, I'm not sure if they would have the same level of support behind the scenes, so that's that might play a little bit in favor of the teams that do have some kind of support back there. So we'll see if they're going to be cutting off any kinds of rotations.
Yeah, there were plenty of teams as well that I just knew were going to be successful in the 2023 period just based off who their coach was, right? Because you can just tell some of these coaches do have massive impact no matter the lineup they go on. I'm talking about Compo Trash, I'm talking about Setai 7, who brought his teams literally into the PMGC final. So I'm kind of expecting this to be the same thing. You have to talk to lots of these teams that are less experienced and talk to their coaches as well, because I think almost every single team has brought their coach with them. Obviously, massive thanks to GG, obviously as well, to make sure to fly them out here to Riyadh too, to make sure these teams are supported to the fullest. And yeah, as you said, that's very important and can make the difference between, I want to say, even multiple places on the leaderboard.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the fact is, we're only fighting for first place. That's the only thing that matters for every single one of these teams, getting that first place. So they're going to try to do and use whatever they can if that means that they manage to get first place. Zone number 1 going to be closing within a few seconds. We're going to be seeing where that next shift is going to be, where that next zone is going to be, and who's going to be starting to feel that pressure bit by bit in these early stages of the game. Thailand still going to be relaxing for now towards the graveyard. Question is it going to be theirs or their enemies? That's what I want to know.
That's a lovely transition, yes. Graveyard area. And as the next phase is almost about to start, still have a little bit of time. The rotate comes through. Looks like they're going to leave graveyard behind them. And will make their way towards Picado. A little bit far stretched rotate, I gotta say. Already too close here. Making sure that Skyon is further up ahead, making sure he gets most of the information. And as you can see, they've already found the first scouting spots to make their way further in. But yes, interesting though. Thailand, once again, very early on these rotates. Very centralized so far. I'm looking to see if that's going to change throughout the next games. And also, kind of the same thing can be said about Brazil, who have just now found their first frag. It's going to be Federal to pop things off. Now we have it. Thailand still making their way in. Picado is clear at the moment. Lucky for them. But doesn't look like they want to play this. Moldova, though, being very close, playing that position up the hill. Lots of information being gathered from that. In my opinion, especially on the centralized northern of Picado kind of circles, the most... I kind of want to say it's one of the most influential spots. Not necessarily one of the best spots, but you can have lots of impact on towards every single surrounding team.
Yeah, and when we're looking towards a team like Moldova, who's holding that right now, you're talking about a team who didn't really manage to secure a lot of points, if any, in that first game. And in a tournament like GEG, where it's 2 days, 15 games in total, you can only suffer 1 or 2 early exits from the game. Other than that, it's going to be very, very difficult, unless, somehow every single time you get, let's say, eliminated 15th, 16th, 14th with no points, you could just get a chicken dinner afterwards. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do and if they can actually just compensate for the lack of points from the previous game. Looking towards Lamamta at the moment. Sri Lanka getting a little bit too close for comfort to the Saudi Arabian team at the moment. But Saudi Arabia is still not taking those shots easy. Decides to go for it. No knocks, no finishes. One more shot out to do it, and he's not able to. Ida just barely missing out there on that opportunity for a knock.
And you can see Sri Lanka also, I'm talking to them just very early on. One of the lesser experienced teams in here, obviously, that's a very small region itself. But these guys did play the PMPL qualifier, did make it into second place in South Asia's PMCO. So their expectations, despite not necessarily being the most experienced in terms of LAN experience itself, are obviously very high as well. Let's see how they fare so far. They are sitting in last place, but obviously with just one game being played so far, not necessarily the most, not necessarily the spot they want to finish or are at right now.
Yeah, but then again, still early days. So they still have a lot of opportunities to make up for it. Guatemala going to be suffering a knock at the hands of Federal at the moment. Right there. I think it's just pot shots here and there. Just deciding to, I'm just going to go for a quick aim practice real quick on that car, about a couple 100 meters away.
You never know. I mean, these are the kind of shots, that's the saying, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And I feel like that's a saying. I know it doesn't come from PUBG Mobile, but it very well could have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be missing a lot of shots anyways, even if they do take them.
Yeah.
Especially in a map like Miramar with that distance. Oh, yeah.
Come on, do it easy.
Easy.
I was thinking about it as well, but obviously the info, that's just being way more.
Boy. Are we just going to have, like, city finishes one right after the other? Because we're going to be seeing that rotation going towards San Martin. When it comes to the zone, we're going to be going away from the likes of Picado. Looking towards the likes of Vietnam, they have Serbia right on their tail towards the south side when it comes to Lamborghini. Looking towards the east, Myanmar might be able to gatekeep the likes of Ukraine. Nigeria should be able to go from the south side, but I'm not sure if Moldova or Thailand will allow them to sit in that open area. The same could be said for the likes of Kazakhstan as well. They will have a nice little line of sight on the teams coming in from the south side. Sri Lanka, though, with their position, I don't think anyone threatens them at the moment.
No.
But look at Brazil towards the northeastern side as well. They might be making a move close enough to Paraguay and close enough to Guatemala as well. So we might be seeing an engage considering the fact that they managed to knock, I believe, at least one from Guatemala. So Brazil looking to make an entrance towards that zone. Maybe get themselves a nice little position.
Definitely, they got to be careful. I think especially Vietnam right there with Paraguay being all on his lonesome up on top of the hill. I think they will probably fight for it as well. And I know they're fighting Guatemala right now, who's also on top of that hill, but Vietnam could get caught on that crossfire if the rest of the players will not group up on this. While the next players are being taken down. Then we have it. Paragon actually chimes into the action. Federer gets taken down. I think he's still on his lonesome up on the hill. In the middle, I've seen Brazil take 1 or 2 frags as well, but so far, none of the fights have really concluded.
Yeah, and that's something that we kind of called out. When Brazil managed to secure a knock or two, they just know that they have to go for that move against a team. I think it was Guatemala, yeah, that's correct. And they managed to lose 3 members at the moment. Brazil should be able to have a nice little spot, but Vietnam with Lamborghini, I think, managing to secure a knock as well. Vietnam might come up towards the eastern side and try to take out one of their competition in Brazil. But the likes of Thailand, they're still chilling for now. Oh, boy. Meanwhile, looking towards Serbia, making one hell of an entrance against the Saudi side here, but still no knocks, no finishes. Prestige, not knowing where he's going to get hit from towards that left side. Wait a minute, hold up. How did they use the parachutes?
They must have been very, very far up on the hill.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Probably that hillside just behind Easy right now. They must have played that and then played together with their teammates walking distance. But either way, Easy still left alive. Still no knocks except for that first one. Koa gets taken down just now as ID7 is going to open things up with Koa being knocked and the rest of the teammates not too close actually to each other. It's going to be interesting seeing how this one's going to pan out. Peachy though trades things out.
Yeah, it's going to be a trade 1-for-1 knocks-wise, but Serbia not going to go for the push. Saudi Arabia not going to go for the push. And looks like Easy might get pinched here. Shadow coming up from a different angle. The revive will be finished onto Ida as well, but the nade might be coming in towards Prestige. Are they going to be able to secure another knock? Maybe a little bit of damage, but not enough just yet. It is going to be still a 4v3 in favor of the Serbian side.
And with that, PG has been revived. He's back on that 75 HP. He's got the painkillers in as well. So they will fight off a full 4-man team once again. And this is interesting. Despite that very aggressive breach, none of these teams have really lost a player. I mean, sure, Damar has been taken out, but even that was debatable whether or not they're going to get this flush. So very interesting. Oh, is he going to see why is he there? These are some very long-range shots. Is he going to get the knock though? Oh my goodness, yes he does. As Prestige, I think it was actually ID7 together with his teammates. So Prestige and ID7 both firing at him are able to get that knock onto Algeria very far off in the distance. And I do believe they will get that flash as well. There is a smoke. I'm not sure who's going to cover him, though.
And not only that, but they might be able to get another knock onto the player trying to get the revive. Looking towards that kill feed, we see Thailand getting a knock onto Vietnam as well. So the fights are starting to unravel bit by bit. Ooh, Lutz with an MG3. That's going to be deadly. So we have Turkey and Vietnam going for a fight with Thailand. Aida getting a trade. Once again, Easy gets taken out. And that's going to be a 2v3 between the likes of Serbia and Saudi Arabia. Shadow. I don't think he's going to be able to get revived. Vietnam taking down Sky only. Securing yet again a couple more elims for themselves. And looks like Thailand will be eliminated at the hands of Chio from Guatemala, the last surviving member from his team. Meanwhile, looking towards Serbia, Peachy trying to go for a revive indeed. Just going to go through a couple more smokes. Easy and Aida trying to crawl away, seeing if they can get revived, but it's going to be very difficult.
I do have to say, though, massive smoke wall coming out from Serbia. Really well done, realizing that this far southwestern side is completely clear, and the Saudi players have kind of fallen back in towards that building, just to their right-hand side, or towards the eastern side, to be exact, and thus making the smoke wall work. And getting Shadow up, it might not seem like a big deal, but now they not only have the man advantage, but they've also got so much more breathing room. Shadow was that one player that was able to potentially make a push in towards the Saudi players, towards the anchor players, towards the far left and right-hand side, but he fell. Now with him being up again, they can easily clear this and take the southern side for themselves.
And they're going to be very happy with that one. But the question is it still going to be in that next zone? We're going to find out in just under 20 seconds. Still going to be a decent bit of pressure coming towards the likes of Turkey as we see D Xavier slowly. Just thinking about, do we want to make a move? Nah, I think we're fine. We're in a good position at the moment. The likes of Ukraine might be forced to move very, very shortly.
And it's going to be a tough move as well.
That it is.
They did opt for that edge play, as we've seen them, interestingly enough, not do in the last game. They opted for that very early send in towards the city. This is different now.
Yeah, why are we getting another... Well, I mean, last game wasn't really a city finish. The zone decided to go to the open, but this time it is going to be a city finish. Looks like it. Kuwait have to move. They have to get themselves a different position, I think. Otherwise, they might just be open to the likes of Turkey, Vietnam, and Serbia, fighting them one right after the other. Turkey just thinking, you know what, we're going to use our cars and we're going to drive right into it.
Oh.
And they're going to go like dead center of the zone. They managed to take up the first one from Myanmar. Catch and Solkai securing those elims. And looks like they get themselves one hell of a position in the center of the zone for Turkey.
Wow. Not only a great position, but also a kill point to top it off. So that means they will have kind of a lot of breathing room just around them inside the city as well. And that's massive, especially going to the later stages of the game. If you know that one of the teams close to you has already lost a player, it's very early, obviously, now to say that, but it's going to give you a massive advantage later on, because at this point, the circus are not going to shift too far off of your position. You're deep center, phase 5. Next shots are coming in, though, and that's Vietnam finally finding some troubles as they are eliminated. Saudi is going to be the one to take them down against the ID7 with another kill point on board. He's got 3 already. It doesn't look like he's going to stop.
Yeah, I think he's in a good spot as well, because you have the likes of Moldova towards the high ground, so they provide him with a little bit of cover. No one's going to push towards him either, because I don't think anyone was going to want to take that position towards the south side. I think we're expecting the zone to go shift again towards the north and benefit the likes of Turkey and maybe Sri Lanka as well. They might be in a decent spot. Moldova, if the zone shifts away from you, it's going to be hell on earth for them to try and actually make the move and get towards the city.
It's interesting, though, because they seem to be so focused on the city, despite actually having another fight they kind of have to go for on that southern side. They could easily go and fight off Serbia on towards the southern side. I think they would have the advantage to do so as well, because Serbia, I think, only half of that building is still inside. The question right now for them is, do they opt for a move inside the city now already, which I don't think they can once again with Serbia being up there, or do they fight this? And I think they're not doing anything. They do none of these two options. And I think just being stagnant right here, waiting for the zone to move is just not the play. And Koa is even going to make that decision for them as he opens things up. And I think at least Serbia now is going to make the decision to play off of that initiative that they have with Koa getting that first knock. Yeah, you can see it. Wow.
Yeah, there it is. Moldova, Serbia, fighting for the high ground, and oh my god. So remember when I said that no one's going to be fighting for that area towards the south side? I lied. And we see Moldova taking out Serbia. You'd think a DBS at that range would win the fight. But you know what? Hell yeah. That's what I want to see. We don't like the DBS winning at close range fights. We don't like the DBS at all, do we?
No, I mean, you've really got it out for the DBS.
Yeah, oh yeah,
yes.
100%.
No, I do agree with the nerfing, though. Either way, they're going to get rewarded with a shift, though. That is massive for Moldova, not only winning the fight against Serbia, despite losing that first knock. They're going to get this shown on top of that as well. I want to see how many players actually got finished. I think one of the players actually lost.
Only one, yeah.
I think Farley got taken down, maybe. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, you can see Casper, though. I think Farley got taken down. Either way, Tulika is still alive just below them. That's another kill point that's potentially going to be taken on board. And obviously, we do have ID7, the last player left alive for Saudi Arabia as well. Other than that, the rest of the team is either outside the circle or across the street. This is massive for Moldova.
So, I mean, what we're seeing is kind of a repeat of what we saw in the last game. One team towards the south side in the near end game stages, and you have a lot of teams coming in from the north side. It's very, very similar. It's a little bit open, not exactly the same, of course, but quite close. And I want to see what Moldova is going to be able to do. Holding that high ground, seeing all these teams try to make their rotations, trying to make the moves. They should capitalize. They should have a ridiculous endgame. They should have an insane amount of limbs towards that endgame. So let's see if they manage to do so. Nasser taking the fight with Solis from Turkey here. But still no fight. Algeria and Kuwait going to be taking that 4v3. Ragnar trying to see if he can actually get the knock onto Broly. Not able to secure it just yet. Meanwhile, the kill feed is still alive and well with attacker and influence from the representatives of Brazil. Lighting it up. Mishal going for a nade fight. Molotov comes out. It's going to be a 2v2 close range fight. Whips out the DPS, the Molly. Not giving him the opportunity to assist Nasser at the moment. But looks like Brazil, meanwhile, gets taken out in the wings here and left from Kuwait with the rest of the squad. So they're so close to each other, yet we are not seeing any kind of knocks whatsoever. Finally, the first one comes in. Nasser going to be stuck in a 1v3. Hopefully against the likes of Algeria, but still not getting any of those elims. Trying to go for that fight, and I like the fact that they're all going together, but Ramsey with the DBS, or rather with the UMP, manages to secure at least one. Now Broly coming in for the backup, and Algeria gets taken out. Kuwait gets the elims. They don't lose a single member, and that is exactly how it's done.
Yes, they won't. 3 kills to top it off as well. They will secure the building, but the question is that really going to help them all that much in staying alive? You can see Fireflags, or rather Turkey in the distance as well. This should be a shooting gallery for them. And the question is, can Solis get this first aid off in time before he's going to peek around the corner? No further knocks being taken, but it just needs one nade, essentially, to take all of the rest of the Kuwait players out. And right now, it doesn't look like it's coming. Actually, it's quite the opposite. Ragnar gets one knock, and I think it's 3TN as well. Suddenly, Turkey is in a whole lot of trouble as well. Kuwait still stands left alive with an option to go further in this game.
And now Solkai got to be stuck in a 1v2. Nasser seeing if he can get the revive. The nade comes in. Solkai bites the dust. That's going to be Turkey eliminated in 7th. Kuwait somehow make it out alive.
Wow.
And Sri Lanka as well will be taken out. And like we mentioned, Moldova, with that high ground, should have an insane amount of elims. They managed to secure a few. And guess what? The zone, dead center, and everyone has to move.
And there's another knock. Farley gets the headshot on towards one of the players of Kuwait. And which is sitting here thinking, how are these guys even alive? They somehow make it into the next circle. And looking at the circle, the next safe zone to be more exact. There's more to come. Saudi, though, what has just happened? That's a double nade on towards Moldova. Is he going to clutch this? Well, how did this just happen? ID7 taken down very low, but he still stands strong. With Malo not being able to finish off the last couple of HP that he just took ID7 down to. And in the meanwhile, he's going to get shot at from Kazakhstan as well. Oh, my goodness. What has ID7 just done? Moldova falls down as they make it down the hillside. And they will not win this game, as we've thought earlier.
And somehow, Aida survives until the end game after losing every single member of his team. And now, it is going to be down to Kazakhstan with 4, Saudi Arabia with 1, and Kuwait with 3. Ragnar, Nasser, trying to make the move against 3TN here, who helped out Aida in those last few seconds of the game. Nice nade going towards left, might be able to get the knock here. But the likes of Kazakhstan towards the left side, they still have a good angle, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it in. Aida, again, has a beautiful angle here.
Once again, as you said, Aida, actually, he's got a massive angle. I don't want to rule him out of this one, even though he's not got the man advantage. Obviously, he doesn't. but just because of his position, he's very far away from the rest of the guys, and if a couple of knocks go to each of these teams, he could easily clear this up. 3TN with the nade in hand, he's gonna throw it! Nasser with the first one to open things up though, but Attacker trades it out immediately, and Kuwait falls down to the hands of Kazakhstan. How many knocks though? It's only one of them, so it's gonna be Ida against 3.
Yeah, but I think Ida might have a little bit of advantage when it comes to the zone placement, but again, it's a 1v3, 1v4. Going to be coming in a 1v4 in a few seconds as they manage to get that revive. I mean, for Ida at the moment as a 1v4, maybe just deny the elimination at the end, but the nade from Steezy will be able to take him out, and Kazakhstan comes out with a winner-winner chicken dinner in game number 2.
And I do want to say that was way different than what we saw in the first game. An ending that could have gone to a lot of teams. I mean, even Moldova was in the running until like, what, 2 minutes off of that game ending. So massive, massive performance from all of these teams. But Kazakhstan, in the end, able to take on these 10 placement points that we're looking for. And you can see that being relieved. Yeah, show your biceps, because that was an amazing game for you guys.
Yeah, but I do have to say, Moldova played a very good game, of course, and, holding on to that high ground, getting as many elims. But the fact that Kuwait managed to even make it into the top 3 in those last seconds, like they were being threatened from Moldova at that high ground. They lost 2 members instantly, and all Turkey had to do was just throw one nade, like you mentioned. They weren't able to secure them, and they went out, I guess, in 5th place. But also, props to Ida, making it all the way to 2nd place after losing 3 members in the first few moments of that game. Very well played by him. And not only that, he wasn't very, very passive. He managed to secure a couple of elims and a couple of points. So very well played for him.
I gotta go back to that double nade against Moldova, them running down the hillside, and him just realizing that, knowing that if he takes them out right now, he's actually got a chance of winning the game. Sure, he didn't, but it could have gone. It could have gone that way if that trade on towards the northern side of the streak would have gone differently. Either way, we will be heading over to the analyst desk, and yeah, let's take a look at what they see.
Everything. That's what we see. That's why we're called the analysis desk here. Is my 2 main men here, Maxman and Seb, are going to break down everything happening in that last match. But Kazakhstan taking home the chicken dinner, taking home the 10 points. Obviously, all the eliminations they got as well. I have to obviously reflect on what they said. Ida staying alive that long as well, because we did have D Xavier crash that compound they were currently at, and they were able to stay alive, but only as 1. But a 2nd place finish from there, especially when you had Moldova, I believe, to their south side, who easily could have pushed into them. Very difficult for Saudi Arabia to hold on like that.
Yeah, big step up from Moldova too, right? Especially after their first game where they went out first, I believe, right? So they were able to get themselves so many extra points on board. So really good to do that after the back of a really bad performance. They still stay back in the conversation. But yeah, Ida able to survive for that long, going downhill, able to just survive until a 2nd place. Very impressive knowing how long their fight took with Serbia on that high ground.
Yeah, it definitely helped out that he had the compound. He was the only player for the compound for quite some time. And then, I mean, with Kazakhstan, they were able to clear Brazil right away too before they went into the circle. I thought that might have been the winning fight for them as well, being able to set up and kind of control the north of the circle.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here by Savvy from this last match, get an idea of what our best moments were. As a couple of them were pretty surprising. We did see initially, you can see Falcon immediately gets naded out. I believe that was by Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. But again, we're starting to see some teams really step up here, some regions in particular that we thought would have a little bit of a tougher time, though I will say this for Serbia, gotta hit those shots. It's like watching me play.
Okay, that's a bit rough, Jason. Can't say that.
I mean, he's a lot better than I am for sure.
Well, actually, I saw, I think, a mistake that a few players and teams did here this Game 7. A lot of teams were playing the rooftops of San Martin a little bit too early, because Algeria was still playing the southern high ground. Because you have that information, you have that high ground advantage, the roofs aren't playable until that terrain is out of place. I would like that to be played a little bit later, because otherwise, as we saw during this game, just with a Mini 14 that is a very meta weapon right now, on Miramar in particular, you're just going to get headshot every single day of the week. So rooftops, you got to do it at the right time.
We saw a little bit of craziness, too, in regards to teams being able to rotate and kind of thread the needle when it came to positioning themselves towards the center of the circle. That's the one I'm thinking of. Turkey being able to go from the west of the map, being fully outside of the circle. And they were like, you know what? We're just going to fully send it. We're going to hope that there's going to be nobody there. It wasn't anybody there. They were able to get some extra points. But overall, for them to be that ballsy, that's good to see.
You know a City finish is going to be a gamble anyway, so might as well just send it in, right? Otherwise, having to fight City, building after building, trying to encroach your way in the circle is not going to work out. So actually,
like in match 1.
I would have done it. Like in match 1.
Exactly.
But then we had a field on. But it was a different map, so it was a bit different.
That's my high-level analysis my STC play here for that one is city finishes. Ooh, they're scary. But Kazakhstan was already set up in San Martin as well. I think it was Algeria was there, if I'm not mistaken. Turkey also like kind of sent in, as we're kind of mentioning. Kind of surprised to see a team so central in the city there kind of survive and close out the game like that, to be honest.
I don't know if you'd agree, Seven. I think the reason why they were able to get the win here is because they were avoiding a lot of the fights in the city. They were just on that line, had players north, players south, and what they did is let's leave all the fights, break out on the east and the west, and we're just going to pick up whatever remains and just get all that space pretty much for free, which is what their game plan was at the end of the day. So they just waited out. We have the utility, we have the nades, we have the Molotovs. Even if we don't get the eliminations, we can suffocate them out in the blue and get that space anyways. So it was just a really smooth game plan, really by the book, to make sure they can get a chicken dinner. Maybe they could have got more eliminations, but they just played the safer approach to make sure they can get that chicken dinner.
And at this point, by the way, I agree with what you're saying too. At this point, with just two matches in, they want to be able to get at least a win, right? Get it off the system, being able to position themselves. And the way that they were, I fully agree with what you were saying too. The way they were able to just stay away from fights towards the west, towards the east, controlling more towards the teams that were the north, kind of with what I was alluding to earlier as well. Being able to eliminate Brazil, I feel like that was a big one because we did see Brazil being able to now get a little bit more aggressive, get a little bit more eliminations, and that's a team that you don't want to allow them to carry on any momentum because they will just run through you.
But Brazil, I think, had also a really good approach to this, which is, of course, they didn't win the game, but they understood they were not going to win that game. What are we going to do instead? Just get as many eliminations. Wait, let's do what Brazil does best. Get eliminations. Eliminations. So they tried to get as many as they could. They didn't get far in the match at the end of the day, but because they got the elimination points and it keeps them relevant in the overarching conversation of the leaderboards right now. So it's still a win in my books for them because they just made the most out of a really bad situation.
I see Brazil.
So they're the kind of the IHC of Brazil is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. I'm hoping to actually take a look at our match rankings soon because I obviously want to see how many eliminations some of these teams got, obviously their placements as well, then eventually get into overalls to see where things might have shifted up here because obviously to see big shifts considering how early we are into the event at the moment. Only 2 matches done. We still have our next match to come up, which is of course our second Erangel before we get into our one and only Sandhawk. But I'm happy that we're not having the teams we expected to be at the top consistently at the top. Obviously, seeing Vietnam take the victory last time, it's good to see a new winner come through. Again, a new winner that isn't a team full of players who are like set on a team that have already played on the highest level before.
I think we're also going to see a lot of the teams that we don't really know too much and the players we don't know too much adapt really quickly. They understand, okay, teams are taking a fight. That is the playstyle that is successful at this level. We got to try and replicate that maybe to a lesser degree because we're not as successful. We don't have that maybe communication and synergy
or experience
yet,
doing that.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like this is them going to enable them to try something new, and I feel like that might be a good way to adapt for this tournament, despite being just a 2-day event. If you try and change things, we can appreciate that, and maybe it will be rewarded at the end.
Yeah, and I think for me a big surprise in this last match, especially was Thailand. I expect Thailand to maybe continue on with what we were able to see out of them in Erangel with a lot of eliminations and all that stuff, but that didn't happen. They ended up actually getting eliminated very early on, if I'm not mistaken. I think they ended up with 0 points overall for that match. So it's going to, when we do go to the overall of the past 2 matches, at least it will keep it tight within the top, right? Within the players that are going to be going towards that teams that are going to be going towards that first place.
Actually, I did see at some point it has some little hot drops happening around the map, so we'll see if they can change on the next Miramar.
Oh, we can see here kind of our eliminations coming for Kazakhstan. So they get themselves 8 plus 5. How much is that, Max?
10,
yes.
13. Oh, okay.
Yes.
I didn't even hear the numbers you said. I was just reading, so I would have said something completely wrong.
8 plus 5. How much?
13.
Okay.
I have to think
through.
a little bit.
But again, what's nice to see though here on Kazakh's team is that it's not just one player standing out. That's something we've been really alluding to this entire year long. It's about having a team who can all frag out, a team who can all step up when they need to, and you can't do that old play style of PUBG Mobile where it's just that one, maybe 2 players are your real dependent heavy fraggers.
Yeah, every single player on your team needs to be able to frag out if you want to perform. I was looking at Attacker, looking at the 69. I thought that was his eliminations for a second. I was like, wait a minute.
Wait a second.
That's a bit too much. Not even that many players are in the lobby. But yeah, everyone able to get 500 damage plus except for Stazim. So it's good to see a little bit of a difference on that side. We do have 3 players doing really well. They're looking at the stats. 2 airdrops this time.
But even for that player, right, he wasn't able to get a lot of damage, but his confirm rate his conversion rate was really good too. He had about 200 and something damage with 2 Illims. Honestly, I'll take that if I'm him.
Yeah, it's a really good conversion rate.
I mean, Max would take any Illims you could get because
Okay,
PMCO he
Jason.
didn't when he played.
Total knocks. We're getting closer and closer to the magic number.
Is that what you're looking towards right
Yes, it is.
now? Cool.
Also interesting to note, we're not losing anyone to blue. Now, that's something I'm going to mention for now, because obviously 6 to elimination.
Until
That's
we
not
go.
all 4 players left alive, because all those individual points can matter.
Yep.
And when we get to that point where it's a lot closer, when we're obviously a lot further into the day, those become more prevalent, I would imagine. As you can see here, 13 eliminations with the 2,000 damage done. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah.
Now that's back-to-back games too with Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken, with 5 or more Illims. So that's going to be a good average for them
So
too.
the IHC of...
We're always going to bring it back to IHC.
You have to. They are the global champions, right?
Yeah.
And
Really
then
good conversion rate for
Yep.
also Brazil, as we saw them taking the fight, getting themselves 1,000 plus damage here, 5 eliminations. So they've been really present on that engagement. Happy with Brazil, but overall the very southern shifts we saw was really tough against them because they had to go for a wide wrap north, then enter. So it was kind of a complicated entry point.
To be fair for them too, right, is that they only had Ida left alive for a very long time. So
Yes.
for them to get 6 is pretty decent. We can see here, though, 23 points for Kazakhstan, Moldova getting themselves 14, Saudi Arabia getting themselves 12. So some pretty decent points being picked up here for some of these teams, but you're seeing the big goose egg here for Thailand at the very bottom.
I'm actually surprised to see Ukraine was even able to get some placement points out of this match because of how late they had to rotate into that, pretty much towards the city, right? And we saw them being pretty much covered by a lot of teams, if I'm not mistaken. As I went to the top, I think Nigeria was in front of them. Also, Sri Lanka was on top in front of them as well. So for them to even be able to bypass those teams and also get those placement points, not bad.
All right, we'll take a look at our overalls. Now, I get an idea who's currently sitting first, and it will be Kazakhstan by 2 points at 29 total, with Vietnam right behind them at 27. We can see Saudi Arabia in third. Not bad, actually, considering how the matches have gone so far. But one thing I do worry about, the Fireflux curse. Turkey, 15th place, 3 points only. That's not what we expect out of this team.
Yeah, we expect them to be up there.
Well, is it the new one?
Hold on.
New expected out of that?
Hold on, it might be the new expected because remember what we were told in PMGC Global Finals. We're told if Turkey teams do really well in day 1, they usually do really bad after that. So it might be the reverse. They're going to just throw on this first day and then tomorrow they're just going to come out.
Well, there's a difference, though, is that you're playing almost 50% of your matches day 1. You're playing over 50% of your matches day 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to have a really bad day 1.
So they're just not going to do they're not going to do super horrible the whole day.
On that previous game, actually, we didn't talk too much about Kuwait.
Yes.
They were also sweeping inside of San Martin. They
True.
got a bunch of really good eliminations. Utility in particular, holding on to your utility in a city finish like San Martin is going to be so important. They were able to play around it really efficiently. Maybe that's the start of a little bit of a comeback from Kuwait that I think is one of those teams that we just don't know too much about, and it could be a little bit of an upset at the top at the end.
Yeah, I mean, this is a chance here at GEG to make a name for yourself. Obviously, if you're not a team coming in as a full roster, is a chance to make yourself a name out of your own personal...
Out of your name.
out of my name,
Out of
right?
you.
If you're comparing, like, obviously, like, Fireflux, right? They already have their names because they're under the brand Fireflux. But you have a chance to really step up. What was Sandstorm calling them?
Solkai.
Solkai.
Solkay. Solkay?
No, Solkai.
That sounds British.
I try to remember. I don't know. He's got some interesting pronunciations, but you know those people from Ireland.
It is Solkai.
He's from Ireland, right?
No, I don't know.
Where's he from?
Dublin.
Dublin? Is that in Ireland? Well, obviously about to head into our next match shortly. I would ask you for predictions, but again, we've had 2 rough zones to start things off with the Yasnaya, San Martin as well. I'm hoping we get more of a normal zone here. Though I am curious, because even the casters noticed it, but we noticed it, well, the parachute coming back in.
Yeah.
We're not sure where that came from.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe the emergency drop? I don't know. Maybe could be. I don't know if it was been activated in the game or not, but if it is, that opens up a world of opportunities in the game that has not been really taken into account in the normal esports ecosystem. So maybe that's something, or maybe it's just, it was a random thing that happened. We saw parachute, okay? That's all we saw.
I saw 2.
Oh?
2 parachute.
Not just 1.
I'm going to keep an eye out on it.
Yeah. I do actually wonder with redrops if that does become a thing.
I would love that. Yeah.
I would make some of these zones where, like some of like Los Higos zones we get out of nowhere, a little bit more playable, especially in the early game.
I mean,
That would be nice.
Ukraine now, you said they had a really tough time like getting circle, right?
Yeah.
And
Imagine.
if they had the emergency drop, go northern side, fight Brazil, enter the circle, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Great
Oh,
game.
yeah, I mean, fighting Brazilians always seem to be easy these days.
Actually, not that easy, maybe. Okay, a bit
Unless you're
complicated.
Kazakhstan last match, then you're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Any surprises from you guys? Before
Saudi
we get
Arabia.
into this one. Okay. Why so?
Because of the way they've been able to just continue to put up eliminations. That's actually one of the biggest surprise. And you're talking about predictions for the next match. I'm hoping that they actually continue on with the amount of eliminations that we're seeing. If they can continue to average these elims, and then even if it is just one player left in the match for them, if he's able to clutch out those placement points, he's just going to keep him in contention right there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Jim, we're going to head to a short break here while we get things ready to go for our third match today. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with GEG 2023.
And with that, a warm welcome back to Global Esports Games 2023. We have PUBG Mobile action coming out. It is match number 3, and it is going to be on Erangel once again. And
that it is.
Luckily, I'm not going to have to cast it alone, Sandstone. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Very glad to be here, especially alongside you. First time working together, and honestly, so far it's been great. 2 great games to start us off on day number 1. We still have 6 more games to go. Like you said, diving right back into Erangel. So first game, just as a reminder for everyone, went to the Vietnamese representatives in Erangel, and then second game on Miramar went to Kazakhstan. And they are currently both in first and second place with minimal differences between them. And again, it's very early days to decide who's still contesting, who's contending for that first place spot, and who's going to be getting that gold little medal that I will probably steal away. It's like a figurative gold medal.
There is a trophy as well, a big one. We saw that on the stage. If you
don't talk to me about trophies, because I'll steal them if you watch.
Look. The thing is, I didn't grab a picture yet, so I'm hoping it doesn't look like it's going to be on stage right now. Maybe it is for the crowning ceremony in the next couple of days, but at least for now, we're going to have to hold on to that thought. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had some amazing performances in the last 2 games, especially in the Miramar game that we've seen so far. Plenty of options in terms of who could have picked that game up, but it has been Kazakhstan. And I do have to kind of highlight Saudi Arabia, though, and I think you've talked about this in the first game as well. Individually, right now, they do seem to be in point just as much as the Vietnamese lineup.
Yeah, and it all came down to Aida in that last game when he managed to secure second place, a decent amount of elims as well. I think it was like 5 or 6 elims by the end of the game for his entire squad. So very good start for them. The boys are very excited. They're very energetic. They're very ready to get into that next game. Moldova, Yako, I believe. Yako, or is it Jack? I'm gonna go with Yako, maybe. Is it?
I am. You're putting me on the spot right now.
No, it's Yako or Jacko. It's one of them.
Is it?
I think.
I don't. The director just said he doesn't know either. I'm not so sure. I'm gonna go down and ask, but I don't think though.
Don't leave right now.
No, I'm not gonna leave right
come
now.
Back.
Obviously. I don't think it was Jacko. Either way, Moldova also with a big performance just in that second game of Miramar. We saw them closing out that hillside despite me criticizing them earlier on, just a couple of seconds before they actually made that push, because they were kind of being stagnant. They didn't know whether or not they're going to go downwards, if they want to search for that fight with Serbia, and Serbia kind of put the pressure on towards them and still lost that fight. I remember Koa actually getting the first entry, so unfortunately for them, despite having that entry, they still lost that fight. Could have gone very differently for Moldova as well. Imagine them losing even a player more. I think even that would have made massive differences in points, because they wouldn't have had as much firing power down towards the street.
Yeah, if they knew that Aida was waiting for them, if they were expecting those kinds of nades from him, then that would have been a whole different story. We might have had like Moldova versus Kazakhstan in those last final moments of the game, but as you can see, everyone's happy, everyone's excited to be here. We're going to be getting the game underway very, very shortly. And don't forget, let us know, who are you supporting in the Global Esports Games 2023? Who do you want to see come out on top at the end of the day? Because it's going to be a total of 15 games. We have 1 Sandhawk and then 4 Erangels, I believe, and 3 Miramars for day numero uno. A little Spanish for you there.
Ooh, wow.
That's the extent. That don't even ask for anymore.
You don't know anything else?
I mean, I know like the most random phrase in Spanish.
Well, lucky for you, I don't think we have any Spanish speakers here.
Yeah, I mean, Spain didn't qualify.
Think of it. Yeah, no, Spain did not qualify, unfortunately.
Neither did France. Oh, I just want to take a shot at Max, man, for no reason. Where's France, Max? Where's France? Tell me.
They do have their lineup problems as well these days. Looking at the PMPL and the organizations they have gone through, I think we're both thinking of the same lineup. Talking about France. Either way, Saudi Arabia, there we have them. The team that has stood out in quite a couple of scenarios so far and hasn't disappointed.
We have the current Algerian lineup in front of us at the moment. Previously we had KSA, we had Ida on the left, Easy to his left, next to him Damar, and of course Prestige, the 4th member of the squad.
Absolutely. In Algeria, I do have to say as well, 3 of these players coming straight from the PMPL in Africa, coming from Special Esports, so lots of experience in that lineup, but as well as, I do want to say we saw that up until this point already. They did get into, I want to say, fairly late game positions. They obviously they couldn't close it out in the deciding kind of fights at the head up until this point, but they did show us that they are very well a contender to be feared.
And that's the thing. There's always kind of like a surprise element in those kinds of games. Like the guys mentioned before, yes, we do have experienced lineups present in these tournaments, but also we do have some unknown elements coming into this tournament. And there's always that element of surprise that we can always expect, especially in a tournament like this. When you're representing your country, you're not just representing a club, you're not just competing with your friends. Pride is on the line.
And that's always the thing. There's always this big debate about whether or not these kind of lobbies are actually harder than in a lobby that you know what you're up against, right? In the PPL lobby, you play against the same 15 teams for a longer period of time, so you kind of know what you're getting into. But in this scenario, lots of players you've never met in your life, and this is the first and maybe potentially even the last time that you're going to. So that's going to make it even more interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the 3rd match of the Grand Finals, and it is going to be a wrangle once again.
And here we go with a playing path. I mean, headed mostly towards that southern side. So my mind's already telling me, please, God, no military-based zone, please. I mean, look, as casters, as talent, we enjoy those kinds of zones because it can always be very entertaining to kind of break down the games, break down the rotations that the squad's made. But when it comes from the player's perspective, it is absolutely horrible to deal with a military, let's say, military island zone, especially when you're dropping in a location like Yaznaya or like Rozhok or even Georgepol towards western side. You're going to be feeling quite a lot of pressure. But if you're the Serbian squad and you're dropping right at home in the military base, if that's where the zone is going to be, well, then it could be a whole different ball game. But we're seeing the similar drops as we used to. So I think the main difference would actually be Nigeria dropping off towards Lipovka. Previously, they went to Zarki. In their first game, Sri Lanka. No difference. Kazakhstan as well. Could be the same thing could be said for them and the squad of Somalia as well. Saudi Arabia, though, deciding to go for Novo. Maybe, quite possibly, expecting a military base zone. I want to say for Zone 1, Zone 2, maybe. An influence in the Brazilian representatives going to be heading towards the likes of Primorsk and boy.
Wow, okay. I mean, not only that frag, but that circle as well that we just saw. Both these things kind of made us...
Wait, he got 2.
Did he get 2?
Yeah, Ramsey got 2.
I think he might have the option for a 3rd one as well. The question is, does he have any support of his teammates? I don't think there's anyone close. You can see the rest of his teammates on the minimap being scattered all around the compound surrounding it. So... if he's going to get taken down, he might not get any kill on top of that. So Tiger is going to trade things out. Question is, will they make it in time? Is he going to get flushed before that even happens? Or can Algeria still salvage some of that work that Ramsey just put in? Doesn't look likely at the moment. Ramsey's not finished yet. Now the support comes in. It's still 2 players only left alive for Thailand here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect from them. Are they going to go for the revive, or are they going to try to go for the fight here, knowing that they can go for a 2v2? The Malay's going to come out, forcing to be maybe a little bit more aggressive. First nade, second nade, still no knocks. A little bit of damage coming out onto Tiger here. Sky only still a little bit far away from his squad. It is going to be a 3v3 at the moment. Ramsey, very, very low on HP at the moment. But with Alago currently taking their attention, the revive should be there on Ramsey within a few short moments.
And there's another team having big problems in the early stages of map number 3, and it is Vietnam. Out of all the teams that we would expect it not to have these kind of problems, especially not in the early stages of these kind of beginnings of day number 1, it is Vietnam. Losing 1 player immediately, and thus also being taken out to 3 players.
Ooh, Tiger just a little bit delayed on that one. Sky only going to get knocked out once again. Meanwhile, Kuwait and Myanmar going at it. 1 for 1, knock for knock. Alago getting into the buggy, maybe trying to see if he can get into a different area, maybe trying to see if he can find a different angle here to take the fight. Manages to just barely get behind that shack, but they will lose one of their members. Tiger does go down. Ramsey in a 1v1 will get taken out as well. Alago deciding, you know what? I might think about getting those elims, securing those points before making sure I can go for those fights. Is he going to secure those? I don't think he does. He does have one player that he can actually revive right next to him. Broly probably trying to give him as much information as possible. Thailand seeing if they can actually go for the revive. Alago will jump out. He's going to take the 1v1. He will get taken out. Wow. Thailand comes out on top, and Algeria will be eliminated in 16th in game number 3.
And I do have to say, that is surprising to me, because originally it did look like they were going to have the massive advantage with them actually arriving with a teammate not only not flushed, but also one player still being downed on the Thailand lineup. And I do believe they didn't even have mats to get that second revived player up to the 75 or even 100 HP. So interesting enough, Thailand still making it work. I don't think they're losing a single player. I think everyone is still alive. That is crazy considering they got their first 2 initial knocks. Next team coming up, and it's Lots once again. Turkey really having problems so far in the early game, especially phase 1 and phase 2, keeping all 4 players alive and getting into the positions they want to have.
And let's see what they're going to... Oh, wait. So, hello? Solus passing by in front of one of the Moldovan players.
Oh, volley! There's no way.
Solke gets knocked down. Now it's going to be down to Solus in a 1v1. Let's see if that Uzi's going to get the damage that he needs. And Solus will be able to secure it. Turkey will come out on top at the end of that one. But the problem is they lost 2 members in the early stages of the game. They did make it onto the military base, or the military island, though, so they should be relaxed for the next couple of zones, if, and only if, it switches towards them.
Yeah, but, I mean, we got to talk about the grander scheme of things right now for Turkey, and that is, we're only playing 18 games at the very max. If there's going to be teams here that are going to play more consistent than you, and as a favorite, you cannot afford to have these kinds of rounds. They do have to salvage more out of these, especially considering the way they die, right?
Yeah.
This is phase 1, phase 2. They didn't find an isolated 4-on-4 fight. They just kind of scrambled around, didn't make the crossing towards the mission. I'm sure that can happen in one of these rounds, but we already didn't see great performances in the first 2. So I wouldn't say I'm worried yet, but I'm slightly worried considering if the rest of the favorites keep on playing like they do. I'm talking about Vietnamese lineup, for example. Sure, they lost a player as well, but they can still salvage big points. Then no matter how great you play, you're not going to catch up.
And it's going to be very, very difficult. And like you said, it is going to be 15 matches here, so every single game is going to count. Every single point will make a difference at the end of the day. Serbia, at the moment, will still be a full squad. They managed to get 1 elim for now. They're going to be going back to their regular drop location, which is going to be that military base. I don't think there's going to be any squads close to them just yet. The only squad that might be close would be the Saudi Arabian representatives close enough to Novo. Now, moving towards Lipovka, we did notice that Nigeria and Guatemala dropped there at the beginning of the game. Guatemala lost 2 members to Nigeria. Nigeria didn't lose a single member, so good start for themselves. I'm very curious to see where that next shift is going to be, because it's still, it's still quite possible for it to make a shift towards the north side or the south side. So like it could go either way. Yeah. So I want to see which teams actually make the gamble to go to the military island, and which teams decide to say, you know what, it's still a chance. We might try to play towards the either eastern bridge or western bridge and try to just camp that bridge a little bit, get ourselves a couple of points.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm not a fan of playing around the bridges. Just on paper, it looks like a good play because, there's this obvious advantage of you being able to kind of adjust depending on the next zone where you're going to rotate off to, right? You always have this straight rotation path across the bridge. But in most of these cases, it either shifts hard down south or hard down north, and then at that point, you're crossing the bridge, you're still nowhere near a good position. So I do like what Fireflix in this specific situation, or rather Turkey and their representatives are doing. They know, not only because they're down 2 players, but also because they just know this position is not as great. They know that they have to kind of gamble at this point. They know they have to pick one of the sides, and they're picking the far southern side. I'm hoping it's going to work out for them. I would appreciate them kind of being rewarded by that play style. And same thing goes for Saudi. They're doing the exact same thing. Based off of their gamble, they're looking to get this next circle going, or next position going. If it does shift towards the southern side, once again, they're going to be rewarded with it. Yeah, they did drop towards Novo, but looking towards the map, I think they were making the rotation towards the eastern side of the island, close enough to the Turkish representatives as well. The question remains, where will the zone go? We're going to find out in 15 seconds, but because it's still early on, it could go either way for those islands. Focusing towards Vietnam now, they lost one of their players
early on, but they still have 3 out of 4. They didn't get a single elim just yet. But, you know, for the Vietnamese representative starting the day off with a winner-winner chicken dinner, you alleviate some of that pressure going into the rest of the games. At least, you know, hey, we have a decent amount of points. We're already in contention for, like, that first place spot. As long as we don't suffer too many 16th, 15th place finishes with 0 points, we should be fine.
Next circle shift is coming up,
Oh.
and none of these teams will be rewarded. It is actually going up towards the northern side. Very low probability it's going to shift back down south.
You want to bet?
I do. I would bet on this. I don't think it's going to go back south. I think there is the possibility of it going south, but I just don't think it will. We've almost never seen that. And, I mean, just looking at the circle, we've got to talk about Brazil right now, right? They've been in good positions, though, plenty of times. Even that very early breach on towards the center position in Miramar in the last game was kind of okay for Brazil. They still didn't make it work, though. And that's the point I'm trying to make. At some point, it has to, though. Otherwise, they're not going to play the favorites here. And, yeah, the points are lacking. If they don't use this round to make big points, when are they going to? It's not going to get better than this.
The thing is, right now, they're already going to start getting surrounded by the likes of Ukraine, Vietnam, and Thailand, with all these squads coming towards that eastern bridge. Now, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and of course Serbia will be holding out towards that south side. The question is, when will they make their move and how? Are they expected to maybe go for a swim all the way towards Primorsk, but you're going to be very exposed? Or do you just wait on that side of the island and hope that the zone doesn't make it more difficult for you to get to the next stage of the game?
Here we can see Vietnam. As we said, Lewis got taken out very early. I believe that was almost, I think, a minute after the game started. So it must have been on the drop to the initial drop spot, or maybe they were kind of scrambling around a car or something like that. I don't think that was a planned fight, at least as far as I can analyze. We're going to have to take a look at the VET to confirm that afterwards. But either way, they will start off as 3. And honestly, the way they fought through that very early first game, I'm not worried. Honestly, I'm not worried at all. The way they fought, I think even as a 3-man, they should be just as feared.
I mean, a lot of teams are to be feared at the moment. Fireflux, in terms of Turkey, of course, we already mentioned the likes of Vietnam, Brazil, even Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, a lot of experienced players, even if it's a lot of individual experience across regional and global championships. All that experience will matter. And when it comes to like Saudi Arabian players, they might have a little bit more of an advantage just because they participate a lot more in like Saudi E-League tournaments and stuff like that. And they also have like a lot of club tournaments that they participate in as well. So they have a lot of time where they actually play with each other and spent a lot of tournaments together as well. So there's a lot of experience, there's a lot of cohesion between the players already.
Let's see if Ukraine can make something of that position. I know I praised Brazil for that early rotate, or rather for the circles they've gotten and the position they're in, but I gotta say Ukraine, in my opinion, has an even better spot. Because you're not stuck down south, they does decide to shift north, and second of all, you've got lots of information, right? You will very easily distinguish which of these teams are playing down towards that very pure kind of area, and you can very easily distinguish in the next couple of zones which kind of spots you can actually drive to and play if it does decide to shift south. And even if every spot down in Periphery actually does get played and is kind of occupied, the chances are still high you can fight into that. So I think Ukraine's spot even better than this. You can see some very fast shots on towards Falcon. He's going to get taken down as well. I'm not sure if that's going to be a point for Ukraine, though, unless they can finish. So I think there is another team coming up right behind them. That's going to be Thailand, driving across the open fields as well.
Thank you very much, production, for letting us know where that zone is going to be. And looks like it is going to be heading towards that northwestern side, which means Saudi Arabia is going to have a little bit of a tough time trying to make it into the zone, with the likes of Sri Lanka maybe holding the bridge. Thailand also going to be close by. But the majority of the teams are going to be centered around Ferry Pier. Myanmar are going to be trying to play maybe towards that factory on the northwestern side of the zone. Tulika and Ukraine trying to make their way here. A couple of teams have an eye out for them, but they're not in a high-pressure spot at the moment, so they should be quite fine for now. But with the zone shifting in a minute and a half, I kind of want to see. I want to see which teams actually go towards the northwestern side, because like you do have that little bit of a high ground right above the factory. I think east of the quarry. Yeah, that's the location I want to see. Who's going to be holding that one and who might actually have the high ground on them as well, or are they going to go for a split? The thing is, when you look at the Myanmar team, they only have 2 members, so they can't really hold something like that. It'll be too easy for someone to go for a push on them. So you always have to have an eye out for that and see.
Definitely, and I was going to touch on Brazil. You can see, we're talking about that position very early on, but it's not as great anymore as it used to be. And I think that's partly due to the fact that they didn't split out across therapy. I'm very surprised they didn't, actually. They was mostly sitting on 1 point stack. If you do play therapy and you're in that position very early on, earlier than any of the other teams, and you do get the circle, I feel like it's very important to at least occupy some of the other buildings in order to give yourself some space and breathing room. You don't need to necessarily fight for it. If someone breaches you on it, obviously, you kind of force into that fight, but I think most of these teams would rather opt for one of the buildings at the edge and wouldn't just drive straight through. So I think Brazil kind of, in my opinion at least, kind of limited now by the way they kind of did that split down towards Ferrypur, and I think they're going to have problems moving out of that if it does decide to shift further up north, which I'm very sure it is going to shift further up north, and that's once again going to favor all the teams, especially Ukraine, that are further down north.
Joker trying to get closer a little bit. Does he know where that last player is? Yes, he does. He's just going to throw. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. That's a yikes for me.
Yeah.
That's a yikes.
That happened to me too, though.
I think he was just cooking a little bit too much there.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. Doesn't get the nade off. He's being taken down immediately, and that's the last player from Nigeria as well.
Who let him cook?
Finish outside. Who let him cook? Wow, okay, he's getting the memes in as well. Unfortunately, another outside of the top 8 placement for Nigeria, so I don't believe they've gotten a placement point yet. They're going to have to make sure that doesn't happen in the following rounds either. I did speak to the Nigerian lineup as well, especially to the coach, Priest, also a South African shoutcaster, actually.
Oh, really?
PUBG Mobile, trying to grow the scene one by one tournament at a time, and he's had big expectations for his lineup as well, so I'm sure they're going to try to do their best in the following rounds.
Well, they have an opportunity. Meanwhile, Vietnam and Parajin did not have an opportunity to make it all the way there, because it was either going to be him or the car. And unfortunately, it was him, and he will get secured by one of the Myanmar members. Soulless as well will get knocked down by Federal. But looks like Influence Rage and the Brazilian team are going to be holding the south side of the zone for now. Lamborghini and Vietnam focusing their sights onto that ferry pier, because with the zone shifting away from it, every single team is going to be walking away. And of course, Myanmar will be holding that factory, and it is going to be Kuwait holding the high ground just north of them.
Such a difficult zone, though. I could want to touch on this because, as you can see, there's barely any playing room left. I know you see lots of open spaces, but except for the far western side, just south of Quarry, I don't actually see lots of positions that haven't been taken yet. There's even 2 teams in the center compound. There's one of the factories, as you said, there's quite on the northern side. I think they're not going to let anyone else in. You can see the split that Nasser and Mesh have. They're not going to let anyone rotate over towards the open field kind of side. And unless Saudi's going to breach this, which I think they actually will, I don't see any problem for them on the other side either. So I think the rest of the teams at the moment, it's going to go, it's going to be very difficult. I think except for, I don't know, breaching something, there's barely any positions I can see being played.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Sri Lanka, who was holding the eastern side in the previous couple of zones, but they didn't really manage to go for the best of rotations, the best of positions. I feel like they were a little bit lacking on their rotation. They should have moved a little bit earlier, but now they're just getting caught by the likes of Ukraine, and they're just picking them off one by one. Saudi Arabia, though, surprisingly, did manage to make it in through that bridge, and I say that an easy gets knocked down. Lovely.
That's the curse coming into effect as well.
A little bit, yeah, and unfortunately, it's a little bit stronger on Arabic teams, which I don't understand why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
it
there's
gets
levels
worse.
to this.
Oh yeah, 100%, 100%.
Interesting. Long shots on towards the Brazil team. Lamborghini here, playing in a very open spot. Actually, I'm kind of surprised he's not getting shot from the compound.
Not the compound or the team north of him. Like even Kuwait doesn't see him at this point. He's like the freest knock.
Yeah,
at this point.
I think there's sights towards him. Either way, Ukraine is going to have to fight off Kazakhstan, or rather the other way around, as Kazakhstan has rotated in just to the west of them. There is one player that's still very close, Steezy. I'm not sure if he's known at the moment for Team Ukraine, as they will secure the first knock on the 5th elimination in total in phase number 5. And they will. They did find Stiza. I think that was the last one as well, if I'm not mistaken. So Kazakhstan has a max. No, there is one player left alive, actually. He's rotated into the deeper center of the circle. But once again, I don't see a position there to be played.
Yeah, the position that people might want to hold would be the factory held currently by Myanmar. So if Kuwait wants to hold that, they might want to have to make a move, and soon. The Vietnamese team as well. Slowly but surely, they will have to make a move, and whenever they do, they will be exposed to Thailand. They're going to be exposed to, I think, even Brazil whenever they come in from the western side. I'm surprised Sri Lanka is still alive. I didn't think that they had any more members. I thought they were all being knocked down, but of course the Ukrainians as well coming in from the east. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the Somali team, because I don't think they have any cover. They're just kind of sitting in the open, using trees and rocks for cover, so that might be a little bit too difficult for them to hold.
Was that a PP Bison spray towards the forest?
With a 4 times?
Yeah, interesting. He's somehow making it work. I mean, for spraying, to be honest, I've sprayed with it. It's not that bad, but it's just not doing any damage.
Yeah, but like the
water.
fact that you have to say it's not that bad, I feel like it actually means that it's that bad.
Okay, well, in comparison to an AR, it definitely is. Either way, I can see not everyone is opting for that PP Bison. Mini 14 in hand as well. More pop shots towards that hill kind of area, that forest kind of area, as more of these teams are trying to move in. Ukraine has now not only got Kazakhstan right in front of them, they've got options to eliminate Brazil as well, and they will do so. As Lagos gets taken out, Brazil is eliminated. 5 eliminations once again. Brazil can't seem to crack that late game consistently, but at least they're taking eliminations with them.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one pushed Myanmar to try and take their position, or even like try to take a fight with them. So far, the northern side, we might be seeing a fight between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, though. It is going to be a 3v2. It's only left on Nasser. Nasser gets knocked down by Aida. That is the nade coming in. Meanwhile, Myanmar's just sitting there, enjoying the fact that they're getting even more placement points. No teams putting any kind of pressure on them, looking towards the western side. Now, we did mention Ukraine will be able to apply a lot of pressure on the likes of the Sri Lanka team and maybe even the Somali team if given the opportunity. And they are collecting elim after elim. For now, focusing their sights onto Lucifer, who is currently out of zone, and he has to move within the next few seconds. And if he doesn't, he will be taken out. And unfortunately, he is. Lamborghini will be the one to secure that point for the Vietnamese side.
And that's a very important point because, as you can see, they're down to only 2 players. And looking at the playable area right now, Vietnam is going to have to fight Ukraine, who's got the massive man advantage. Once again, by the way, I mean, it's kind of the same thing we saw in the very first game. Ukraine coming into the late game as a full man, still struggling to take the win. Maybe this time around it's going to work, as Old Boy takes another one of the Vietnamese players, just down to Lamborghini now. He, surprisingly to me, has only got 1 frag though. There was lots of potential for eliminations down towards that southern side, but unfortunately for Vietnam, they've only secured that 1. Old Boy gets a couple of shots off, but so does Lamborghini. And he is going to have to hold off 4 players off the Ukrainian side sometime soon, because surely they're going to play a spot.
I would assume so. Ukraine at the moment, though, I think they want to try and take out Lamborghini before making the move. They might want to try and actually take their spot and let all the teams in the northern side fight it out. Myanmar finally has to leave their compound, but Saudi Arabia will have a nice little line of sight onto them, so they might be able to take out a couple more before going into the next zone.
This is interesting now, though. The more time Ukraine spends on not breaching Lamborghini, the more likely I think it is that they're going to breach Somali in the first place. I don't even think they're going for Lamborghini this point, because you can see the position Lamborghini is in, it's only barely inside. And afterwards, what we're going to do, is that the winning play? I don't think it is. I think the winning play would be definitely breaching Somali here. I think maybe going for a knock right now, if you can. Obviously, the sidelines are pretty scarce, so I'm not sure if there's going to be a possibility to do so. But either way, I think the winning play should be breaching the compound. You can see it in the zone. There's not much playable area down towards the southern side. You need at least 15, 20 smokes to make it towards the compound in the first place. And even then, you're fighting at a disadvantage. So I hope Ukraine is going to realize this, get the cars ready, I'm not sure how many they have, and make sure to breach the compound.
It looks like Myanmar finally making the move with their buggies, just trying to scout out as much as possible, find out where the Saudi Arabian team is, because they know that there was a fight towards that northern side. Meanwhile, Thailand enjoying their complete freedom in the middle of the zone. No one's going to be fighting them. They have the compound to themselves. Lamborghini, I don't know what happened there. Again, I think cooking too much.
Did he try to deny points at this point already? I think it would be too early in the game, but I think that might be a possibility that he just tried to deny that. Depending on if Ukraine is actually was actually on his way at that point. I think if they were, I think that's a legitimate possibility that he just tried to deny that point.
I think I agree. And It's a little bit too early. Prestige now for KSA. Seeing if he can actually find a way into the zone from that north side. The question is, like, where do you go? You go to the north side, you're going to be exposed to Thailand in that compound and maybe even Somalia. So you have to take the fight with Myanmar. You have to finish them off and then just hold out on that side.
I know, still looking for that last play. I'm surprised they're taking this long. I would have expected Saudi to potentially sweep through this more aggressively, knowing that Myanmar is punishing down to the 2 players. Here we can see Ukraine. They've got more space than I actually thought they would have. They've got more elimination possibilities, more elimination potential as well. Seeing Myanmar in the distance. I will take it back. I think breaching Somali might have not been the play, the best play actually, that they could have taken. I think they could have potentially breached Myanmar's spot, which would have been even better than this. We do sort out the technical difficulties. I'm sure the players are still in the game, and that means we will continue to have the feed. Actually looks like we're coming back to us, ladies and gentlemen. My goodness, I would have loved to see Ukraine actually make that breach now. I'm so on edge what they're going to do.
Well, we're going to have to find out in a few minutes. Because so. you know what, I think we're just gonna build up a little bit more pressure.
Build that suspense. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Build that suspense for the players, for everyone watching at home as well. You know what? Because here's the thing: you don't know what happens to the game. We might know, but we don't want to tell you. We're just gonna keep it a secret.
Look, interestingly enough, we do actually know because we got the match stream. But yeah, either way, looks like we might as well just cuss this at this point.
I mean, at this point, okay, look, so just to give you guys an idea at the moment, the zone did shift away from the northern side. It went a little bit south. We still have the compound that Thailand, I believe, is in control of. Saudi Arabia and Myanmar are still towards that northeastern side at the moment. So, just to kind of, you know what, just
this is new for me now.
Yeah, turn off your screens, and this has now officially become a radio. It's a podcast.
Yes, it's a podcast at this point, yes. So, yeah, I think Myanmar is still alive, Saudi Arabia is still alive apparently, and Ukraine has still not had to make their move. So I think in the next couple of seconds it should be time to do so. Somalia is still in there, Thailand is in there as well.
They might actually be able to get that chicken dinner for themselves.
Look, with this kind of circle, yes.
It's quite possible because the teams are going to be busy towards the north side.
And they've got the airdrop.
Yeah, they do.
You might think it's not going to make a difference, but an airdrop late in the circle in an open field.
Just fresh armor, fresh helmet.
Yeah, not only that, but most of the times people use the vehicle and actually breach that to have another actual position with more kind of cover. So, yeah. Not many scenarios where it's useful, but I think in this one it is.
It might be, and looking towards the map as well, just letting you guys know, I think KSA have eliminated Myanmar towards that western side, and we're jumping right back into the game. Here we go. Thank you very much, guys, for sorting out those issues as quickly as possible. We didn't really miss out. We only saw, I guess, Myanmar get eliminated by KSA, and then the zone shifting towards the south. So not really much has been missed from the end game.
And there we have it. Havlik finally gets taken down. That rotate in is going to be an absolute tough one, to be honest, and I don't think they're even going to make it that far. I think they just kind of want to go domino style, kind of go like meter by meter, make sure none of the vehicles get disabled, or at least try to keep the vehicles alive and use the utility they have and kind of wait on this next phase. I think the next phase is going to decide whether or not they're going to be successful in that attempt.
Yeah, looking towards the base now, Somalia takes down Havlik from Ukraine. That's going to be the first one, and a very important one for them to secure one more point, considering that they didn't really have that many points in the first 2 games of the day. Thailand and Tiger right now with 7 elims to their name in total for the squad. But the question is, who's actually going to be able to make it into the zone? Because looking towards the south side, any team moving from the north will be exposed to Old Boy and his duo. But are they going to be able to actually secure any of those elims? The second you peek, it's going to be quite dangerous because you have 3 different angles that you have to watch out for. Somalia on your right, dead center, it's going to be Thailand, and to your left, it is going to be KSA. They're almost going to get the knock onto Old Boy. A lot of damage means this is the chance for them to go for the push and actually get into the zone.
Oh, yes, it is. But I kind of would argue that Saudi Arabia is still in the best position out of any of these teams. I think they should play it slow. I don't think they should move out of the position they are in. Because if you think about it, the more the zone moves, the more Thailand and Somalia are going to be forced to fight each other.
Yep.
And at that point, you can just look over the ridgeline and make sure you get the rest of the frags. The only thing is, if Ukraine lives at that point, your third-party potential towards the fight between Somalia and Thailand kind of gets eliminated. And I think that's what they need. They need to take out Ukraine at this point.
Yeah, and looking towards the positioning for Ukraine as well, I don't think they're actually in the zone, so they have to move just a couple more meters, and that might just expose them. it could just be just enough for Saudi Arabia to get a line of sight onto them. Right now, we're looking towards No Mercy. He has a very good angle on the Thai squad at the moment.
Yes.
Old Boy with the knock onto Aida. That is going to be huge. That buys him a lot of time. But No Mercy instantly get a peek. Gets the first knock. Beautiful play there. And it's going to be the spray with the PP. Buys him. Doesn't secure the second one just yet, but he's almost there.
And I think the rest of the shots might be the possibility of getting Old Boy as well. No, unfortunately, the rest of the bullets will not hit. And now you can see the playable area is now shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. They will focus back on towards Starnet, who's just leaving the building as well. He's got the nade in hand. He's got 5 of them, actually. That should be enough to take out all of them. Unless Saudi Arabia is saying this.
He just has to time it right. First one goes in. Again, just cooking a little bit too much. They have to get the perfect timing on it. Okay, so you go for either cooking too much or not enough cooking at all, and that's what you get. You get knocked down by Joker, and Thailand now find an opening. They managed to get into the zone slowly but surely. It's only going to be the Beast for Somalia on the left side. Only one player, I believe, left for Ukraine, and Saudi Arabia also only have one player, and it is going to be Love taken out. Somalia is down, and so is Saudi Arabia with Prestige, I believe, being taken out. No, there's still one more player. So it's a 3v1v1 at the moment.
The question is, can Easy make a knock towards this one? That is so important, though, because that gives Old Boy the chance to do something now. It is a 2-on-1 with Old Boy's position being known, but so is the one of the Thailand players.
But they just have to wait.
Ridgeline, yes, and I think they have the advantage. Tiger gets taken down, though, but that was the flush only. And it is still down to a 2-on-1. Old Boy is still stuck behind that tree. Left peek, right peek, Old Boy. He's going to try to move. NC is there, though, and Choker is going to be able to close things out as Thailand is picking up their first chicken dinner.
Not the result I was expecting to see at the end of that game. I thought maybe KSA would be able to eliminate the side of Ukraine on the southern side and maybe just hold out, let Somalia and Thailand fight it out, and then steal that chicken dinner at the end there. But very well played from Thailand. The misplays and the mistimings of those nades from No Mercy is basically what gave the opening for Thailand and gave them the game at the end of the day. Now, I wish we could just jump straight to the analyst desk because they are busting some mad moves right now. Maxman is just insane with those dance moves. You have to teach us sometime, buddy.
Interesting game. I think that could have gone to either team being alive in the late game there. I think it could have very well gone towards the Somali squad as well. I think if he had 5 nades. I think if the nades would have worked out, I think all of the players from Thailand would not have been able to leave the building in the first place. And then I'm sure they could have easily and more earlier, actually, even then Thailand focused them towards their Saudi play, the last one, on towards that eastern side, and they surely would have taken that Old Boy as well. So I think this could have gone very different. I think Somalia is actually going to be kind of pissed about this one, to be honest. This was their game to lose.
I agree. Like you said, those nades, the opportunity was there, but the execution was just a little bit lacking on their side. But that is going to be the end of Game 3. It goes to the side of Thailand at the end of that one. So we're going to throw it over to the analysts desk and see what they have to say about Game 3. Guys, take it away.
Don't you guys worry, Somalia still has 5 more matches today to get themselves a victory. But gentlemen, what a great game for Thailand, able to close things out. But my focus was mostly, to be perfectly honest with you, Ukraine.
Yes.
I
think we're both thinking the same thing.
I mean, they had such a massive sweep on the eastern side going through Longwood. They were there very early, which, of course, when you do play it towards the bridge, it's a high ground position, and you know it had a really high chance of having a lot of teams shifting that direction. So if you have that high ground position, you have the position before anyone else, and the teams are moving your way, you can easily get a ton of elimination. So sure, not a win, but still elimination heavy, as we expect from the Ukrainian team.
Yeah, and then at the end there, I thought Old Boy was going to maybe be able to fight a little bit more. He was pinned against the blue zone, and then for him to just pop out of the tree and out in, I was like, please, come on. It wasn't the Old Boy that I'm used to seeing.
No, it's not the Old Boy. Well, it's the new boy. The new Old Boy? That's kind of analysis that I bring here with GGC play. We're taking a look here at our highlights by Savvy, and honestly, a pretty crazy game considering we had the position of the actual zones, right? It went down towards military, then it kind of hovered over towards ferry pier in between both of them, and then eventually shifted back up north a little bit more, making it very difficult for these teams to get a good placing.
And a little bit unfortunate also, Seven, that we saw Turkey lose 2 players early. Like, their swim was a little bit risky. They were able to make it work out, but if they had 4 players and they were able to sweep through Ferry Pier, chances are they might have been able to find themselves in a position of where Vietnam were, which I think was one of the better compounds in this kind of circle, as all the teams are trying to escape from the beaches, escape from all of Longwood more specifically. So it could have been a great game, but losing 2 players on a rotation like that, it's going to be a death sentence for most teams.
Yeah, and I will give them credit for making that quick decision and kind of sticking to it, right? Making this win, because a lot of the other teams, well, especially the teams that weren't towards the south, they were debating it. Okay, do we send it? Do we wait until the next circle pops? Turkey was like, you know what? We just start swimming. It's just 2 of us anyways.
We saw PMGC. We saw how hard it shifts on the military.
Yep.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Because Saudi Arabia was there as well. They're just chilling, waiting for teams to come towards them because they had the zone. And then it's like, well, crap. It went the other way. But I think what the highlight for me is, again, Thailand. They had another strong match. They obviously won this one. They had a very strong match one. This puts them, in my head, towards the top of leaderboards, whereas Ukraine, I feel like we haven't seen enough out of them. This was like a little bit of a glimmer of what we hoped out of Old Boy and his team. And I think this is a good sign, but they still have, again, like a slog of a day, right? There's still 5 matches left to go. We're not even at the halfway point yet. There's a lot of PUBG Mobile action to be played still.
Yeah, and we've got some Sanok coming up. So we just don't know what's going to happen on that side.
Brazil,
hopefully. You seem really excited.
I just want to see more out of Brazil, actually. I'm surprised we really haven't been able to see much of them. And going back to Thailand, they were able to eliminate Nigeria. After that, they were able to position themselves really well within the later circles. They were playing kind of a bit of edge, which I felt like definitely helped them out. But even before those circles, they had a great zone in the middle, which was wonderful for them because they just had to wait it out.
If we're talking about teams, though, that did not have the circle again, and I think this is a team you mentioned on the previous match, and they kind of got a trend going. They again got more than 5 elims, I think.
Saudi?
Saudi Arabia. So they've been really consistent on the elimination front of things, which is, we saw it with IHG, pretty good. Eliminations are going to be very, very important for you to secure here, and the fact that they just get elimination game after game after game can actually allow them to be really consistent when teams sometimes are a bit topsy-turvy on the rankings.
So far in the 3 matches, I mean, they're averaging 5 elims a match, which is good to see.
Yeah, they were 3rd place, I think, going into this match, if I'm not mistaken. Again, mostly off the back of eliminations. But I do kind of wonder, being able to do that is very difficult considering the length of the day, right, of 8 matches, because you have to maintain that level of focus and be able to pull off those same eliminations when it's needed. We can see here our rankings from this last match. You can see Thailand, another 22 points, building up a massive chunk of points for themselves. But Ukraine as well, 21 with 15 eliminations. That's pretty ridiculous. That's our highest elim game so far.
What a sweep in Longwood on the east, but really not an easy one because when they were moving in also 7, it's not just they had teams in front of them or behind them, they had teams all around them. They were surrounded by Saudi Arabia, there was Sri Lanka, there was Kazakhstan, there was even Somalia even further down the line of that push, so they were making sure the entire eastern side was controlled by their team. But of course, as you take fights, you lose players, down to Old Boy, you're not going to be able to get a win. But a 15 elimination match, that's a win in my books.
We were talking about aggressiveness earlier on at the start of the day. I feel like Ukraine is definitely taking that aggressivity to the other teams that might not be expecting it, right? By the way,
aggressivity, the dimensity, they're getting all the...
And then you have Somalia with 8 points there, which is a good performance and a bit of a bounce back, too, for this team, because this team coming into this match, if I'm not mistaken, I think they only had 6 points. So it's good of a bounce back. If you see the opposite of that, then you have Guatemala still not being able to figure out what's going on with the gameplay.
I'm looking at Myanmar in particular. I was listening also at Sandstorm talking about Myanmar having currently the better compound, the warehouses onto the northwestern side of the circle. It's a decent position to play from. I do wish they didn't just lock themselves in that warehouse for as long as they did. I wanted to see them try and keep their options open, maybe try and leave the position, go to the east of the warehouse and play that ridge. If you play that ridge, you're going to have more information, being able to take more fights and hopefully get more elims and placement points off the back of that.
And one thing we can't forget about here for Thailand is that they also had a fight versus Algeria right off the bat. And they had, I think, 2 knocked, and they were able to clean up Algeria and get the entire team res back up here. What's up, 7?
Look at Joker, his conversion rate. We always talk about, like, great conversion rate, only 373 damage and being able to put up 6 eliminations.
There's a bit of elimination stealing there.
That boy was definitely stealing something.
100% stealing eliminations. And then Sky, and he's like, I'll shoot 2 bullets. And that's all you get for this entire match. But, Thailand, what I like from Thailand in particular this game, it's not how they wrapped up the game. I think that was just smooth execution. It's how they were coexisting with Somalia in the compound in particular, because you have this big open road between these buildings that you can have a team to the west, a team to the east, and you just work together. You don't have to take the fight. You can live together, and then when you have to move, that's when you start eliminating one another. So good on Thailand for not taking what could have been a very premature fight.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed their pacing.
Pretty crazy that our first match we had like 400 something throwables. We drop all the way down to 244 here. I'm curious why we had it fall off so heavily.
I don't know.
I mean, that wasn't really a question. It was just more of an open-air comment, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's maybe the fields in just 9 had to do something there. Less cover as well.
Yeah, but I always heard if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, you're about to get eliminated, just throw everything.
Yeah.
Just get rid of it. Could be a strat, I don't know. Actually, No Mercy got really close at one point of the compound and had some nades in hand. I think he gave his position away a little bit too soon. I think that those nades
showed too hard.
Yeah, he cooked for too long. He burnt everything. It didn't work out. But maybe if you wait for the blue to come in and be a part of the equation, it makes it a bit more predictable.
Look at this Thailand, that conversion. 1264 damage, 12 eliminations, whereas Ukraine did over double the damage with only 3 more elims.
Yoink.
I mean, it kind of goes with what we've been talking about Thailand, especially in this match. They really didn't have to take any fights earlier on. They were able to coexist with the other teams. And Saudi Arabia still, it's surprising to me that they're being able to keep up this kind of performance. Now, I want to start, after 3 matches, I want to start seeing a bit more of a step up out of this team. They are being able to get those placement points. I want to see if possibly they can end up with a chicken dinner. And then for Brazil, good to see them being able to put up those eliminations as well.
Actually, I'm looking back at Brazil right now on phase 2 pop. So this is the circle that was on the river, pretty much, and there was a very high chance it was going to head to the mainland. They had so much space in Ferry Pier, they had so much control in this circle, and yet they just remain central. I think that when you see a circle like this, you shift to the west and just play the long game.
Yep.
Oh, we can see our overalls here in Thailand, even with the performances and that chicken dinner, able to only be in the lead by 3 points as Ukraine's going to be sitting in second with 37. When we talk about consistency, right, look at Ukraine. No chicken dinners. They still have 14 placement points. So they have by far the most placement points out of anyone else out there so far, excluding these chicken dinners. The fact is, you look at Thailand, 5 placement points outside of their first place. That's not great. Vietnam, 2.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan, 0. Saudi Arabia, 2. Sorry, 12, I guess I should say. Pretty crazy, actually, for Ukraine to really show up here.
Yeah, it really goes to show that outside of those wins right now, it is just Ukraine and Saudi Arabia. I'm looking at here 7 that are looking like the consistency kings in this one. Of course, because it's a short-term tournament, those wins are still going to be relatively impactful in the long run. Like, you cannot just overlook those wins. Those chicken dinners can be the difference maker by you being first or second place at the end of the day.
And that's why I'm hoping Saudi Arabia at some point here within the first day, they do end up getting that chicken dinner, because I don't want them to end up losing a bit of morale too. We usually end up seeing teams where they're able to be consistent in eliminations, and if for some reason that win doesn't end up happening for them on the first day, it's a completely different team in the second day, because they start overthinking it. They stop readjusting stuff that they maybe shouldn't readjust.
Yeah, I got one team I'm really focused on right now. It's Moldova. It's or they go out super early or they take really good late game fights. It's all over the place. I want to see them fix their early drop locations, their early rotations in particular, because it seems like things aren't quite sorted out.
It's like feast or famine, right? Because what you're saying is out of the 2 matches we've had, they've gone out really early.
Yeah, exactly. We've had 2 games.
Out of the 3 matches we've had, 2 of them have gone out
Myanmar, they survived a little bit longer. The 2 Irangals in particular have been really rough from the get-go. So I want to see the drops, or if it's the rotations, one of the 2 fixed, maybe even completely changed for them to hopefully have more consistency available to them, because they showed it on the Miramar. They can frag out, they can get the eliminations. You can't get eliminations if you're dead. So that's top tier analysis right there.
Talking about fragging out, look at Brazil there, 12 eliminations and then 0 placement points. So you're talking about teams you wanted to see teams survive a little bit longer. I want to see Brazil being able to survive a little bit longer. And this is, we kind of hinted at this too. Yes, we know that they're going to be aggressive. We know that they can definitely get those eliminations, but are they going to be able to readjust, not take those ego fights if there's no need for it, right? If you can actually position yourself a little bit better. And in this last match, you were talking about Brazil as well being in position towards Perv here. They allowed, yeah, I said the backwards. They allowed Turkey to move up to them, and I think that ended up just messing up their angle that they were trying to go for, their game plan that they were trying to go for, because they were not expecting Turkey to pull up on them.
I think they should have gone for the warehouse of Myanmar that Sandstorm mentioned during that game. I think that would have been the best option for them, but unfortunately, as you said, maybe a little bit of a surprise with Turkey swimming up. we're just messing it up here. Just swimming up, and it does kind of slow down your entire rotation. Yeah.
I'm thinking back to, what was it, match 1, Yasnaya influencer. Brazil only had like 2 players alive pretty deep into it. So if they are taking fights and winning, they're not winning them very cleanly, which, as we've seen, it's very important to keep everyone left alive towards the end, especially when we see so many teams rack up so many limb points these days when it comes to the final zones.
I think there's one thing also in this game that I've realized is that when a fight is involved in any way, shape, or form, if a single player is knocked or eliminated, the full team commits. You don't have to do that. Yeah. If you lose a player, that happens. Go down to 3-man. Yeah. If I lose Jason, I'm going the other way. No, which is like we don't need him. It's fine.
Oh, you don't need me. Whoa. So Max is going to do the hosting today.
I knew that was coming up. No. But
what's coming up next?
Don't chase it down.
Yeah, what's coming up next, Max?
I don't know. We throw it to casters. Casters, your turn. They're over there. I can see them. Okay.
If only it was that simple. But you know what? It's a little bit harder of a job. I have to look pretty.
No. Why did you laugh?
Hold on. And there's a height requirement.
Ah.
Yeah, actually, what you don't know at home is he actually already is on a box. This is just the
Yeah.
biggest box
I was
we could
stepping off
find.
the box.
The box ends here.
Well, we are moving into Sandhawk. Now, obviously, it's the one time we play it today. So for me, it's kind of, I think we've all agreed on, it's kind of like just a freebie little match. Though for some teams like Alpha 7
Yes.
and PMGC, they won it 2 out of 3 times when they only had it once a day. It can be a very crucial map to have in your pool, but it's also one of those maps that's just like, if you win or you lose, just kind of like, it's Sandhawk.
It's going to come down to where that first circle is too, and I'm hoping that some of the other teams that are currently struggling, I was talking about Guatemala, I'm hoping that they're going to be able to take advantage of Sandhawk. Usually it's a little bit more madness. You're going to be able to third party a little bit more. Maybe Guatemala is going to be able to do something because their performance right now is just not where they want to be.
I mean, just like Alpha 7, you mentioned them, right, winning 2 of the PMGC ones at the start.
I mentioned that.
You mentioned that? No, 7 said it, I think. I'm pretty confident 7 said
Well, they
it.
do say that the real day 1 of GEG starts on day 2.
Oh, Blank said that. Yeah, that was a really good point. I love that point. That was my favorite, actually. But you can build a lot of momentum off the back of a Sandhawk, right? If you do win it and your team at the bottom and you start with a chicken dinner or a podium with a ton of eliminations, that can be the difference maker that can just set you up on a path of success for the rest of this tournament. I'm looking at who's going to drop in Trifecta because, as you said, it depends on where the circle goes. So Trifecta, always going to be good for that.
All right, well, we're going to send it on over to our commentators to kick off our one and only Sandhawk of the day. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, guys. And you know what? I'm glad to be here with you on the casting desk because, you know, it's so much fun. There seems to be a lot of bullying going on over there. And, you know, it's very equal. You know, we're same height.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we both look pretty good.
I did take my shoes off, but yes, apart from that, we're definitely
Why'd
the
you
same
have to do
height.
I said there's no bullying. Why'd you have to do that?
that was,
you know what? Just take him to the analyst desk.
Can we strike that, please? Can we?
Yeah, just strike it from the records.
Yeah, strike that, please.
And we're fine. All right. Well, game number 4. We are going to be jumping into Sandhawk very, very shortly. Very excited to see what's going to happen with that one. I want to see if Guatemala is going to come out with a performance in this game, you know, just for 7. Although there seems to be a trend. Whatever team 7 supports, they seem to be just getting absolutely destroyed. He wanted Alpha 7 to win the World Championship. You know what happened in day 3. Let's not have the same thing happen here to Guatemala. 7, just don't support a team.
The good thing is that we do not have a 7 in this lobby.
True.
I want to say the good thing, but now that I've spoken out loud, I also kind of miss them right now. But either way, it is going to be influenced, and I think what Maxman said kind of puts it the best way. I think if you do win a Sandhawk game, it's going to set you up for the next couple of games in terms of confidence. So I think, especially for Brazil right now, also in 7's words, who are picking too many of these ego fights, I wholeheartedly agree. I think for them especially, it's very important that this one especially, I think Sandhawk especially is going to be a good game for them.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how the drops are going to be for that one. We are going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly. We've seen 2 Wrangles, we've seen 1 Miramar, and the games have been quite intense, and we are going to be jumping in very, very soon. So make sure to let us know, who do you support and who do you think is going to come out on top in this upcoming game? Because we are very excited to see who's going to be taking home the win. And of course, with it being the only Sandhawk, I kind of feel very sad that it's only one Sandhawk. It doesn't get as much attention as it deserves. It's a very entertaining map, I feel.
Like that's a sentence that you would never hear as a player. No player has ever said there has been.
I want
not
more
enough
Sandhawks, said no player ever.
I have never heard any player say that, but either way, I think, as a viewer, I agree. I kind of agree. That's one of the reasons why, but it's actually not that bad, the playing path, because in Sandhawk, even on that playing path, you can go to almost any place.
Again, not that bad. It's still bad.
It is still bad, but it's
That's a very northern zone, or playing path, rather.
I don't even think it's bad at all, to be honest. Now thinking of it, you can still go to Camp Charlie. It doesn't really matter.
You're a very positive person, aren't you?
Yeah, the glass is, what's it called? The glass is half full?
Yeah, but my glass is broken, so it's
Your
unfortunate.
glass is goddamn broken. Yeah, just Leave it. Just leave it. Anyways, I think more interestingly enough, we'll have lots of contests, I think, for the first time. I think especially on the northwestern side, I don't think all of these teams can, at least depending on the circle shift, coexist up there. And we're talking about Nigeria and Guatemala. These two especially, I'm pretty sure we're going to see fights. Same goes for Ukraine and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and we also have a nice little hot drop between Saudi Arabia and Vietnam in Paradise Resort. It is going to be an action-packed start. We also have Algeria, Thailand going towards Painan, and it is going to be Ragnar starting us off in the elimination feed by securing the first elim. And wait, is that entire team instantly eliminated? It is. Vietnam has been completely wiped out from Paradise within seconds of landing in that spot. That is one of the OG spots for some of the R8 members who are in and representing the Saudi Arabian lineup at the moment. That's where they usually would go. And the thing is, going into this, we also knew that Vietnam likes to drop either in Paradise or even Boot Camp, but Boot Camp will be going to the Brazilian squad. And now we already lost one of the teams that's in contention for first place, so that gives opportunities for other teams to jump on this opportunity. So let's see if they manage to do so. Two teams, it is going to be Ukraine and Sri Lanka, I believe. Yes, it is, in the ruins area, and we still had those two teams towards the Camp Alpha location as well. It is going to be an action-packed start here for Alex.
Absolutely is. Oppo is already looking for that first knock. And you can see them playing on top of the building is usually going to give you massive information. You can see Oppo, his position especially, he's just kind of playing quiet for now, but I think he's known too from that Sri Lankan side. So at least he's known. That's kind of the only good thing that Sri Lanka has going for them. But other than that, I think it's always smarter to play on top because it's always easier to obviously to fight downwards. And if you get knocked, you're not immediately flushed as it happens to be. So I'm gonna be surprised to see if Sri Lanka has any kind of say in this. Honestly, the way Ukraine has been setting up, going through these rooms one by one and all boy up top, I think the way they play it right now is just too smart. It's really methodical. I know it doesn't look like it, but so far Ukraine has definitely got the upper hand.
And the thing is, with what we're seeing happening towards ruins, just the fact that there's a lot of time being wasted with, it's just a stalemate. No one's making a move. Everyone's just waiting for the other team to kind of make a mistake. And they're just going to be having a standoff for a couple of minutes. A lot of time being wasted, not a lot of information being gathered. That might affect their late game as well. Like, there's not a lot of teams that are going to come across them anyways. It's just that they're going to be losing out on a lot of loot as well.
Wow, Turkey, though.
What's going on with Turkey, with Myanmar?
Losing a player early on. We've seen these fights happening so very often now. And we're only 4 games in. And that's another knock. At least one goes the way of Turkey at the moment. But Myanmar has already flushed out one. I'm not sure who it was. I think it was Lutz, actually.
Solkay is also eliminated, I believe. Wow, it's either Solkay or Soulless. Yeah, there's 2 elims already secured by Myanmar. Meanwhile, Serbian side in Kampong are going to be having the time of their life. No one's there. Looking towards Trader and Nigeria in a 1v1 between him and one of the members from Guatemala. But with the Nigerians also holding the Camp Alpha, they have a better angle on that fight, and they're able to assist Trader in securing that elim as well. So very well played by them. And now they're going to be in a 4v3. There's 2 towards the northern side. One of the Nigerian members might actually be knocked out. I'm not too sure if it was one of the Nigerian players or one of the the Guatemalan players. Yeah. But Trader is a little bit far away, and he doesn't have a vehicle, so it's going to be quite a trek for him.
It's going to be quite the rotation. More shots coming out from Nigeria now inside this compound. We said that this fight was inevitable. But the way Nigeria is playing it, despite having man disadvantage, you can see Cute is still going for these one-on-ones, and Guatemala is even running from them. At this point, they should have known that he was solo. They still opted to not pressure against it. I mean, it kind of goes the other way of what we were talking about Brazil, them taking too many fights. I think this is overly defensive. I think you got to fight for it. If you plan on contesting this kind of loot spot, I think at this point, there's a solo in there. You got to go for that fight. It's not going to get better than this. Either way, they're going to be stuck down towards the northern side with this one, with them running off towards the northwestern side to be more exact. Nigeria, wow, might even get themselves a second knock. That was actually a pretty decent spray, I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of surprised. Marlowe gets spotted down the distance as well. Folly is in trouble as well, but looks like they're both going to make it up the hill.
And the thing is, like, he's kind of torn between 2 choices here, going after the Guatemalan players or going for those sprays on the team trying to backstab them at the moment. But looks like Guatemala, Tony, and Gyro, I believe, are trying to run away. J-Ro trying to run away as much as possible. Meanwhile, in Ruins, once again, we are back to the 4v3 that is between Ukraine and Sri Lanka. Tulika with the DBS. Oh, baby, we know how dangerous that's going to be. One pump's all you need. Let's see if he manages to get it. That's going to be the first one. No, actually, it does miss the first interaction. Misses that first shot. Tulika going to try and peek once again, but Sri Lanka still trying to hold out. They're not peeking. They're not trying to take this fight, but it is going to be 3 members pushing at the same time. And Old Boy with the flank gets the first one. It is going to be trading 1 for 1, but at the end of the day, Ukraine comes out on top. They don't lose a single member either. And it's going to be 4 elims to their name.
And not only that, it's a team ace. Old Boy, Tulika, and the rest of the squad, each picking up a frag on their own. So well done to them. And I was saying it very early on. I feel like position-wise, they just set that hard drop up way better. I mean, I've as a player, you've been in that situation a million times. If you've ever played Sano competitively, and you've been more than in one team that's has gone ruins or has not gone ruins. You have been in that position before, and you know that you need to get the high ground position. You need to have at least one player on top of the building, and that's what they did. They had Old Boy. It now doesn't look like much, but that's, in my opinion, the key aspect in winning that job. You get lots of information, not only from sound cues, but from visual information as well. And just from you looking down, you deny lots of positions towards the enemy team. So interesting stuff from Ukraine, very convincing in my opinion, and they will, as we said, start it off with 4 frags.
Yeah, 4 easy frags for them. Same could be said for Saudi Arabia as well. With the 4 limbs they secured onto Vietnam. Couple went to Nigeria. They did lose one of their members as they were chasing down the Guatemalan squad. But now with the first zone closing in slowly but surely, we're going to find out where this game is going to get decided. Are we going to be seeing maybe a trifecta finish? Or is it going to be heading towards the likes of the Camp Alpha Island? Or is Law going to get knocked down? Yes, Steezy with a quick knock, a quick finish, and a quick point for his team. Brazil were trying to cross from boot camp just across to kind of get themselves one of the compounds, but that's a problem for them now.
Interesting, because I feel like we've seen that cross happening for more than a minute now. I think they started this cross with, I think it was Federal actually was the first one across. I might be mistaken on that one. Almost a minute ago, and the rest of the team just took way too long in order to get across. So I think, yeah, not only Steezy being in trouble, but also Brazil if they're not careful.
Yeah, and the question is, like, where were the smokes? Even if you're crossing something like that, would you not have like a smoke or two? I know it's very early in the game, but
that's the thing. If you know your lobby and if you know that timing-wise someone could have been there in the compound across, yes.
But that's the thing. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what to expect in a lobby like this, so you have to prepare.
Yeah, true.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Okay, that's just wow. Okay.
Listen, I'm just dishing out like just random quotes that I remember at this point.
It's like one of these Instagram quotes. That
yes,
good,
sir.
But actually don't make any sense whatsoever. Either way, yeah.
Hey, but I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I guess so.
Just let it slide.
Okay, yeah, it's an amazing quote. Anyways, Saudi makes it across. They got 5 eliminations already. I don't think we saw any of that, unfortunately. But Damar and his teammates, Damar actually picking up 2. Looking like they've got the starts they wanted. They did make it across, as I said. So with the zone as well, shifting towards the northwestern side, it's become fairly obvious where this one is going to end. And
I wonder where.
Yeah, we've only got a couple of endings on this northwestern side. That's the thing about these northwestern Zanok endings, and why I'm not particularly a big fan of it, so to speak. Unless my favorite plays on top of the hill, but that's not always the case. Because, yeah, once again, we only have a couple of innings. I think on top of the hill is like one inning, just below it, there's one in Camp Alpha. There's only a couple of innings, and as a professional team, you know this, and you can kind of opt to go for these kind of spots where you have the best winning possibilities in any of these endings very early on.
And now, Alex, we're looking towards Brazil once again. Somehow they managed to get the revive onto Law. I thought that LM was going to get secured. But it looks like they did manage to get a little bit lucky in that regard. Myanmar, though, might not be able to say the same thing for them because Brazil has their eyes set on them for the next couple of moments. But Myanmar did manage to secure one of the drops as well for loot. So maybe Brazil will be waiting to take one of those guys out and secure the weapons or secure the gear. They managed to get there. Algeria, they lost Broly. They lost Ala as well. So they only have Ramsey and Icy. Or Wissy, is it?
I think it's Wizzy.
Wissy.
I'm going to have to...
I'm going with Icy because Wissy just sounds...
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does sound... I mean, both these sound pretty cool. I'm going to have to go down in between the games.
Double check that. You see, here's the thing. Like, commentating this in English, like, for example, this is Ala, the last player for the Algerian squad.
Yeah. Was there a point you trying to make?
Yeah, no, I said like it sounds different, right? It sounds different from like the way it's, for example, ID7 is Aidah. Just to give you
I picked up on that.
Yeah, there you go.
I picked up on that when you said it, and I was like, that sounds all right. That sounds like I should speak his name like that as well. Either way, next circle shift comes in. That's way more southeast than I would have expected this to go. I'll take it back.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be just Camp Alpha Island.
That's one of the circle shifts I've almost never seen before. I gotta say, with this kind of circle that we had going before that. Either way, I mean, Kazakhstan has been gifted a phenomenal circle. They were in a pretty good spot before, now they're in the best.
Yeah, and now they might be able to get themselves the first double chicken dinner. Basically, they managed to get the one in game 2.
Yeah.
And if they manage to get one here as well, they're going to be flying in first place. What's he going to be able to do here against the Serbian squad? He has the DBS. He has that 1v1 potential. Swings right, gets one. Might try to swing left as well. Nope. Goes back once again. He does have 2 members knocked down.
So
he has so many points that he can secure, so many limbs to get for the team here. Okay, but there's an aid with his name on it, and he gets taken out. Now it's Solkay. 1 member left for the Turkish side. But it's not going to be easy because the Ukrainians are going to be coming in as well. And even if you're done with this fight, the Thai squad is right in front of you. Prestige from the KSA squad gets taken out. Knocked, finished, done, dusted.
Absolutely. But I do have to say, Solkay as well, supporting his teammate there. Catch gets taken down now for certain. Not even going the way of the Ukrainians. But yeah, coming back to Solkay, I think he's been taken out completely now. That was a good last stand. I like their thinking process. They did lose players early on. They opted to go for that fast southern rotate, knowing that there's going to be trouble around the bridge, and just try to get as many kill points as possible. They didn't even try to make it inside the circle. And with these kinds of circles, normally if they go deep northwest, like I want to say the highest probability is kind of that northwest circle. At that point, you're not getting in anyway. So I kind of like that thinking process. Unfortunately for them, individually, it doesn't seem to work out at all so far. I know we're only game 4, but Turkey has not had any success, and we're already closing in of, what, a quarter of the games being played?
That we are. By the end of this game, that's basically the first quarter of the game's done. As a reminder, total of 15. Mishal is down. We are finishing this game, but I want to see which team actually, if we actually manage to see a team secure their second chicken dinner. We do have a squad that's currently contesting in top 4 without even having a chicken dinner as well, so consistency is also very key here. The nade from Yahiko, decent bit of damage, but not enough to get the knock onto the Kuwaiti member of left here. Nasser going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure as well. Ragnar forced to fall back. The Kuwaiti squad just trying to get together bit by bit here. They don't want to feel the pressure from the Myanmar side. And we know that that zone damage is going to start to tick again and again. And they're going to be feeling that pressure time and time again.
Yeah.
And Kuwait are in a better position at the moment, just up against the Myanmar side. Left has a line of sight. He knows exactly where he is. Is he going to try and go for the peak, or is he going to be a little bit more defensive at this point? Yatka knows that he has to stay passive, but the nade comes in. That's the first knock. DBS comes in from left as well. That's going to be the second. There's going to be 1 player left, but do they know where he is? Now that he peeks, he gets the knock onto left. There's going to be the trade. Is he going to get the finish? Yes, he does. That's the flush. The DBS comes out as well, but he's still not taken out. It's going to be a 1v1 in close range quarter fight, but it's going to be DBS versus UMP. Switches to back to the UMP once again. I don't think he'd want to take out the M4 at this point. Going to try and see if he can get that pre-fire at the right time. Nasser peeks with the DBS. Secures the LM, and Kuwait take out Myanmar, and they will keep on going. Nasser secures his second for himself, 4th for the team. But will he be able to make it out of the boot camp? Because the zone is going to be a little bit too hard for him at this point.
Yeah, he might make it on towards the cliff area, but I think further than this might not be possible. It really depends how the team's close towards, I think, yeah, close towards the shoreline on the other side, and even inside the compound play. I mean, there is this small possibility everyone else is just focused on towards that western side. There's very much a possibility, and if that happens, he might make it across. But honestly, as a solo, actual placement points that are more than maybe like 1 or 2 That's going to be tough to pick up. Thailand is going to spot Ukraine in the distance. That's going to be another fight that we're going to have to take a look at, because Ukraine, they're going to make it across. Yes, they will, but they're not inside the safe zone yet.
Even so, they will no longer have a vehicle, so their rotations will be a little bit more difficult going in, especially with a team or two having the high ground on them, and that's what we're seeing right now, the effect of that high ground. They instantly lose to Tulika, or wasn't Tulika, it was Havlik, I believe. It's only a knock, not the finish just yet. And they should be able to get the revive. They actually still have one more vehicle to use. The zone damage, oh my god! Just a whisker away from being knocked out, but looks like they will secure the kill and the elim nonetheless.
Yeah, they will. As Ukraine loses one of their full four-man squad. And I think another one has just been taken down, also by Thailand. That's a second potential elimination point. And there we go. He will be secured.
Oh my god, the zone for Kazakhstan is insane.
Yeah.
If they control that compound, just have one player in each building, watch all sides, make sure no one gets the push, make sure no one gets knocked out. They might be able to get themselves the second winner chicken dinner of the day. But Sky Only and the Thai squad slowly but surely making their move from the trifecta area. And if Sky Only gets a knock, I'm pretty sure the Thai squad would go for a full push, try and get that compound. And if they do, they might get the game as well.
I'm not so sure if they actually would for it. I personally wouldn't go for it. I think you've got all you need. You can just chill on the southern side. I think you would expect there to be another team towards the eastern side as well, which is Brazil at this point. We've still got lots and lots of angles, not only towards you, but also towards the rest of the teams up north. So I think at this point, maybe just keep it down low. Maybe just let the rest of the teams that are still alive on these edges get taken out by not only the blue zone, but by the rest of the teams just looking towards them. And yeah, I think, for example, Ukraine is one of these teams. There's just no way they're going to make it in. There's just no way. Oh boy, I think he's the last one, should be eliminated anytime soon. I'm not even sure where he's going to find the meds to be. Excuse me, it's Quick actually. I'm not even sure where he has the meds from to stay alive up until this point, because I think he's not even inside this current safe zone.
Yeah, looking towards Saudi Arabia here. They're just trying to throw as many smokes as they can. The question is, how many do they have? Not enough to get out of this at the moment. Sky Only finding out one of the members from Brazil being a little bit too close. Kazakhstan still holding strong in their compound. So they're going to be chilling for now. It is going to be Kivik, I believe, the last member to represent Ukraine, still alive at the moment. A couple of smokes finally give Saudi Arabia the cover that they need, but it's going to be Trek pushing to secure the elim, and will be able to get himself a little bit more loot. Federal from a distance takes out Marlow, applying a little bit more pressure onto the Moldovan squad now. Damar.
More shots are being taken out. Kazakhstan this time around is going to pick up Damar. And we can see last player, Aida, as we just learned is his name, gets taken out by Get Wrecked. And that means Moldova is going to pick up another one. And we're down to the last 5 teams in this 4th game of the day. Senhok is still the name of the game. And to be honest, Kazakhstan remains in a prime spot to pick this one up. Nothing really has changed, to be honest, despite the circle not being too centralized anymore. Brazil still with a 3-man down low. Could have a say in this as well. I mean, to be honest, not only them, Thailand as well, depending on how the next circle is going to shift to. But at some point, they're going to have to fight. I think all 3 of them actually will have to. Moldova is still in the distance, making sure they at least get one of these players in. The revive should happen, but after that, I mean, it's only open space, essentially, after that rock there behind. That's going to be a big challenge for them too. And that means, at least for now, for the next 50 seconds, highly unlikely anyone's going to try and fight this one off as the circle is continuing to close. Kvik, you can see him. No meds anymore. He must have picked up the remaining meds of his fallen teammates. They were inside the blue zone as well to even make it inside. But, yeah, fortunate for him. It was just enough to get him to half HP.
Yeah, now Moldova will be taking the 5th place spot. They get taken out by Tiger and the Thai squad, Federal as well, managing to get the knock onto the Kazakhstani members, meaning that they might have a chance at controlling this compound. But Lauren with a molly that might just be able to push attacker back. But it's going to be 3TN who gets the knock instead. But now with 2 members of the Brazilian squad being taken down, being knocked down, this might signal the push. And NC2 with a beautiful angle secures the elim and takes out the last few members from Brazil. And we are now down to 3 squads: Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and Thailand. And Thailand having an opportunity to go back-to-back since they secured that last game, and getting themselves that second chicken dinner would definitely boost their chances. Let's see if they manage to do so. They might have to leave. When we're talking about Kazakhstan here, 3TN, he's a little bit far away from from one of his teammates, and the other being knocked down. I think this game has to go for Thailand here.
I think it kind of has to. Quick, it's taken out as well now. NC2 with another one. He's up to 3 eliminations already, 10 in total for Thailand. And I think they do know where the rest of the players are already setting themselves up, even before Ukraine was taken out, for the last fight of the map. And you can see 3TN and Attacker both inside the building. I think 3TN has already been spotted. Sky only holding that far northern side, and the rest of the teammates coming close. Utility, they still have some apparently. DBS in hand as he enters the building, and he's going to get that first one as well. Attacker, though, he has a DBS in hand on his own, and he's going to get to pick up the first one. The trade, when does he come in? I was surprised it even take it that long, but it does in the end. And to be honest, that's the kind of ending we expected. Thailand setting themselves up for success so very early on. And to be honest also, Brazil though, giving it away.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brazil, but Thailand managing to get that back-to-back. That's going to be their second chicken dinner. Great start for them, and they're definitely going to be leading the pack after the first half of the games for today. That is going to be 4 down and 4 to go for day 1 here at GEG 2023 for PUBG Mobile. Insane start. And we talked about at the beginning of the game, we talked about a couple of these teams that are, we have to watch out for them. We mentioned Vietnam in D Xavier. We mentioned Thailand as well in, Hale Esports as well. But I didn't expect them to come out with a back-to-back. I thought we might be seeing a little bit more from the likes of D Xavier. But if I'm being honest, what in the world is happening with Brazil? What's happening? What's going on? Look, I'm seeing nothing from them so far.
I think I'm not so sure about the sidelines though. Can you rotate across the shoreline without being seen from the compound towards Thailand? I don't think you can, right?
No, I don't think so.
There's very certain periods, very small periods in time where you can get seen from the compound. I think that was the only chance they had of making something in this game. But even before that, it looked like they were in a great spot, but I kind of have to cover for them, at least in this specific game. They really weren't. There wasn't a lot of pathing you could have taken towards the circle that wouldn't have put them in a disadvantage when it comes to the next fight they would have had to take. So I think that's just generally a tough game. What they could have done, though, was rotate earlier across. And I said it very early on. They took almost a minute, maybe a minute and a half to get across in the first place. And I think that was kind of their mistake. They arrived towards that main island, main northwestern island, just too late.
Yeah, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with game numero 4. That's game number 4. Yes, I do know just a little bit more Spanish, apparently. I just remember a little bit more.
As we know as well, I said there was no team speaking Spanish. I was mistaken, as Seven told me. It is Guatemala who's also speaking Spanish. Just FYI.
Oh, thank you very much for that lovely piece of information. 7, we appreciate that as well. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be giving it over to the analyst desk for them to break down game number 4 and how Thailand managed to secure their back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, Thailand's starting to build up a bit of a lead here at GEG 23. They're looking to continue the momentum on to our next match. But before we can get there, we got to break down everything in our analysis brought to you by STC Play. See? I'm more than just a pretty face. I'm here to host. I'm here to call sponsors. But we have to start things off by taking a look at Vietnam. Off the bat, we saw them at PMGC. They drawed Paradise with another team named S2G, and it didn't go well for them.
It didn't go well for them this time either.
Shouldn't hot drop.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, happened in Ruins too. They had some fights there too. Hot drops in general, we just don't want to do them. Of course, I kind of expected that to happen though, because one, we know that D Xavier, Vietnam. Very stubborn when it comes to their drops, right? They're not going to give it up. We knew that was going to happen regardless. And also, it's Sanok, which means it's the less tested map, I think, for this tournament. If there's any scrims that happened, they tested Miramar, they tested Erangel, they didn't test Sanok in anywhere as close as that. So, 2 hot drops happening, Paradise Resort and Ruins does make some kind of sense, but you do want to see it changed up if possible.
We'll take a look at some of our highlights brought to you by Savian. Ukraine, again, a pretty decent match. I mean, this is multiple times in a row now we've seen Ukraine able to get in towards the last stages of this match, but it really came back to what you were talking about, Max. Trifecta.
Oh, it's like every time there's a Sandhawk, Trifecta's pretty good. You should maybe go there. Reason why, it gives you access to every single island on this map, Rise 7. And here in particular, they kept all the teams coming from the southern side, especially looking at the side of Turkey. and then Ukraine that tried to go for that wide rotate, but they just couldn't quite avoid that gatekeep on Trifecta because it's such a good location that just enables you to reach the late game pretty much any match. It's like a cheat code in this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them being able to rotate, and then we saw them being able to gatekeep as well. It was Ukraine, as you were mentioning there. For Kazakhstan, they were in such a good spot in the middle of the map for such a long time, too. We heard the casters talking in regards to Brazil, how they were able to rotate, if they rotated a little bit too late or not. I was actually happy to see Brazil being able to at least survive a little bit longer. I've been questioning their placement points. They're definitely going to be getting some placement points in this match, and that's a big factor for them. In another turn a little bit, it's Saudi Arabia continuing to put up the eliminations, putting up, I think it was 6 eliminations in this previous match. They're being able to be consistent, one of the most consistent teams in regards to eliminations. That's good to see. I want to start seeing the placement points.
Yeah. Remember, that chicken dinner doesn't come in until the final day. And then they take the title.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool, though.
Well, going back to Kazakhstan, I was kind of surprised to see the compound they had. They kind of got dislodged from. I was expecting them to be able to hold onto that a lot better than they ended up doing. So, yeah, they eventually placed pretty high in this one. But I was expecting them to hold it a lot better considering they had the only compound in the zone. They had teams who had to swim across from Trifecta, and then they just lost control.
Yeah, I thought they could, as you said, hold it down a little bit easier in this game. I didn't quite see in terms of utility, but that position, I mean, most buildings and compounds in Sanhok are going to be very vulnerable to one thing, and that's Molotovs. And I feel like that's what happened in that breach, that they were getting secluded in specific rooms, and of course, you allow them to get closer. And when you get closer, you start using a DBS, you're going to start to win those fights. So I feel like that is definitely something that made it a bit harder for Kazakhstan in that game, but at least they got to that position. They were able to linger into the late game, but leaving a position like that into open, flat terrain, by the way, surrounded by nothing, is always going to be a really tough task.
Okay. I want to actually take a look at some of the positions we ended up having. I wrote them down in my handy-dandy notes here. So you had... Okay, hold on, let me clean my glasses. No, I'm just kidding. You had Kazakhstan in the Northwest Island in the Trifecta area. You had Thailand in the Southwest Island in the Trifecta area. You had Kuwait on the east side in the Trifecta area. But then you had Myanmar above them that they had to deal with before they could even transition across. And it was nice to see that Kuwait was able to actually go up against them in a head-to-head fight, come out cleanly out of that relatively as well, but weren't able to really use it as a jump-off point into anything deeper into the match.
Yeah, and Kuwait actually did not end up winning that cleanly because they did end up losing 3 players to Myanmar, so that was a big hurt for them. But
yes, Nazar left alone.
Yeah, but it's good to see that they're...
Oh, you did write it.
I did write it.
That they did end up winning that fight, right? Especially when it comes to Sanhok, it's going to be fights... The rotations are going to be so hard with what we're working with as well for them to be able to get any points overall.
Yeah.
That's good to see.
I think that personally, if you are Kuwait there, staying in boot camp, you're just kind of missing a lot of information. I would have liked them to play boot camp hill. And just get more information, see teams like Myanmar coming their way. You just have, even if you want to take the fight, that's fine, but you're going to have more information coming your way at least.
Well, here is our match rankings from this last one. Thailand, another 22 points added to the tally. Ukraine only able to get themselves 14. Brazil get on the board here with some placement points. They finally get themselves the 4-7, which you're obviously be extremely happy about. But again, for me, it's a lot about these eliminations and only one team able to break 10. Then again, it is Sanhok.
It is Sanhok by Brazil. I mean, Brazil, for them to be able to get those placement points, but then being able to back it up with 9 eliminations, I feel like that's a great match for them. We heard the caster saying, well, they really haven't been able to showcase much, and this is a bit of a response here from Brazil saying, you know what, I feel like 9 elims and some placement points to be able to back it up. 13 points total. That's a pretty good game for them.
And the fact that they were able to get more eliminations like this has been made has been enabled by the fact that they are willing to go for that quick rotation across the river. Leaving boot camp as early as they did to get that position on the Northwest Island was really so pivotal at that moment, and the fact they do it so early, they don't take too many casualties. I believe they do lose 1 player regardless of that, gets knocked on the way. At least they make it as a 3-man, 4-man in that compound, and then they can actually play their way through, while other teams who are slower to rotate, they can just pick them up one by one by one. So early rotations are always going to be rewarded if you are a very aggressive team like Brazil.
And then we go to Thailand. We're talking about conversion rate. We're seeing a perfect example of it here. I mean, 4 elims out of 447 damage, 4 elims out of 401, and then we keep it going, 3 elims out of 621. This is what you want to see out of this team. This team keeps picking on those fights that they know it's going to be easy for them. They know that they're going to be able to eliminate them without having too much hassle.
Yeah, I was a little bit scared though on that final push of NC2 in particular. I think he got a little bit overzealous. I think he got too involved in that fight. When you don't have to force the fight any further, you can just wait on the outskirts, hold the windows. If you still have some nades or some utility, you can chuck it. That's fine.
I mean, he had to move because of the blue as well.
Yeah, that's
it's not
fine.
like they had to chase after
I think he was going to play outside the building. That was my idea initially, not inside the building itself. I think that with that third-person perspective, you can get information and feed it to your teammates. But he tried to rush it in. He had a DBS, so of course he felt very confident to go for that push, which you can understand. But maybe waiting for a little bit more backup might also be the better way to do it.
Just got to not miss your shots.
Yeah, get good.
Yep, gotta get good. Take a look here at some of the stats from last one. 113 throwables. We just keep going downhill today.
It's
Again,
a
kind of
Sandhawk.
understandable.
It's maybe Sandhawk,
It's
yeah.
Sandhawk.
Yeah.
5,000 healing. You know, if this was the old days of being able to heal up to the blue, that would have been at least quadruple.
15,000.
58 knocks. Who died to blue? No.
Oh.
No. How did that happen?
Who was it? And why did it happen? By the way, we were talking about teams being able to use Sandhawk as a match where maybe they're going to be able to switch a little bit, change their day in how they've been performing. Guatemala has to be one of them because this team hasn't been really performing that well, and they were able to put up 5 eliminations, 1 placement point here in the Sandhawk. That's good to see. A team that wasn't able to put up any eliminations, and we're not seeing here on the damage leaderboard to Kia continuing to just perform not to how we expected them to perform.
Yeah, and I was actually going to bring that up. I think it was 1 elimination. I don't know what is going on within their camp. I mean, this is like the redemption chance, right? This is their chance to show that they messed up. They should have been in PMGC. They should have made their way through. And right now, we've not really seen that. It's kind of disappointing. And I'm going to be harsh on them because they've been a team for so long. I mean, like, is it Solke? I mean, he's been in plenty of PMGCs, he's been in plenty of massive events, the biggest events of the years.
Yep.
And they are just not looking like the team that we expected them to
They're
be.
currently looking like the team that didn't make it to PMGC.
Because they didn't, yeah. That's maybe why. It's really odd because they had so many good rotation paths available, and currently they're standing in 13th position, not at all where you would expect this team of Turkey to stand currently. Hopefully just spend a little bit more time around scouting,
Channeling
and they can
their
find
S2G.
they can find
place.
better entry points. Like, they're just getting gate kept every single match, it seems.
Which is kind of surprising considering you would think out of all the teams here, with them being a full team named Fireflux, that they would be able to deal with those rotations a lot better and be able to find their paths in and thread the needles a lot better. Though that one match, I think it was our second match of the day where we talked about them full sending it in. I feel like it's not like they threaded the needle there necessarily. I think they just got a little bit lucky and didn't get punished as much trying to crash into one of the compounds. But out of surprise, I'd say seeing Kazakhstan 3rd place, I think for me is kind of a nice little step up. I didn't expect them to necessarily be up this high in the rankings so far.
Yeah, currently we're 4 matches in, which means they got a 10-point average per game, which is very good. That is a really good average. If you're getting remotely close to 10 points per match, you are going to be looking like one of the top teams in this tournament. Though Ukraine, man, they just keep fragging out every time. Of course, Thailand's got more elimination on their front because they got 2 wins, but without a single win, Ukraine are keeping up so strongly, and I'm really excited to see if they can convert one of these games eventually.
And in that overall, I'm starting to get a little bit scared for some teams, and I'm starting to get a little bit scared because we are going to be playing 50 matches overall, and we're already starting to see a bit of a gap there. We see in first place, right, with 62 points, second place with 51 points, and then it kind of drops off. It might be 11 points to 3rd place, but it drops off even more to 4th place. So for those teams, I was praising Saudi Arabia in regards to how they're being able to put up a lot of eliminations, how they're being consistent in regards to a lot of eliminations. They need to start getting that chicken dinner. They need to start doing even more stuff because just 5 to 6 elims, yes, I'm going to keep praising you in regards to that. But if you're not able to put up a big win and being able to back it up with eliminations, you're just going to continue to be at the middle of the pack. And then the teams that are at the top are going to be performing well, like we keep seeing Thailand perform well.
Yeah, it was looking for Saudi Arabia. Of course, they're really good on the elimination front. It's just if you can even get 3, 4 placement points and just keep that going every time alongside your eliminations, you're getting close to 10 average points. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, it's just obviously been a little bit difficult to do so far. Though we will say about Thailand, thinking back to the first match that we had happen, they were 3rd place because they were behind the hay barrels, right? They got picked up by Dig Saber. Then they won the next Erangel we went to, and then won the Sandhawk we went to. And we're going to Erangel once again. I think Thailand, if they can put up another good showing here, they're going to prove they are the team to beat. But speaking about teams to beat, what about players to beat? We're going to take a look at our Kitty Up MVP so far, and it's quite surprising, to be honest. Oh, it's just for map 4, sorry.
Are we surprised? I feel like, honestly, with the way Brazil was able to take advantage of this Sandhawk, with the way they were able to definitely improve overall on their gameplay, being able to get those placement points, it's good to see Federal here being able to put up 5 eliminations.
Nice. I think it was a bit more split.
Max.
I was going to do one of the Kalaris sounds, right? Just going back to my old tropes. Your roll.
Yeah, 1,000 damage.
All right, okay. I feel like that was better than the guy who did 1,200 damage earlier.
Almost. Yeah. It's hard to stay.
You gotta work on your scale, you know. You're giving a lot more credit.
I've got to count the number of beats I put in it.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
just gotta make sure you remember the beat, though.
I don't, man. I just do it at random. You think I remember? God damn, no.
Do it again, what you just did.
For the rattle. It's
That's
not
pretty close. That's pretty close.
That was pretty close.
Yeah,
At the
close
end,
enough.
he added more. At the end, he definitely added more. But that was good.
I'm gonna give
like
you a challenge.
Oh no.
Oh.
You have to do a beatbox for GEG.
Can I think about it?
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
the point. I'm not putting you on the spot. No. I've seen you try to do math
You'll
on
have
the
to help
spot.
me. Seven can help me.
I've seen you do math on the spot. Seeing you do beatbox on the spot's gonna be a little bit scarier.
Thank you.
I think you will actually be great at
You
it.
need to help me.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do it.
How is he gonna help you?
I don't know.
At least you're both in sync.
That's why. On beat. Very good.
Okay. Well, now I'm just kind of jealous because I can't fist bump you from all the way over here.
I mean, you could.
No, get in your spot.
okay.
Get in your spot.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it's
I'm
okay.
not gonna celebrate this.
No, it's not celebrating.
No. Okay, so moving into our next match, obviously we have Aaron Go coming up yet again. But we're going to head to a break. I actually want to talk about it a little bit, but we don't need to. Because we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we'll be hopping into Aaron Gill. It'll be our 5th match of the day, but we still have 3 in total left to come today, so we'll see you then.
قريباً على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
قريباً على أرض السعودية. أول مدينة في العالم مصممة للعب. الجدية، اللعب يحيينا.
نقدم لكم كنتاكي كرانشز في 3 نكهات مختلفة: بيبر مايو، داينامايت، اوريجينال مايو. اختر الكرانشر اللي تحبه، متوفر الآن في كنتاكي.
here for the GEG, the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament 2023. We've had our first back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner for the Thailand representatives on Erangel, and then they followed it up with another chicken dinner on Sandhawk. So now that that's out of the way, there's a little bit less pressure on the teams to kind of perform a lot better. But Thailand so far, with the amount of points that they've secured, healthy lead so far. But there's still a lot of teams that are a little bit lacking in performance.
Absolutely. But yeah, we also got to highlight back-to-back chicken dinner, essentially. I think you said it already, Thailand. Coming out swinging, to be honest. I didn't expect. I think we had lots of favorite teams that we were talking about. I mean, Vietnam, Turkey, all these kinds of teams, Brazil as well. But for Thailand to come out like this, I mean, I don't know. That's just something I think I wouldn't have expected to that degree. But either way, I think Ukraine also a team that we kind of highlighted on. One of the teams that have made it to late games, I think almost as often as no one else. Sure, they didn't close out the games, but even starting off game one, sort of last game as well. Sure, Old Boy and them, they had a kind of a hard road, but they made it into late game again, like top 6, top 7 kind of scenario. I think I want to highlight them because I think it's just a matter of time until they get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and when it comes to Thailand, like coming out swinging out of nowhere, that's what we talked about when it comes to like the element of surprise. You're not really sure what to kind of expect from them in a lobby like this, and so far they have exceeded expectations for what we expected from them. And honestly, I want to see if they're going to keep up this momentum. Are they going to keep building on it now that we've had a little bit of a break? Yeah, you know, everyone's had a little bit of food. We got our energy back. We are ready. We are hyped, and we are ready to go. Now, the question is, are the players ready? They are getting ready. And of course, before we jump into the game, let us know, who are you supporting in today's games? Who do you think is going to come out on top in our next game? And of course, what map is it going to be? We're going to leave it as a surprise. It's not really much of a surprise. It's either Erangel or Miramar.
Okay, yeah, I think it's Erangel. I do believe it was Erangel. I think we saw Sandhawk and then Erangel and then Miramar. I think that's the map order. I think we're gonna finish it off with okay. It is Miramar. Sorry, it is Erangel.
Producer says it's Erangel. Alex goes, it's Miramar.
It is Erangel. So the first one was correct. It is Erangel. Don't be confused. It is Erangel. Meaning we're gonna finish it off with Miramar. Does that make sense?
Yes. So it's gonna be Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Miramar.
I'm still getting used to 8 maps, to be honest. And so all the players, by the way.
Yeah.
I was talking to the Nigerian squad, to Priest, the coach of the Nigerian squad, and he was like, I've never had that happen. I've never played 8 maps with a team.
But that's
going to be an interesting thing about coaching this whole game.
I want to say it's a different level of competition. It's a true test to resilience as well when it comes to it, because you're talking about not everyone has the experience to play like 8 games in one day. Usually tournaments are either 4, 5, 6 at like that's it. That's the most that you're going to see. But having 8 games, it's a different ball game. So when we get to like game number 7, game number 8, we're going to be seeing some players maybe kind of reaching their limit. Some players who are going to push past those limits, and that's what we want to see. Who's going to be able to push past those limits and come out on top at the end of day 1. Tomorrow it's going to be a little bit easier. It's going to be 7 games. Just a reminder, it is a total of 15 for the GEG tournament for PUBG Mobile. So we'll see who's going to be coming out on top. The players are going to be getting ready very, very soon. And hopefully we're going to be jumping right back into the action. Now, as a reminder for everyone, our first chicken dinner of the day did go to the Vietnamese representative in D. Xavier. And of course, then we had Kazakhstan come out swinging in game 2 on Miramar. And then we had the Thailand squad come out with game number 3 and game number 4, or numero 4, for the Spanish-speaking people out there. Wow, you really need some help a little bit. I
didn't think it was going to be that hard. 3 and 4. Are you confused with that? Because I had 1 chicken dinner and then 2 chicken dinners. I was going to make this, but then I realized it was game with 3 and 4. Anyways, once again, Thailand being the first one to achieve this. I actually saw them eating. Actually, they were, getting their carbs in, getting ready for the next 4 games, and they looked happy. To be honest, they looked pumped. They looked hyped. What else can you do? I do have to say though, despite them getting 2 chicken dinners, I think it's rather close still at the top. I think. Almost all of the favorite teams have had somewhat of a good round, at least have kind of felt the top already. Yeah. Except for Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey has been a little bit. You see, that's the thing. I'm not really sure what's happening with influence, and the Brazilian representatives. But I think coming into the second half of the game, I think they're going to come out swinging in game number 5. They have to. They will. Trust.
That's the thing.
Oh, usually squid.
Oh, that's all, by the way, for you.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's a happy squid right now. You don't want to see it be a sad squid.
I mean, to be honest, oh boy,
first of all, it's an octopus.
Is it? I don't goddamn know. Is it an octopus?
It is an octopus.
I think it is, yeah.
I think squids and octopuses are very, very different.
Are they?
Yeah. I mean, an octopus has 10 tentacles. How many? 10? 10?
I don't
it's
know.
8 tentacles. Wow. We are on
Dude,
a whole new level right now.
I'm lucky if I can, differentiate a camel from a horse. So don't
Okay,
ask
so
me about squids
wow,
and
we
octopus.
actually have a camel.
I know.
Speaking of
That's
the
crazy
camel,
thing, right?
we have one outside.
We saw one, and we saw a falcon as well. So the culture around here in Riyadh, man, it's amazing. It's a pleasure to see. So if you do want to come down here, there's another chance. Even if you can't make it today, go tomorrow or the day after. There's going to be esports and games for you all day long at the Global Esports Games in Riyadh.
Yeah, we have PUBG Mobile for today and tomorrow, and I believe on the 16th, and it's going to be the final day. I believe it is going to be, I believe it's eFootball. That's the one I'm trying to remember. It is going to be eFootball.
Yes.
And I want to see what's going to happen with that one, honestly. As you can
Then we
see,
have them.
ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Players are getting ready. In front of you, you can see it is Hale
Number
Esports or Thailand, who are currently number 1. And in front of them, it is going to be the Somali representatives at the moment. So far, I mean,
who've been performing as well, honestly.
Yeah,
better
they have.
than expected to be. At least in my personal understanding, I think they are somewhat overperforming. I think they made it into late games. I mean, they made it into late game more often than Turkey did.
that's a good. I like that. I like that. But the thing is, Turkey has to come back. They really, really do.
I think they will as well. Honestly, it's a matter of time. It has to.
Unless I predict them, Caster's Curse does actually beat
No,
the
no
best
caster
of
curse
lineups.
can be big enough for Turkey not to get at least somewhat close to a top
Listen.
finish today. Listen, I know your caster curse is big.
No,
I'm
it's not
sure
even
how
me.
big it is,
It's
but-
not even me. But the
Okay,
like,
don't put Supreme now.
No. You know the
Yeah?
Maxman Caster Curse. I remember. I think it was
Maxman?
like last year, whenever he would shake the hand. I think it was like one of the casters from China, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I
At one
remember.
point, they would not even shake his hand because they know that the Caster Curse is strong with this one.
Yeah, but still though, I think in this kind of, I think what we're missing right now, we're not even missing it necessarily, we're not missing aggression necessarily, but I think we're missing planned aggression. Because we do see them fighting very early on in plenty of these rounds. We saw them fighting in almost any of the games in phase 1, 2, or 3 at the very latest. But they're just not winning the fights. And I think as soon as that happens, as soon as they take the initiative and be like, okay, this is a fight we're going to have in the early game, maybe we can't even dodge it. I think they've been in that situation where they couldn't dodge the early on fight, but then at least take it with initiative. Make sure to take it at your own pace, at the positioning that you want to have it, and not let it get pressured on towards you, like we saw it against Myanmar on the last Suno game. So if that stops, I think they're going to get into the groove, and at that point, I mean, we all know how Fireflies, or rather Turkish representatives today, I mean, if they get into a groove, we all know how dangerous they can be.
Yeah, and it's going to get pretty dangerous because we are diving right into game number 5. Here we go, jumping onto Erangel one more time. You know what? I have a question for you.
Okay.
How do the helicopters keep up with the plane?
I've never thought about this. Have you ever asked someone that question before?
No, because here's the thing. There's no way a helicopter can fly at the same speed as that plane. So
I'm not sure.
I need someone to do the math.
I think a plane can be pretty slow if it actually wants to go pretty slow. If it's in kind of a slow descent.
So here's the thing. Here's another question. What about with the helicopters flying right behind the jet? Would they not be?
Look, that's the thing. That's the physics thing. Like
I mean,
for me,
listen.
I don't study
I studied computer science. I didn't study physics.
Yes,
Well, I did, but I failed. But moving on.
Did you actually? Moving on, though. Yes. Moving on, though.
I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
I think we do have lots of loose spots that we've seen here before. I think Vietnam is going to be more close to the center. I think we've seen Brazil obviously being in Yaz again, both these teams, as well as Thailand, also having some of the best loot spots on both of the main maps, I want to call it, as we only see Sanok once on each day, as we do have the next circle. We've kind of seen this before.
I think we saw it last game. But I think it was a little bit more. It was a little bit more northern. Yeah, the last Erangel.
I'm not even sure if it was that much more northern, because I think we were very on the edge whether or not it was going to shift north or south as well.
Yeah.
And this one seems like a 50-50.
It's going to be another 50-50. And here's the thing. As casters, we love it. As players,
Gamble
they
on it.
hate it.
Yes, I mean, as a player, I used to hate this as well, but then...
You became a caster.
No. Yes, that's the main reason I don't play anymore. So I don't get to feel this stress right now. No, I'm just kidding. But I think you get used to it at some point, and you figure out different ways, because there's actually it's way more in depth than you actually might think, especially in a lobby that is not completely known to each other. I think in a lobby that is completely known to each other, you know what to expect, and at that point, it gets to be a very difficult circle. But if you don't know what everyone else is doing, I think there's lots and lots of ways you can do about it. If you don't know for certain who's going to take what car, what boat, at what timing, so that you can't even do anything about it anymore, that's where the dangerous thing starts. Because at that point, you're forced into rotation paths, and you have no other options. That's when everyone gets to know each other in the lobby. That's when you play PMPL, and you play this for 3 weeks onwards, and once again, at that point, you're out of options. And this one, I doubt anyone will know who's going to take what boat, who's going to take what rotation path over the bridge, and who's going to have what rotation timing. So I think at that point, it almost becomes kind of doable again. And I like this.
Yeah, I like it a lot, but what I want to see right now is, are there going to be any teams that are going to try to just cross the Eastern Bridge, maybe go to try and loot military base, or even go to Novo and have an easy rotation towards the south side? Yeah. Just go towards the south side of the southern island, and then it should be pretty easy for them. But it is going to be still a little bit of a risk. Maybe wait until Zone 2, get a better idea of where it might end up. You might have like a 70-30 split between the military base and the mainland, or the other way around. That way, it's going to be a little bit easier for you to make the decision. But that's going to be a few moments away. The first one's going to be closing in 20 seconds. We lost a couple of players already. Serbia, I believe, lost one. Turkey lost one of their players, and Somalia as well lost a duo.
I got to talk about Serbia as well really quick, because that was one of the teams that I've met these guys so often now. And I do have to say I'm a big fan of Malice and Koa, and I think these guys are very underappreciated. Obviously, they've got lots of PMPL experience by now, and lots of LAN experience as well, obviously coming off GG last year and IESF as well. So these guys know how to play on LAN. The problem is their original teammates, unfortunately, they didn't meet the requirements. They are so young, they're not even 18. Can you imagine having someone in your region that's already got international experience but isn't even 18? So they weren't able to come here and play this tournament. So they did have to pick some of their friends. And look, I think they still got chances, but this is going to bring them down. So I'm excited to see how, as the tournament goes on, how they're going to fight this. I want to say how they fight this challenge off, because it is a challenge. Having two players that have absolutely no tournament experience in your team.
But this is the thing,
that's crazy.
But this gives you the opportunity to get some of that experience, regardless of how small it is. But we're talking about the global esports games here. You have a crowd in front of you. You have 64 players next to you. Everyone's going through the same motions. Everyone's going through the same feelings. So gaining that experience is invaluable, and especially with it being like let's say like one of the last tournaments of the year that they're going to be participating in going into 2024. That's going to be huge.
I got to think back at my first LAN experience as a player.
Bring it back. What year?
That must have been 2019. Then. I think I wasn't even 18. I think I had my first LAN. I was in Paris or some stuff. It was crazy, and I remember how much I grew as a player.
Don't tell Max that it was in Paris.
Oh, that was.
He's gonna be like, "Oh, France made you, Alex."
That's okay. I like that city to some degree. Either way, I can only recall how much I grew as a player, because I know how much that formed me, how much experience that was. I'm not talking only about like improving mechanically. I don't think I improved mechanically at all. I talk, looks like we're gonna have a mirror. I gives me more time to prove my point. I meant more in having your teammates besides each other, knowing what team actually means, knowing what leading a team actually means, knowing what IGLing with your mates right next to each other means, and all these kind of soft skills, I want to call them, that you need in any team sport, right? And it's no different in esport itself. So I think all that stuff kind of grew, and also it kind of gave me more motivation. I really felt like I made it to some degree. It's your first LAN, you qualified for something massive, so you kind of made it as a player. There's a path forward in esports, which you never know there is. Obviously, it's an extreme sport like any other. So it kind of gives you a glimpse into the future, and I think that's incredibly motivating. I think especially for guys that have never played an international tournament.
100%. And I just, I really hope that they kind of soak it in. They take in every single moment.
Yes, enjoy it as well.
Yeah, first of all, you're traveling to a different country, experiencing a different culture, meeting people from all over the world. And again, look at the teams that we have here. We have teams from Africa, we have teams from the Middle East, we have teams from North America, South America, literally everywhere around the world.
As well,
everyone is here, and you get to kind of just meet those people. Like, for example, during lunch just about half an hour ago. I was sitting with the Brazilian team and Influence Rage, and we were just having a chat about what to expect. What? Okay, I'm not even gonna talk about them anymore. You see, no, because you're gonna see the finish in like 3, 2, 1, and
was that the curse again?
Yeah, it is. Because you see, I literally just started talking about them.
If these guys watch the VOD, they're gonna be seriously pissed at you guys.
Yeah, they're gonna stop talking to me at this point. Guys, please don't watch the stream.
We were talking about.
I want to be friends with you, please.
Yes, no. Well, I think there's no chance for him to get back into this one. I think Kuwait is too close already. I mean, I might be mistaken on this one, though. I think they're not pulling through as much as I would have expected them to. I think they're still having lots and lots of respect for the Brazilian squad. And look at this. They're actually going to... Will they lose a play? Will Nasser make it in time? I think he will. Yeah, he'll make it in time. He's got the first 8 now, but it's only 1. It's only the 1.
Yeah, they're going to go for the revive. If you look towards the top right side of your screen. Kowalski, Ragnar. And hopefully...
Well, we do have... the map stream.
We do.
We're going back to the map stream really quickly. So look, this is the great thing right now. You're probably not going to be able to see it as we come back to the commentary desk really quick. Question is, are we going to have a rematch or not? I think we will.
Yeah, I think we might have to, but we'll get it done hopefully as soon as possible. Get everyone back into the lobby. We did have just a couple of limbs in the early stages of the game.
Good on Brazil though.
What?
Good on Brazil though.
Yeah. That means that they don't lose a player.
Yes.
That means the Caster's Curse is not alive anymore, isn't it? I mean, it's very much alive.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, listen, I was just very excited to get rid of it, but it's been stuck with me ever since I started. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. It's very unfortunate. Please pray for the curse to go away. I beg you. I had laser eye surgery to try and get rid of that. Like for me, it's like in Arabic, it's like
eye surgery to get rid of it.
Let me explain. So, like in Arabic, it's like it's like my eyes are like flaming red type deal, right? Whenever I talk about a team, it's like I look at them and then bam, they get knocked out. So, and that's when I was like I was still wearing glasses back then and everything. So like whenever I would talk about a team, it's like, bam, Caster's Curse. So I was like, you know what? Maybe if I just laser my eyes, it could actually fix it. It did not. It got even worse. So I don't even know what to do anymore.
That's the worst kind of solution I've ever heard of.
I mean, hey.
But at least you can see now.
I can see, I can see without glasses. It's amazing.
Yes.
But you guys have to suffer my Caster's Curse. So, I tried my best. I'm doing what I can, but like, it is what it is.
Really helped, did it? I mean, good in Brazil for real, though. And I kind of want to say, unfortunate for Kuwait. We're going to see. I mean, they might still get the points. We'll see. We'll keep you updated on that one as we are getting ready for that match to be remade. I want to touch on who's had the best circle here. I know it doesn't matter anymore, but
actually, yeah, we're gonna have to reset the circle so it makes it a little bit better.
No, I didn't even mean the positioning. Sorry, I meant where the circle was going to go. That's what I'm genuinely interested in because I think
we're not even gonna get that.
Yeah.
I wanted, the fact that it was like 2 seconds away from knowing where the shift is going to be, I really want to know where that shift was going to be. But
yeah, so do I. That's interesting, right? So do I for some reason. Yeah.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, yeah, tough. I mean, I would have asked you for predictions now.
Okay. You know what? Let's go for predictions then. For hopefully when this game starts up again.
Yeah.
I want you to give me top 3 in no order. Just give me who do you think the top 3. No. Just in the next game. In the next game. Yeah. Give me your top 3 for the next game.
I think it's too early to call Turkey, but I kind of want to see not the next game, but the game afterwards.
Okay.
At the very latest.
No, I'm asking for the next game.
Okay, so for the next game. Are you putting me on the spot? I think Ukraine is going to have another good game. I think they're playing very consistent right now. I think they're the points don't do them justice. I think they're getting into late game scenarios very consistently. They're playing good edge game and especially information-heavy edge game as far as I could see. I think Vietnam is just a matter of time until they perform again. I think it would be Vietnam. Yeah, I would put Vietnam in there as well. And I gotta go with. The last one is a tough one, to be honest. The last one is tough. There's so many good teams. I want to say Serbia. Honestly, I would. Maybe that's kind of a biased pick, but when I say Serbia, I think one of these games is going to be a good Serbia game as well.
Okay.
If they get the circle ones, because I was talking to them earlier, right? Before the first game even started, I was talking. What's your strategy with this one, right? Because it's edge play. In my experience, is tougher when you're not a played-in team. I think it might be the more rewarding game play style if you have lots and lots of games. Like when I say. Normally, more than 18 games, I think that's the point where you normally have edge plays that is a little bit more consistent if you're a well-played team, but it's the tougher play style to be, right? It's rather easy to have a good split play, information-heavy, and recenter on circle pop, right? It's the more safe kind of play, because if you scout something and it's free, it's not that tough to actually drive there and get the position. On edge play, you have to split. You have to fight your way off. You have to. Also, information is tougher to get because less kind of angles, and you're always fighting against the zone, right? You can still get 3 hard shifts in a row, and then there's just nothing you can do. These kinds of games happens. So I was surprised to see them talking to me and saying, well, we're actually going to go for edge play until 3rd, 4th zone, and then we're going to try and see and fight our way in. So doing that with an unexperienced kind of squad, or rather unexperienced kind of squad, half of it at least, was very surprising to me. I mean, so far, I wouldn't say it's not worked at all. The game plan itself did work. They just lost the fights when it really mattered.
But here's the thing, like, wouldn't this be, I want to say, like, one of the right opportunities, one of the right times to actually test that kind of strategy, if it works with your team or not? Gain and use that experience going into 2024, see what you can do, because we know what the roadmap, let's say, is going to be for the next year. You're talking about more LAN events all over the world for multiple regions. So gaining a little bit of LAN experience here.
Which I love.
Oh yeah, like it's going to be a massive change from what we've seen this year. Like the majority of tournaments throughout 2023 have mostly just been online. We've had PMWI in Riyadh as well at Gamers 8. So like I want to see what's going to happen next year as well. I think it's just going to be absolutely insane. And again, just make sure that you get as much as you can out of a tournament like the Global Esports Games, playing against teams of different calibers, different levels. Use that experience and take it into the next year and see what you can do. Because honestly, like PUBG Mobile and what it's been able to do, the opportunities that it's offered for players, for coaches, for analysts.
Even for us as well, right? Sure, the players and the coaches and the teams got flown out to Riyadh, obviously, with the GEG helping them out, like sponsoring the flights, hotels, everything. But also for us, I mean, look how many events we were able to travel through PUBG Mobile and through esports itself, and how many nice and amazing people we got to know. And I think that's kind of the spirits of the global esports games and these kinds of tournaments as well. So, I mean, something to appreciate as well every once in a while.
Like next year, we already have a guaranteed like LAN event in the PMGO in Brazil. We have the
which is going to be amazing. The crowd there is, I literally, like, I mean, the Brazilian crowd in general in esports.
It's one of the best.
Amazing, but then
it's
PUBG
one of the
Mobile
best.
as well.
Yeah, I was at PMGC about a week ago. The Turkish crowd was ridiculous.
Yeah, Turkish crowds as well.
Yeah, but I know that when we're looking at the Brazilian crowd, when we've seen it across all kinds of esports, they are one of the most passionate fans out there.
100%.
Like they will cheer for you day and night.
And the good thing is we've got so many good Brazilian teams, like legitimately good Brazilian teams. I think there could be way more than just the big names like A7 and Influence and stuff like that. I think honestly, there's lots more teams in the pipeline. I think due to the fact that the Brazilian region is big itself, it has lots of fans. I mean, you can just look at the Instagram followers of some of the guys like Korea and stuff like that, or even the guys that are playing here, right? These guys are to some degree social media stars, and that just speaks to how big the scene is. And if the scene is big, there's more players, there's more teams. The more teams in a region themselves try to, be better than each other, the more it evolves and the better teams, come out of that. So I think the Brazilian region is going to get even stronger.
Honestly, I can't wait for that. I just want to see like all the other regions around the world get stronger. And right now, one of the strongest regions globally has to be Mongolia. Like without a doubt.
With that PMGC finish,
yes. 3 of their 4 representatives made it to the grand finals, and those 3 managed to make it into the top 4. With one of the teams, I believe, so you had IHC first, you had SCE in second, Alpha was third, and then even the team that was in 4th place for Merkel Vibes, they were 4 points away from having like first, second, third be full Mongolia, and like that's just absolutely insane. And it's something that's been consistent for these teams, for SCE, for IHC over the past 2-3 years. They've consistently made it to the grand finals and made it into the top spots. So I want to see other regions get to that level as well and just have an even better competition. More, I want to say I want to have a closer kind of competition between those teams.
Well, another region. I'm coming back to at least a region that is closer to my hometown. Kazakhstan and the European and Eastern European region, especially, who was that was originally a very big region as well, and still is in terms of player base. Got to talk about Kazakhstan really quickly, because I would have expected them to come in with a different lineup, right? Because we did have international tournaments from Kazakhstan, and they were represented by Axip6, Pancher, and Takenov.
So that was
that's a completely different lineup.
Yeah, that was the, let's say, the Falcons white lineup that played in the PMPL Africa.
I think it was, yes. Very strong, very experienced, and also, I mean, the results to back it off lineup. So I was very surprised to see, obviously, the Slam Machine lineup to as he's coming to this tournament. But honestly, sure, they're less experienced, but they're just as good fraggers.
Yeah, and so far they've been doing pretty well.
They
managed to get themselves a chicken dinner in our second game.
Should they have won the last game? Maybe.
Almost.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about Sanok, not the one that got.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sanok one. I mean, maybe. I think there was a chance. That compound was still.
It was look. It was possible.
I'm gonna
and
have to
again,
rewatch it to be
yeah,
honest
it was
with
just
you,
the execution towards the very end wasn't really the best. And like again, we go back to like it was the Erangel game for them. But you know, we still have 2 more Erangels, 2 more Miramars. I kind of wish I had my sunglasses for Miramar as well because it's very bright. But you know, it is what it is. Unfortunately.
Just what's it based on? Mexico, I think.
Well, I think so. Yeah.
I think it's based on Mexico. Where do you want to go there? I wish there would be actual places the PUBG Mobile maps would be based off of, and you could just go there and it would kind of look like it. How insane would that be?
That'd be pretty cool.
Make it kind of like a road trip through Mexico and just see the PUBG Mobile places.
That would be pretty nice, actually. Yeah.
Either way, is there any other team we want to touch on? We've talked about Serbia, we've talked about Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Vietnam, Ukraine,
We've even touched,
Moldova.
we've touched on Kuwait. We haven't spoken about Moldova, actually. They had a good game in game number 3 on Miramar. It was a good start for them. They like the high ground that they controlled, but it was just and having that angle on the lower ground that they didn't notice. But I feel like, you know, if they managed to make it towards the end game there, they definitely would have taken the win, I think.
I think so too. And also all 4 of these players coming in with PPL experience. They've all played together, at least in some part, in different teams throughout their esports journey. So they do know each other quite well. And I can just tell these guys are very funny guys to be around. Like genuinely very nice guys. Been able to meet them for some time now, a couple of times, different events. So there we have them actually. There it is, Moldova. Marlov obviously on the far left side, and the rest of the squad there as well. Now moving out of camera. Maybe quickly jumping on to a different team that we haven't really talked about at all actually, which is, where do we have them? Do we have them on the camera right now? No, I don't think so. Which is Kuwait. I know we've seen them in game. We've seen the fight just now. But yeah, these guys have 6 months of practice now. And I was talking to their coach, Fidam, who's you know, kind of trying to get the best out of these guys. It's quite interesting seeing how some of these teams have completely different experiences and how long they've played together, and how much they practice for this event. Because as you can see, lots of these teams, sure, they have solid 4-man lineups, but they don't actually play together outside of this competition. They play in mixed teams, international teams, maybe even completely different regions. So seeing these guys come together and play for Kuwait is very interesting to see. And they still, despite that, have 6 months of practice together.
Yeah, that they do. Having a look at some of the players here in the arena. I'm looking at a lot of the different players. Some have very different setups. And by setups, I mean pillows or lack thereof pillows.
Well, you repeat that, please.
So, like, when you look at some of the players sitting in the arena, some of them have pillows that they kind of just...
Oh, with the arms?
Yeah.
Look, that's a legitimate thing, though. I think it makes a huge difference. These are the kind of things you don't think about as a viewer, but it actually makes a huge difference whether
it's
or
as
not
long as you're comfortable, isn't it?
Yes, but can you recreate how you play at home in a LAN environment right here? I don't think you can. I don't think almost anyone can. You would have to bring your own chair, right? You have a specific seat.
But here's the thing: you expect them to play in their chairs. They might be playing in their beds.
Look, that's completely true. That only proves my point further.
That's a whole new level. Hold up. So where do we draw the line? So they're allowed to bring their own pillows, but what if they want to bring their own beds?
I'm the wrong person to ask. Either way, I think we will head into a very short break, and we will be right back with the next match. Stay tuned.
Guess who's back? Back again! Yes, it's right. PUBG's back. Tell your friends. We're starting game number 5. Numero 5 for the Global Esports Games PUBG Mobile Tournament for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we have sorted all the technical issues. For now, we apologize for all the delays, but hopefully we're going to get the next game underway very, very soon. My name is Sandstorm, this is Falix, and we are very excited to bring you all the action for this tournament. As a quick reminder, game numero 1, did go, in fact, to the Vietnamese representative. Game number 2 went to Kazakhstan. Game number 3 and 4 was back-to-back for Thailand. Now, who's going to claim game number 5 and start their journey to compete for that number 1 spot for this tournament? Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be claiming the next winner chicken dinner. That goes for you as well, by the way. That goes for you. You gotta tell me. Give me your prediction. Give me a number.
Okay, I'm gonna say Turkey is gonna come out swinging now, and they're gonna grab the next chicken dinner.
They are gonna be the first team to get eliminated. Watch it.
You just don't even speak about them. Whenever they're fighting, just let me do.
I mean, if I speak about anyone, they're just gonna die instantly. Yes. So I'm kind of worried now.
Yes, but for now, just talk about. Let's start small and just don't talk about Turkey. Okay, that's your one job for the next map. Either way, obviously we did have some technical difficulties. Thank you so much for sticking with us, though. And yes, once again, we are heading into the next game very shortly. You can see on our little map feed down here, the lobby is just about to start, so shouldn't take long.
Yeah, that is very true. And just as a reminder, last game, we did have a zone that was quite 50-50 with the military base. Maybe this time around, we might have a little different story.
Maybe.
Or we could have exactly the same thing. Who knows? Because somehow we managed to have
I do want to see a different circle, though.
Why?
I mean, sure, it's fun to predict whether or not it's going to go north or south, but for the sake of the tournament, for the sake of the integrity of the tournament as well, in terms of making sure the very best team is at the very top, I do hope we see different circles.
All right,
just
well, you know what?
That will mean, yeah, go ahead.
Give me a prediction for where the zone's going to be. Like, either like north, south, east, west.
Wait for phase 1.
Wait for phase 1.
After phase 1, I'm gonna.
Like, are you gonna give me like where the final zone's gonna be?
Is that
what you're gonna give me? All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You better believe it. We are live once again. Game number 5. Here we go. We have a plane path coming in from the north side, right between Severny and Kameshki, heading towards the likes of Primorsk, over School, Rozhok, and Pochinki. Meaning, teams dropping in the middle of the map should be having a great time.
Yes.
But I do want to see what Nigeria is going to do, because when we saw them in the first game of the day, they instantly went for a drop towards Zarki, and they were playing very passively in the early stages. And looks like we might be seeing the same thing here, but they might be heading towards either Stalbor or maybe even Yasnaya. We might see an early contest between Brazil and other squads, but let's find out. Kuwait going to be going for their usual drop in Severny as well, so they're going to be perfectly happy with that. Ukraine might be going towards the likes of School, or maybe even going for a little bit of a longer drop, heading towards the likes of Georgepool. And Serbia might actually be dropping with Vietnam in Pochinki, and I'm seeing a couple of Saudi members as well, but they're going to be heading towards the western side.
Yes, they will. Pretty fair playing path. I want to say the fairest playing path of them all, at least in terms of what we've seen today. So no one's really going to be at a big disadvantage. We were talking about the teams that are very top of the leaderboard, coincidentally also dropping very centralized. I mean, we were talking about Vietnam especially, and we were talking about, I do want to say, Thailand, which I don't see right now. Where's Thailand going? Normally they would be down towards the southeastern side. Thailand, oh wow, they're going towards Primorsk. Am I mistaken in the assumption they usually went towards the military area? Maybe they've adapted to the circle right now. Either way, it's going to be a far western circle.
That's a pretty cool parachute.
That's an amazing. First of all, that's a wow. I've never seen this one.
Yeah.
Which collection is that from?
I have no idea, but it's like, what is that game called?
I have no idea, but I used to play this.
Yeah.
That is one hell of a parachute. Either way, I think there's going to be a massive circle for Saudi.
He has a car.
He's going to get run
over.
Oh no. His fucking going to get run over. He's only got his teammate, and his teammate has got a pistol. Somehow he's got a shotgun on his own.
It's a double barrel, too.
And I think he might have the opportunity for a second one. Unfortunately, he's only got the double barrel, as you said. And there's going to be Love approaching, trying to secure his teammate. Beast is going to take down Voki, though. And I think Falcon is not even going to get secured, but there's teammates all around him. Unfortunately, I don't think Steezy has a weapon. He's only got the car. More shots are coming out. M4 to scare them away. But I think Kazakhstan, not easily scared. He's got the Tommy gun, actually. Mercy breaching the shack, making sure his teammate is safe, and he's going to get the revive as well.
Yeah, that he will. Somalia not going to be losing out on something, but no mercy. Trying his best with that AK, like an iron sight AK at that distance. Sure, that's a wild attempt. I'll give you that. But the revive is there. They don't lose anyone, and Kazakhstan is the one that suffers at the end of that fight, and they will go on as a 3-member squad. Meanwhile, Somalia will be leaving. Very happy with that one. But let's see what they're going to be able to do with the rest of this game. Now, looking towards the zone a little bit, we have a couple of squads focused on the eastern side towards the west. Not really anyone towards the western side of the zone. Saudi Arabia and their squad are going to be around the Gatka and just south of the George Pool Mountain. And then we have, I believe, Myanmar towards George Pool and the containers. Thailand heading all the way towards Primorsk as well. So they're going to have an easy time alongside the likes of, let's have a look, it is Algeria with Broly and the boys towards Quarry as well. And then you have, of course, the Xavier representing Vietnam right here in front of us in Pochinki.
Stacked southern side of the circle, to be honest. I wouldn't have expected that many teams opting for a southern loot spot, especially not Thailand. And you can see Vietnam still being inside the circle as well. They will have a pretty easy rotate on through too. I mean, there's pretty much only Saudi in the middle of the circle. So, I mean, they will surely get all the vehicles on the way. They should have at least 3 vehicles, including the safe spawns inside Pochinki, meaning they've also got the means to do it. And yeah, once again, nothing's inside the deep circle center except Saudi. So unless they do a massive, massive split, even then, there's going to be plenty of options to be taken from Vietnam. I'm going to take a look at the timing because I'm interested now. Are they going to? Because we've seen both sides of the coin essentially for Vietnam in terms of playstyles. Sometimes they do opt for their very early rotate, and sometimes they do take their time. So
do we flip a coin to predict what they're going to do?
I think they're going to go for an early one. I think a rather early one. I think like 30 seconds max, and they're going to start moving.
All right. Well, let's find out. As we have another squad that's going to be passing towards them, looking towards Fireflex and the Turkish representatives. But I want to focus on Ukraine at the moment with Tulika and Havlik moving just south of the Rumens. And they might actually pass by just north of the Xavier and the Vietnamese squad. They might be getting close towards the likes of Turkey and Saudi Arabia. But again, you know, Zone 1, Zone 2, early days in a map like Erangel and Miramar. So not going to be seeing a lot of fights early on in the day and early on in the game.
No, not really.
Have you ever thought about what Erangel would look like if it was nighttime?
It's interesting. Now that you say it, there hasn't been a game mode for nighttime Erangel.
Imagine.
Has there?
That would be, or like, for example,
that is something that is 100% going to come.
Imagine like nighttime Erangel, snowy Miramar.
We did have nighttime Vikendi at some point, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Nighttime Erangel. I think it's just a matter of time. I think we've just given them an idea. If anyone from PUBG Mobile is listening, I think we've just given them a $1 million idea.
Just, you know, hashtag credit. Maybe give us like 5%. Thank you. You know, I'll say.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, yeah, 5. I mean, obviously, I'm at 5 each.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, no. Hey, it's my idea. Why should you get a percentage?
I was like, okay, I'll take whatever I can get.
You know what? I'll buy you dinner. How about that?
No.
But it'll be like a very, 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 very fancy dinner.
Yeah, like the $2 soup outside.
No, like a 2,000 chicken dinner. How about that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm down for that one. Talking about chicken dinner, Saudi, I think, just as much when I take this one home. They haven't really had too much circle luck in the last couple of games. I think with this one, it might change. They've set themselves up for success with this big split around this forest side, especially together with the Wizard Tower. That's a pretty big split and a pretty good one at that. Lots of teams rotating early. We're talking about Ukraine. I also want to highlight Turkey. Very early, even earlier than Vietnam, moving outside of their loot spot and far towards the western side. I mean, I said outside, but that was actually way further towards the western side than I expected them to go. Kind of cutting straight to the middle towards, or through them at the highway, so western side of Pochinki and then to the open field. And they did find a very comfortable home as well out in the open fields towards Gatka.
And now with Moldova, and I believe it was Algeria who are currently taking over
I think
Quarry.
So, yes. Caspo actually picking that one up.
Yeah.
Oh, in Solkai. Look, that's the thing. Vietnam rotated even later than I expected them to, and they just now realize how many teams have actually over-rotated them in terms of timings. Even Paragin is not going to find any spot inside the circle.
What is he doing?
Rotates in, gets taken out immediately. And Paragin not only getting knocked as well through his own vehicle, but I think the rest of his teammates, it's just a matter of time until they follow. Lamborghini and Levi's both being spotted out. I don't think there's any way for them to dodge out of this one. If Kuwait wants to take these frags, they can. Unless they will play this one safely. It doesn't look like they're making any moves towards them, which in my opinion they should. They know it's a 2-4.
That they do, but the question is, will they or won't they? Especially with having the likes of Fireflux and the Turkish representatives very, very nearby. So the thing is, the second they see like more knocks happening, they might just capitalize on the opportunity, go for the push, and get themselves as, I want to say, like a sizable amount of points. But looks like Lutz may not be getting that opportunity.
Come on now.
Be lovely spray.
There is no way they're losing a player like that again.
Like the fact, like
Not
he was,
after my prediction.
he wasn't even driving fast.
No, there should be no way that Fireflix is losing a player like that. No.
Yeah,
I refuse to accept this. He's actually gets taken down.
I did tell you, gas or curse.
I mean, come on.
You didn't listen.
This cannot happen to a team that experienced. I feel like that's one too many times now this has happened in the early games, especially as, I mean, I'm a big fan of that lineup. I legitimately am. I'm a massive fan from Solkai. So, I don't know. They usually don't do these kinds of mistakes. So I'm even more surprised seeing that now happening, especially after so many times in a row. We see Vietnam get cleaned up. I mean, nothing surprising here. I was kind of worried for a second there. I was kind of debating whether or not Kuwait was going to push this. I was kind of thinking that at this point, you know, maybe they've just let it be. But they did make it up the hillside, and they did breach that compound. They did get both these frags before getting knocked by Turkey as well. But them being down to 3, if they would have been 4 in the compound, I think that would have been a potential breach. That would have been the aggressiveness I would have liked to see from Turkey.
Yeah, and look at the side of Turkey here, focusing on multiple fronts, keeping both Algeria and Kuwait at bay for now. And looking towards that zone, it is going to be shifting towards the north side. I'm curious to see if Guatemala, coming from George Bull, if they might go for the George Bull Mountain and just kind of hold out, get a lot of information, see where all the teams are. Looking towards Nigeria as well, just towards the eastern side, coming from south of Ruins. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep holding there. Meanwhile, looking towards the eastern side as well, we have 3 squads. We have Somalia, we have Kazakhstan, we have Sri Lanka, all of them making their way. And both, like all 3 squads kind of making the same rotation, just on parallel levels, I want to say. But there's a lot of teams towards the center. Ukraine at the moment having a very center location, but how is that going to work out for them later on?
Well, we're about to find out. But as you said, 3 teams coming in through the eastern side. I think that's going to be interesting as well, especially since almost all of the positions have now been taken inside that current safe zone, at least out towards that Gatka kind of area. And that's also a very dangerous spot to not be in the early game, right? Because if you're not there in the early game, I'm talking about the first 2 phases especially, there's almost no way to get in. You would have to breach into the compounds, which we all know at this level of play is you're gonna be at a disadvantage. Unless, obviously, I mean, we've seen the Vietnamese squad handling it, but not everyone is as experienced and as played in, especially coming from the PMGC kind of level of play as they are. So I think that's going to be a massive advantage. So I think the only real option you have as a team coming in after this phase is going to be playing in through the northern side. I think that's where you have a lot of the options, and I hope we're going to see that from all the teams that aren't inside the current safe zone at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm looking towards Guatemala. I was thinking if they were going to take that north side, maybe hold on to the mountain, but they decided to rotate through the western side, and I think they went to the southern side of the map. No one's going for the mountain at the moment. I'm kind of curious why. It would be a good position to get a lot of information just for now. Not really a position to hold, so maybe even like sending a scout or someone to get some information for the squad. But since no one's making that decision, then it might just be a dead area in a few minutes. We're going to be seeing the zone shift. And looks like George Bull Mountain will still remain just a little bit towards the northern side. So I want to see if any other squads think about making a change and going for a rotation then. Broly, ooh, not an angle you want to peek. That's going to be a tough one there, Broly. The second you peek, if you know that you're going to get shot, at least like have someone give you a little bit of cover or maybe go for a trade. But here's the thing. Even if Soulless or Catch or any one of the Turkish boys get a knock, I don't think we're going to be seeing an aggressive push from them onto the Algerian squad. So
no, we might not.
Yeah, so like there's no point in trying to peek and take a fight. Just lose meds and stims for no reason.
This is interesting, though. We see Thailand in a very good spot again. Look at this massive split they have. They've got 2 players up on this radio tower kind of dip, and then they've got 2 players in the swamp, one in the compound, one in the swamp itself, and they're just trying to gatekeep the Guatemalan players right now. And I think that's a really, really smart and well-timed play. You can do this in phase 3. Onwards, sure, might be a little bit too aggressive, but at the moment, this seems like the play to go for, and they're doing it. And I hope they're going to get rewarded by these 2 kill points. We'll see. No nades really coming out of. I want to say no nades. Doesn't even need to be. I mean, Tiger just picks up the Scar L, interestingly enough. There is still 3 players inside that swamp area. That's more than I thought. I thought originally this was going to be these 2, but the rest of the squad is now rotating in.
Well, looking towards Guatemala now. They're just driving around trying to see where can they go, what do they do. They're just going to be passing by that observatory, but the thing is they're going to be passing right between 2 squads, and Sri Lanka has their sights set on them for now. But don't think they're going to be able to do anything with it. Meanwhile, Guatemala going for a fight with Thailand, the back-to-back chicken dinners winners from the past 2 games. Now Pan peeks onto Joker. Lovely spray. Doesn't get the knock though. Takes a lot of damage from that nade. Forced to go back. But is there anyone that's going to give him any cover against DJ and that push? Tony tries to defend, but he gets knocked down as well. Meanwhile, C18 or Gyro will be able to trade. Goes for a knock. And I believe he also gets the flush as well. Good little angle. Catches Marlo out. But Marlo is ready and waiting. And now it's just going to be down to Pan. David is stuck between a rock and a hard place. And Folly just manages to secure yet another elim for himself. But Tony and Pan are both ready. But the problem is you have Moldova on the high ground. You have Thailand to your left. The first one's going to get knocked down. Pan now in a 1v2, 1v3, maybe even a 1v7 somehow with Thailand joining this fight as well. Moldova, you know you have to go for the push. You know that you already got a knock. There's no need for you to play with nades. Just get in there, get that elim, get the position, and move because the zone is going to start moving slowly. But Trek trying to be as careful as possible, knowing that there's a shotgun at the end of that fight. Oh, no, 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 Trek, no, no, that is not what you want to do. You should instantly be able to go for the fight, but now somehow it is a 1v2. Pan manages to get a third. Are you kidding me? Pan might actually be able to go for a 1v4, all because of a blunder from the Moldovan side. He's going to be switching over to the M4, but still trying to find the right angle. Just dancing left and right, Kespo not really sure what to do. Peeks and gets the elim. Finally, but Moldova, so many mistakes, one right after the other. This could have been the blunder of the game, but somehow they managed to stay alive.
And that is crazy also for Thailand to pretty much just observe this fight happening, but didn't really make any moves, surprisingly enough, because they did lose 2 players in the meanwhile. So Thailand kind of just holding back, despite them having a back-to-back chicken dinner and pretty much enough points to kind of give this round away and potentially still be at the top. They're still opting not to take initiative and potentially third-party this. That would have been a lot of elimination points, and that would have made the difference here. I mean, instead, they're going to be as a 2-man there, I guess. I'm not sure about the chances they have coming from this position. I'm not sure if they've got the vehicles after Ida is gonna disable them, but yeah, apparently gonna have to make work with what they have, which is not vehicles anymore. So I don't even know how they're gonna move out of this one.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to find out because it's not gonna be easy. Now, looking towards Ida and Saudi Arabia, they have an angle on the Moldovan squad. Meanwhile, the Turkish squad as well, rotating towards the western side, might be coming up from behind Moldova, just applying a little bit more pressure. Get wrecked. Manages to secure another elim on the Somali squad. Oh, but Love's gonna try and run away here, but I'm not sure if that's the right direction. Ida trying to see if he can actually steal an elim away. Catches, get wrecked, and he will be able to get the knock. Lovely spray there. And now it's just gonna be down to Kespo once again for the Moldovan squad now.
And there's another team rotating in towards that southern side. It is Somalia as well. Either suddenly gets shot in the back. He's trying to rotate off. I'm not sure where he's going to go to because he's still very much inside that circle. But at least for now, he's going to make it at least deeper inside. His vehicle has not been blown up just yet. We can see Turkey in the meanwhile fighting down towards the southern side, taking out Somalia. So that's at least one more elimination point secured. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Moldova being taken out as well. Ida is going to pick that one up before Kespo gets found as well. And that's going to be a long shot coming in from Brazil down towards that middle western side as well. More frags, though, happening. And finally, we're going into the middle of the map. I was wondering if I'm going to take a look at some of these teams, because honestly, that's where the real magic is going to happen. Looking at the circle right now, these are the teams that have the most win potential inside this match number 5.
Yeah, now we're going to be switching over towards Kuwait and Nigeria. Ooh! Left comes out from the right, swings and gets the limb. Well, gets the knock anyways. But now Nigeria down to one last member. No, the Zon's going to take you out, but Left doesn't even give him the opportunity. He takes him down, secures yet another point, another limb for his squad. And now we're jumping over to Saudi Arabia, who's in a pretty good spot, actually, having that house to themselves. But you are going to have the Serbian squad from the south, maybe 2 from the Turkish lineup, but 4 for the Ukrainians in Gatka. Of course, you have 4 people from Myanmar towards the north as well. 3 for the side of the Brazilian squad. I believe also 2 or 3 for the Thai team too.
Serbia, well, that 4-man down south is going to have to move out of that compound in this phase. And there's not a lot of options, not a lot of positions you can go for. There is this breach towards the southern side of Saudi Arabia. You can definitely try and make a move on these 2 yellow buildings, but there is the opportunity for a team inside Gatka, obviously, to third party that, if it may happen. We're going to take a look at that, because I don't see a lot of rotation paths that are still open for them. Maybe a far western rotate, but even that is going to surely get picked off by Saudi Arabia themselves. So, plenty of teams inside their circle, inside the middle of the circle, still left alive, but all of these teams have already lost a player, almost exclusively. I mean, sure, there's 1 or 2 teams that haven't. I want to see, say, Ukraine as well, but these are not exactly in a winning position.
Yeah, that they are not. Looking towards Sri Lanka, they lose yet another one of their members to the Brazilian squad. We're now down to 10 teams, 30 players remaining, 20 minutes into this game. Sky only with the knockout to Solus. Now going for the push, trying to see if he can actually eliminate the second member from this Turkish team and take them down. Mishal and Left secure a few more limbs onto the Myanmar squad. Sky only somehow exposed to who? Damar, the master of destruction at the moment, managing to secure yet another one. Now Joker, the last member left alive, and he's going to be forced to push, but Damar as well might have another angle. But if he manages to go for that loot from the Turkish team, he might be able to survive just a little bit longer. But you still have 2 members from the Saudi team, 1 right in front of you, and then 2 from a different angle to provide some cover. This nade actually might change things up if he gets the knock on to Prestige. He might be able to push, but Prestige will go and try and trade one more, but I don't think he'll be able to do it.
Doesn't look like it. As Sri Lanka is eliminated as well. 9th place for them, just outside the placement points. That is going to be devastating. They have waited for so long now to get into that top 8. They've waited so long to get into a winning position and potentially get some elimination points as well. It's not going to happen this one, as the breach finally comes in. More fights now. Saudi is actually going to fight off Serbia as expected. Nate's come in. Ooh, is it going to be a quick trade? But lucky for Ida, he's got a teammate standing, as opposed to the Serbian side, who is now eliminated inside that placement point as well. But it's only going to be the one, as they are out in 8th.
Yeah, and now we're down to 7 squads, and the only one that seems to be at full force will be the Ukrainian team. Mishal with 4 nades, looking towards that last member, I believe, left from Myanmar. Indeed, it is the last one. If he manages to secure the Salim, that's an extra point from placements. It's an extra point for an Ilim. Much needed points for this team. Ooh, we have 2 drops in the open area at the moment. I want to see if anyone is going to be trying to make a play for that. I highly doubt it with so many squads here. Myanmar finally managed to get eliminated from that nade from Ragnar, meaning that they can secure this compound. But with the zone shifting in about 20 seconds, or starting to close in 20 seconds, we might see Kuwait rotate from this position.
We want to touch on Brazil because you haven't really seen them much. They've got this northwestern big kind of split. I want to say, I mean, they just now split it. before that, they were all up on that radio tower hillside. They now moved 2 of the players inside the circle. And I really like what they're doing. They're not overly aggressive, and yet they're kind of trying to punish anyone that is rotating in towards the southern side because they know there's so few positions and lots of these teams have to fight, and none of them can really make a move on towards Brazil. So they are almost playing passive-aggressive, both at the same time, making sure none of them dies while still trying to hinder as many teams as possible. And you can see another frag coming out from them against Kuwait, actually.
Yeah, and now Kuwait, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to make a move, especially with Left being knocked down. Mish'al at very low HP, so he can't really risk going for the revive. Nate's coming out from Havlik as well. Might be able to apply a little bit more pressure. Might be able to secure the kill onto Left, but it's a little bit too far away. Not enough damage to secure the Ilm just yet. Mish'al heals up. Ragnar will be there for the support as well. These 2 teams will be fighting on the eastern side of the map. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia still a little bit out of the zone towards the south side, so... well, one of them is anyway, so they might have to make a move very, very shortly. Thailand with that 1 player, they might be playing for placements. They might try to just steal the chicken dinner at the end of the day. We'll see if they manage to do so. Havlik with another knock onto Left, which might signal that this is the right time for them to go for the push. Ragnar is still holding that tower, or rather holding that building, so he has an angle on Ukraine. He might be able to give time for the boys to get that revive done, but another nade comes in here, and that's the knock once again. Kuwait are in big, big trouble here.
Gets taken down. Ragnar's going to try things out, though, as Quick goes down. Is that going to be enough, though? I don't think it will be. That res should easily be being taken care of, as Tulika is going to try and get his teammate back on his feet. You can see Havlik kind of being the last man standing now, at least in close proximity. He's going to get the DBS shot as well, as Left is being sat down to... and that just leaves Ragnar left alive in the building. That's a lot of distance now, and almost secures Ukraine to get their teammate back up. And that's going to mean they're back on a 4-man lineup in one of the strongest positions in this game. And I was talking about Ukraine. They consistently get into late game. So far, they haven't been able to make it work. Maybe now, man advantage once again, and this time around a good position to back it off as well.
And let's see if they can make that final push for that chicken dinner. 3 squads facing them, total of 4. But again, Ukraine, the only full squad. Brazil with 3. Saudi Arabia with 3. And Kuwait only with 1 in the name of Ragnar. The question is, which one of these countries, which one of these teams will be able to secure their first winner chicken dinner? Brazil. We've talked about you time and time again. We know this is one of the best squads that's participating in this tournament. We know that they can get a chicken dinner pretty easily as with an experienced lineup like that. So it's just a matter of time. Question is, will it be, I guess, the full squad of Ukraine that stands in their way, or will it be something different? Oh, baby, Tulika exploding a car, I believe, and taking out one of the members from Saudi Arabia, but now I think Prestige is going to decide to go for the push and secure the Elim here onto Tulika.
I think they kind of have to at this point. They're not moving out of this dip without fighting Ukraine. I think they're going to be in the sidelines whatsoever. If not in Ukraine's sideline, they're going to be in Brazil's sideline. You can see he's trying to make that push in towards the circle center, but somehow he's not being shot at right now. Okay, there goes the knock, and that should be another flash as well towards the Brazilian side. Tulika is being picked up. Very important rescue as well for Ukraine. They want to make sure they get into this late game as a 4-man strong, especially with this circle shift that we've just seen.
Exactly, and looking towards Ragnar and what he can do as a solo member. If he times it right, he could get himself a couple more points. Saudi Arabia lose the mark. Eoski's just wreaking havoc at this point. Lorizan as well, following it up with that DP. Oh, boy. He has a DP and he has an MG3. Level 3 helmet, level 3 body armor as well. He is ready to secure this dub for the squad.
Smoke comes out. They do have to move across this ridge line. And as you said, that's Solo in the back lines. He could be the difference maker in this round. Just depends on when he's going to decide to strike. Ada gets caught now. Nade's going to finish him off. Tulika makes sure to secure that elimination point as well. And that means 8 elimination points for Team Ukraine. They have been waiting for this moment throughout the first 4 games. What better way now to finish this off and finally get a win than this circle? This should be the advantage for them, no matter where they shifts. I think even on a far northwestern circle shift, they should have the advantage, judging by the utility they have.
Well, let's see if they utilize it in the best way possible in this end game. Or is Ragnar going to be a thorn in one of these teams' backs? That's what I'm waiting for. What
they have 11 eliminations. Kuwait has gotten 11 eliminations. I didn't even realize they were fighting that much towards the northern side. I quickly did have to interrupt you there. 11 eliminations, did you realize that?
That's a decent amount so far.
That is massive.
Can they get more? That's the question.
Also, one of the teams that has gotten over 6 months of practice. I was talking to their coach. We were talking about before. Top 3 was their goal. We were talking about it. And I wasn't exactly laughing, but I was like, that is a bold statement in this kind of lobby with these kind of experienced players. And with that next circle shift really going the completely opposite way, we now finally have that breach coming in. Oh, he's very low. Breach coming in. Now first one gets taken out immediately as Havlik is going to open things up. Second player drops immediately after. Another headshot for the Ukrainian side as they make it towards the ridge line and also inside the circle. On top of that, that just means a 4-on-4-1. And the Brazilian man, the last one has already been spotted as well.
And that's going to be down to Kayoski against Tulika and the rest of the Ukrainian squad. But what can one man do against a whole team? And now it's going to be down to Ragnar in a 1v3 with Tulika being taken down. Question is, can he secure any points? Can he secure any elims for his team? Or is he just going to go for a straight-up denial?
I mean, he kind of has to go for the flush at this point, right? He has to go for the flush towards that western side, the knock he just got, but seems like he's kind of just waited this one out. I don't think he even can anymore. I think the players just crawled along the ridgeline. Quick, though, gets taken down very low, but Quick in return is going to take down Ragnar. That means Kuwait in second place. Massive, massive round, though. I think that must have been 11, maybe even 12 frags there in the end for Kuwait. And that means despite Ukraine getting the frag, you can see the coach chiming in. Lovely guy, by the way, as well. Lots of experience in this lineup in general. They will make it happen. Massive, massive points as well. I think there might be a chance we will have Ukraine above Thailand with this one. They've had...
You think so?
I'm not quite sure, depending on how many points Thailand got in this one. But as I said, Ukraine consistently getting to the late game. And I said it was a matter of time. I didn't think it was going to happen today.
Well, I guess we're going to find out if your maths is correct. Because, you know, don't forget Thailand with the back-to-back chicken dinner that they secured and a lot of the elims. There is a decent gap between them and second place, but especially with them being eliminated, not a lot of points secured through that last match, but we're going to find out shortly exactly what happened and how that changes the overall leaderboard. And don't forget, we still have 3 more games. Yes, that's right. It's going to be a very long day for all these players, and we're just past the halfway point, so we're almost there. We're almost there.
Almost there. I think with that, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Yeah.
Jason and Cole, take it away.
Nothing like living on a prayer here. We're almost there as we do have Ukraine taking a victory, a much well-deserved victory as well, considering how they've been playing so far today. I'm just a captain. I know you might not recognize me because it has been a while since you've seen us. And this is our STC play analysis as we got Maxman.
Welcome to day 2.
I don't know what that face is. And Seven Worlds Gaming.
Welcome to day 2.
Yes!
Okay, so yeah, Ukraine. I guess I'll do all the analysis here. So no analysis by me. Ukraine, great little push. I feel like they caught Influence Rage or Brazil.
Yep.
Yes.
A little bit too far split. We talk about splits and regroup at the appropriate time. Rushed him with the car, got the initial knock, and then just kind of snowballed it from there.
Amazing, Jason. Yeah, yeah, he's good.
He's really
good. Yeah. No, I think one of the most important fights. Sorry, Jason. One of the most important fights they took is trying to clear most of Kuwait on the eastern side of this game, and that enabled them to then play the ridge south of the road a little bit more efficiently. And then they played the dip in the field 7 that we saw was the game-winning play, right? What do you think of that?
It was. I'm just laughing at something else. But I'm with you. The way they were actually able to push to Kuwait, I felt like that was their winning play because.
Gentlemen, come on.
He's losing it,
I don't know why you're losing it, Seven. I can see the veins on your forehead. That's the only time I've ever seen veins in your body.
He's crying right now.
His face is just making me laugh.
Okay, so Vietnam out, 16th place, which is unfortunate for them. They've not been looking like the D Xavier that we saw back at PMGC. Yep. I will say this, though, for Team Thailand, Joker kept them alive. I think they he was solo player in 9th place. Stay alive till he got to 5th. So that'll help get them extra points here in terms of placements. Obviously, we do have catch-up coming out of Ukraine as well here. So we'll take a look at some of our highlights brought to you by Savvy and kind of get a quick recap of what went down here in this last match. Because it was a very important match here. Obviously, for teams in particular, having the hour break to get food to eat, that's kind of normal. But then, obviously, the tech problems that happen off the back of that, keeping your mental focus is extremely important, extremely difficult for teams who are definitely untested when it comes to these situations. And for Ukraine, they kept their mental fortitude, they come out with a victory.
Yeah, and that's especially in the first 15 minutes, right? That we were paying very close attention to it, and we saw that things. Okay, 7. Things were very interesting in the first 50 minutes and kind of sped up. We had some nice early eliminations coming on through, but this fight in particular, Kespo able to keep Moldova back in play, taking that fight. That was a very
how did that fight start?
After
Max's grenade of the week.
He naded his team and got, I think it was 2 down from that one. So luckily he was able to get him out of that, but that was a situation he created for himself.
And in regards to what you were saying after the team being able to have so much time, I'm actually especially pleased that Saudi Arabia is still being able to perform in regards to eliminations. Every match they've been able to put up a good amount, but I mean, I feel like they're still going to need to be able to do something. And this is the fight we were talking about here, because they were able to pretty much take advantage of that and allow them the splits that they were able to have too. Max, it helped them in such a big way, except for right there, but it did help them out by being able to scout.
Yeah, and I just realized actually Tulika in this final push still had 7 nades, and you got so many dips in these fields. Nades are just going to be so important to get clear side of those ridges and clear the dips in particular, especially in field positions. So very good for them to hold on that amount of utility at the time. I think it's mostly because they eliminated so many teams before that. They had like just so many elims that they just picked up all the utility and they made those transitions in the later stage even smoother.
Well, also Brazil had a lot of eliminations, and we were just talking about for them, they need to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious when going into these fights. We've seen them go out early many a times now, and for this, they finally, I guess, hold themselves back a little bit, play a little bit of a safer position, and then once they get later stages of the game, they're able to have the eliminations just come through.
The good thing is now for Brazil is back-to-back games with placement points. That was a big question mark at the beginning of the day. Now they're starting to readjust that, so it's good to see that out of them.
You agree?
He's talked about Brazil. I can't interject. I have to let him do his point.
That's true. That's true. I'm also as well surprised with the Saudi team here. Obviously playing on home turf. They have the advantage of the 6th man. Well, 5th man, I guess we can call it. Maybe they have a 6th man. Maybe it's 5 and 6. Who knows what the crowd's cheering for out there. But again, it can be very difficult playing in the situation of the tech pauses that we had happen. So the teams out there, we have to give maybe some credit to Kuwait. They've been actually stepping up pretty well as well. I'm kind of surprised. But again, they are one of the teams, I believe, coming in with somewhat of a roster. But again, it's tough times when you're playing against teams who have been in PMGC before, in PMGC this year, in the group stages this year for PMGC. And we're seeing Kuwait perform pretty well. They
had some decent points before that, but this has been their best game by far. This tournament, they got himself an 11 elimination early in the match, right? Entering the eastern side, really good initial breach too, in terms of how they were using these smokes to block out visibility on those windows. And then, of course, when you get close range, you're going to use those nades. So really good usage overall of their utility. And I do like the fact that we're seeing teams not backing out of fights. They're willing to take those engages despite having teams like, your Dig Xavier, your Influence Rage that played PMGC just like recently, of course, for the Brazilian teams. It was the league stage, but they understand, okay, if we play passive, we're going to get punished. We're going to get completely smashed into the ground. Let's just try and take these fights. And if it works out, we get eliminations, we get a better spot in circle, and who knows, maybe we can win the whole thing.
Yeah, and they got to make sure they just keep on checking themselves, right? Not taking any ego fights. And that goes for a lot of teams, too, as well, not just Brazil, because we've seen Turkey actually not being able to perform that well. They keep getting caught often.
They lose players super quickly, just 1 or 2 players. It's really weird.
I was actually about to say, since we're speaking of SmackDowns, that's definitely a team that's been smacked down quite a few times here. And I don't know why, other than what you guys are mentioning here, because this is a team who's been tried and tested, obviously having a very rocky second half of the year. But when you carry the name Fireflux and you carry the caliber of players they have on their team, it's another instance of, are they the Turkish Bigatron?
Ooh.
I'm talking old Bigatron. It was the Twins. Let's take a look at the match rankings here. You can see 22 points for Ukraine. Kuwait pulling off 11 eliminations here, getting 17 points. And again, Thailand, as I mentioned before, Joker keeping their hopes alive by getting them the extra placement points. But Saudi Arabia, again, with another 7 elims, it's like they're averaging at least 5 per match so far.
They are averaging a lot more. I think now, as you mentioned, that they are averaging more than 5 elims per game, which is exactly what you want to see out of this team. And I am happy to see that overall they are still being able to get a lot more placement points. Hopefully this continues. But with Ukraine, before this match, this was the only team in the top 3 that didn't have a chicken dinner. So it's good for them to be able to get that chicken dinner off the books.
Yeah, and outside of that chicken dinner from Kazakhstan, actually, there hasn't been too much. I feel like unless they get those great central positions in circle, like we saw also north of Trifecta on that Sanok, and of course they had that win earlier. Outside of that, there hasn't been really much shown to me by this team. I want to see more on those bad games. I think that's something we talked a lot during PMGC, right? 7 is those good games, that's great. what do you do on a bad performance? Do you still bring home 2-3 eliminations and a few placement points, or is it like a 0-point game? If that's the case, and it keeps repeating, you might have had a good start to the day, but you could fall off so quickly.
And how long are you going to be able to readjust from that? Because we know some teams usually take a little bit longer. Right now, we're halfway done with the day. I'm looking especially at some of the other teams that are towards the bottom. I know this is just a match leaderboard, but they've been towards the bottom quite a lot. Algeria, Sri Lanka, they need to snap out of it.
Yeah.
Are we seeing here our team stats for our winners? And we are seeing Havlik, 4 eliminations, pretty standard. Tulika, 4 eliminations as well. And Old Boy and Vic going to be at 2 apiece. Kind of expected, to be honest, for me, for this team.
Yeah, something that we're starting to see now every single time we look at the team stats, it's everybody from the team does end up performing. It's not just 2 players, not 3 players. Everybody's currently being able to put up numbers, whether it's eliminations, whether it's that damage dealt, whatever it is, it's currently working out for a lot of these teams. And I feel like it is becoming the new meta for PUBG Mobile, that you need to have everybody being able to put up numbers in regards to elims, in regards to damage.
Yeah, and I feel like that might be kind of an effect of I'm not seeing big splits in these games. When we're looking back at, like, especially the mid-game stage, not seeing these big 2-2 splits that teams tend to do and then regrouping later on in the game. It's just staying together, breaching together, or defending together if you are getting breached. And I feel like that's kind of allowing all of these players to get involved in the fight, pump up those numbers a bit more in terms of damage, knocks, eliminations, and just everyone is looking good at the end.
I wonder, is that potentially due to the unexpectedness of what teams potentially going to throw your way? Because when you are split 2-2, typically you have time to regroup and teams don't crash you so often. But in these lobbies, maybe teams are just like, we're going to send it right away without really scouting, and you have no chance to really react.
Yeah, we got to defend this spot. We'll see. But I feel like that's actually a really good point, Jason, is that we don't know what's going to come your way. Is it going to be edge, center, slow rotations, quick rotations? An easy way to deal with that is just to always be together. Then you don't have to respond as with such a drastic measure to these kind of situations. So I feel like that has been kind of a knockoff effect of this lobby in particular.
Yeah, and I think we have seen some splits from some teams that didn't end up working out, so maybe people are just starting to get confident with the lobby.
Yeah.
As Jason was saying, maybe a little bit surprised of what the other teams are going to be doing since they don't have any experience with them.
Well, I think back to the very first match where Soke got caught off guard by Moldova. He was in his own little building. Moldova just crashed out of nowhere. He got caught off guard. He got naded down, then eventually finished off. And you just don't have the ability to react to that. And you're going to lose players, and you're going to hemorrhage points, unfortunately, in that match. We are seeing here our little damage graphic, and we are having Ukraine, of course, 2,100, almost 2,200 damage done. No beatbox. No one hit 1K. Don't worry, Max. You can save that for later.
I also didn't prepare it, so that's cool.
No, it's for tomorrow. It's for tomorrow, Max.
That's what we're doing for tomorrow. Okay. Look, I have to say, one thing I really appreciate about global esports games, I'm learning my flags. You know what? And that is worth something.
Yes.
We're getting there.
You're learning something. Let's take a look, I believe, at our overalls as well here to get an idea of where our teams are currently standing, because that's going to be the really interesting part, considering we have passed the halfway point. That was our 5th match out of 8, so we still have 3 left to go. A little bit different than the normal format we've seen in the past, and they actually have taken first place here away from Thailand.
Woo. And I feel like it has to be with how consistent they were. As I mentioned earlier, they were the top 3 team, one of the top 3 teams that just didn't have a chicken dinners. And another one is, you were mentioning them too, Kazakhstan hasn't been able to do much since their win. In Saudi Arabia, where that consistency currently in 3rd place, but look at the gap that's starting to be built.
To go back to Kazakhstan in particular, they had a chicken dinner and a 2nd place, right, on that Sanok. That means they got only 2 placement points out of all the other matches they played, right? And we played 5 matches, so out of 3 matches, only 2 placement points. That is pretty bad. So you want to see a little bit of an improvement on their bad games again.
I'm conditioned for you to say pretty good there. Take a look really quickly, though. You can see Saudi Arabia. 0 chicken dinners, but 18 placement points. Ukraine, take away their 1 win, 19 placement points. If we're going to talk about consistency, though, these 2 teams have been ever so consistent in getting into the late stages of the game, whether it's one player like we saw out of Ida before from Saudi Arabia, or it's a full team alive like we just saw from Ukraine in this last match. So you really have to give credit to them, whereas Thailand, outside of those 2 matches, 8 placement points is really unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true for Thailand here. After the back-to-back has been a little bit rough, but at least they're still getting eliminations. And we'll see if they can try and maintain some points coming their way in the next few matches. But yeah, you need to, once again, just like we saw also for the other team, points coming in, and I have no idea how to say that name. Shell? Just Shell.
Shell, Or Arcadia MVP, don't forget about them, coming in from Kuwait. And expected again, Kuwait has been, I think, one of the dark horses of the event so far. I think it's safe to say. I don't think we really expected too much out of them coming into this whole event, but they have done pretty damn well.
They really have, but going back to the overall, something that I'm kind of a little bit worried about is that some of the teams at the top are being really good. I mean, it's starting to become a little bit top heavy. in regards to the point split, because if we go back and look at it, I mean, second place currently has 68 points, right? Then we go to third place, 47 points. So it's quite a bit of a drop-off. And some of these teams, yes, they are currently being able to be consistent, but I feel like they need to start being able to put up more points if they want to be able to catch up to Thailand, if they want to be able to catch up to Ukraine. And I'm saying this now, even though we have so many more games left, because if this continues on, I honestly don't see Ukraine slowing down with the way they're currently playing. And that is a team, from what we know in the past from Old Boy, he is able to carry momentum. He does build up more confidence, and they just keep on getting better.
They're very streaky. And I feel especially for such a short tournament like this, where you have 2 days of play, those wins are also very important. Like we say, consistency is key always, right? And getting those points on those bad games is important. A big win on such a short event is always going to have such a drastic impact. So sometimes a win or two can make the difference. So just like Saudi Arabia, as you said, one elimination, one chicken dinner, might make just one elimination. That's all it takes. One chicken dinner can make a massive difference with where they currently stand on the rankings.
And it's going to make me use one word that I hate to use. Do you know the word?
Yes.
What's the word?
Momentum.
Yeah, momentum, man. Because if you have that, like 1 or 2 good games in the day, that can carry you through, considering you're playing over 50% of your matches right now. But speaking of matches, it is time to head into our next match of the day, gentlemen. It's going to be match number 6. It's going to be Miramar. Let's throw it on to our casters and kick it off.
Thank you so much, Jason. It is indeed match number 6, Miramar, coming up. We did have a couple of Miramar winners already. Any predictions, Sandstorm?
You know what? I'm gonna back you up, and I'm gonna go with Turkey to get the chicken dinner for the next game.
Look,
it's just gonna make it very simple for you. Maxman is not pleased with that one.
I like that you picked them, and also I don't like that you picked them, because that can only mean one thing.
16th place.
Yes, that can only mean one thing.
Yes, sir. That's
place.
what we do here.
I do want to see them win again, though. I did say again. I mean, as well, obviously. I want to see them win as well. They're going to make my prediction as well. I mean, Ukraine just did what I wanted them to do, which is get that chicken dinner, make it spicy up towards that top place, these top places of the leaderboard. I think at this point, honestly, it only really needs Turkey to come up there, because they've just nowhere near touched any of the points in terms of amount they got per game.
Yeah, and
they should. Literally not even remotely close.
And honestly, they need to have some sort of comeback within the next 3 games. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them tomorrow.
I think
so. And of course now, like we saw with the overall ranking, 5-point difference between first place and second place, with between Thailand and Ukraine, of course. But it is going to be Kuwait coming in 3rd place, which was not expected after we saw Mishal being the MVP. Just to show Maxman how it's pronounced. There you go. There's a little bit of an idea for you. Hopefully he'll remember it next time. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are going to be jumping into the next game very, very soon. Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat who you think is going to be coming out with the next winner chicken dinner. And here we go. Coming in from the northern side. Ooh, going to be coming over the likes of Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca, and Lazara as well. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be like a pretty centered kind of playing path in a way. Yeah. Not too bad.
That's a pretty decent playing path, actually.
It's like when you slice a sandwich and you take like the bigger piece and you give your brother the smaller piece. That's the kind of split that we have.
I would never do something like that, and I condone it as well.
Hey, I never said I did. I said you did.
Yeah, that's what I said. I would never do such a thing. Definitely not. I hope my little brother isn't watching.
I'm extra doubt on that one.
I disagree. Yeah. I mean, that's not too bad of a thing. Either way, good.
Listen,
good
this man is always eating. So that's why.
Don't tell the word now. Come on, man. Everyone knows
it's healthy food. It's healthy food. Listen, it's good for you.
So.
It's good for you.
Is it though?
It is.
Actually, I did read it is more healthy to be at a caloric deficit than it is to actually just train and eat a lot. Yeah, anyways, let's get into the game. Thailand is going to be centralized again. We were talking about that. I think Saudi is almost centralized again. Myanmar also one of the teams that surprised me. Don't generally talk a lot about that team. Obviously, we didn't have too much screen time with them either, especially in the late games.
Yep.
But in mid-game, they've really surprised me so far. Good fighting skills. Plenty of teams that have been surprised by Myanmar, especially Turkey.
Yeah, and Moldova too. Moldova too,
Moldova as well, yes.
Moldova has had some, some very good moments. They've also had some very wacky moments too.
Scrap what you're just saying. Please tell me this isn't a good setup for Turkey.
I mean, it is. They have they have a very nice split. They have control of Chumisera. You have Solkay and Ketch as well. A little bit too close towards Thailand. I mean, look, here's the thing. I don't think there's anything that they can do to make it work because I predicted it. I predicted them. That's the way the cookie crumbles when I cast. It is what it is. So, you know what? I challenge them to break the caster curse. I dare you. Come on, Turkey. I know you can do it. I challenge thee.
I mean, I know we hate the momentum, apparently. I didn't know that before, but I do now.
I didn't know. Still, why does it? The question is why. There has to be a reason behind it.
I know we got to talk Jason later. We got to talk to Jason later. But either way, I think touching on that point, I think Turkey is the kind of team, and we've seen that in Fireflux, that feeds off of that momentum. I think they're the kind of team that needs. They need to have a strong start into a tournament or a round where they get enough confidence to just roll off of that. Because we've seen so many rounds, the place that they used to have with which they were very successful was fighting early on. I mean, they're not doing anything different here. But the way they pick the fights, the way they position themselves for fights, it feels like so far in this tournament, every single fight they have is not one that they actively wanted, but instead got forced upon. And I think that needs to change. I mean, even if you have to force it yourself and make sure, like, see a team maybe get into an isolated 4-on-4 fight, but actually pick the fight you want to have. I think even that could work out well for them. And then, you know, play off of that confidence that you get from potentially winning that 4-on-4 fight. I mean, best case scenario is obviously winning that. I think that's what needs to happen, because otherwise I don't see a way out of this one. And so far, their game plan has not worked out whatsoever.
Yeah, and Vietnam, I want to kind of touch on them a little bit because, you know, they started off with a chicken dinner and then they kind of just fell off a little bit. I expected them to stay like near the top 3, but they seem to be struggling. But we'll see if they can bring it back with the last 3 games of the day. I say last 3 games, but it's still... We'll wait until the last game and see what happens with that lineup. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the split that we have when it comes to the teams. All the teams are very, very far away from each other. The only teams that are actually close to each other would be, I want to say, the likes of Kazakhstan, towards the southern side near Los Leones, and then you have another team, I think it's Moldova, on the northern side of Los Leones, looking towards Somalia all the way in Campo Militar, and you have one player as well in Torre Ahmada, so they're going to be pretty chill for about 30 more seconds. And then I would say move, because the zone is on its way and it's going to be a trek for you guys. Regardless of which direction you're going to be going, you might be running into someone. A team in La Cabrera, a team on Waterfront, a team in El Azhar as well, or rather water treatment, and a team in Cruz del Valle as well. So it's going to be a pretty difficult rotation for them.
Yeah, it will be. Even the western side, I mean, usually in these kinds of Miramar circles, the western side is rather clear. I mean, that's kind of what you want to opt for if you're from the far northeastern side. You kind of want to wrap around that northern side and come up through the Opozo Western Road and just drive all the way down, because that's usually the side that is, you know, considered as the clearer side, obviously, with the plane path just being straight down the map. But even there, we have plenty of teams. I mean, even Serbia, I don't think they're going to move too much. I think they're going to play on the southwestern side as well. So even that is going to be a tough wrap. I think generally this circle is going to pose problems for plenty of these teams.
Yeah, but it's going to be a while before we see any of those kind of struggles, any of those kinds of problems. In a game like this, it's going to be quite a few minutes until we see some kind of action, until we see some teams forced into taking a fight for a better position. But we're just going to have to wait and see what happens with this squad. Now, Moldova, they're in a good spot. Like when I'm thinking about their performance compared to what we expected from a squad like this, they've had a couple of moments where they shined here and there, but let's see if they can get themselves a chicken dinner in one of these games. Thailand got to. Kuwait was very, very close to getting their first one as well. You know, it was a 1v3, 1v4, but a couple of missteps in that game for them made it a little bit more difficult. Switching over to Turkey here. And, oh boy, we spoke about them before. And would you look at that? One of the Turkey boys will be knocked down, and looks like the finish will be there as well. The question is who will secure it, because no one from the Turkish lineup is close enough to throw smokes, give cover, or even think about going for a revive. It looks like Kuwait is trying to steal the LM away. Saudi Arabia, going to be rotating close by as well, but not too close that they'd be in a dangerous spot.
Loach in the middle of all of this. And Lutz is getting taken down. Look, I don't know what to say. How is Turkey consistently losing players that early on and all on their lone stamp? They're never losing them, and they're actually picking the fight. That's what I mean with actively picking the fight right there. That's not a fight. Obviously, he didn't even want to get to that fight in the first place, but he was forced upon it because of his rotation pathing. So I don't even know what to say at this point. I think, for starters, just group up. Their game plan does not seem to be working whatsoever. I think that's another game down at this point. Look how many points you have to catch up on. Obviously, these next breeds coming in. Saudi Arabia, they really want to make this work. I mean, they did make massive amounts of damage. Ida's coming in. First threat goes their way. Second one gets traded out, but Easy's immediately there with the DBS in hand. And Misha gets taken down as well. That's 2 easy flushes for the Saudi Arabian side, and a compound gain on top of that. That is a good push, and it works out very successfully.
Yeah, they know that the second they manage to get a knock, they can go for the push, regardless of you finishing the revive and getting the heal off. You just know that you had the opportunity to get close enough and get that fight, or get right up in their face. Very well played from Saudi Arabia, securing 2 limbs, not losing anyone there as well. Not even having any knocks on their side. Well, they had 1 actually, but the rest of the squad was instantly there to back them up, just in case. So, good timing from the Saudi Arabian representatives, considering the fact that they need to come out with a decent amount of points if they want to get towards that top 3, top 4. Because here's the thing. Yes, there's a 5-point gap between first place and second place, but when we're looking towards third place, there's about a 15, if not more than 15-point gap between them. So it is going to be a little bit difficult. Looking towards this shift towards the southern side, Turkey already making the move, and I think they're going to try to go for a high ground somewhere in the middle, maybe perhaps the compound just south of Ketch, but it looks like Serbia might have exactly the same idea, so we might be seeing a fight break out very shortly here.
Man, I can already see the elimination feed, and Turkey's just being there.
But on which side, the right or the left?
I mean, that's the question. Either way, though, even that centralized of a position is very tough to play as a 3-man, sorry. I mean, it's tough to play as a 4-man as well. Honestly, playing up on that hillside, that compound, you've got lots of angles, lots of information, but to hold it, you pretty much need to look out towards all kind of the direction. You need to look towards the northern side. You can easily get pulled up on the northern side. You can easily get pulled up on the western side, southern side, just as easy as it is to pull up on the eastern side. So if you don't have the 4 players, at some point it's going to crumble because that's the strongest position in the game. Someone's going to go for it.
Oh, yeah. I think multiple teams are going to try, and that's where we're going to see the... I want to say a lot of the fights, or a lot of the elims, but, I mean, hey, Ketch is on the elimination feed, but he's on the left side. So that means he's the one that's getting the points, he's the one that's getting the knocks. But it's only 1, so let's not get too excited.
Yes, we'll
but
see.
at least they made it there first, so they do have the advantage for the Turkish side here.
Now he comes out. And as Peachy is going to get revived, Shadow is thinking twice about this angle. Rotates on downwards. Not even just a little bit, he's just going straight through. Apparently they want to dodge this fight. Interesting. I would love to hear their input right now, whether or not they have the information this is a 3-man. Because I cannot imagine them dodging this knowing it's a 3-man. I think they just don't have the info.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they will have to rotate away. They go a little bit south of where they actually wanted to be, but I still don't think it's going to be that bad for the Serbian squad. The fact that, you know, they suffered a knock, but they were still able to get the revive.
I guess it's fine, but still, though, you don't get the best position in the game right now.
True.
You're going to have to play down low, and that's just because you were scared of that after that first initial knock. I think, I don't know. I think even just the information that they weren't pushing, sure, they did have pretty good position to defend this if they would have pushed, but even just based off of that information, they should have potentially guessed that it was a 3-man only. Yeah, anyways, they will rotate on downwards, and once again, that's a pretty good spot as well, which is not as good as playing up top.
Yeah, that it is, but I kind of want to have a look at the rest of the squads. I want to know what's happening towards the northern side. We have a couple of squads that are going to be coming in, or even on the western side, because I think I noticed one of the teams going for a rotation towards the Valle del Mar bridge, but looking towards the elimination feed, Lamborghini and the Vietnamese representatives at the moment might be getting themselves a couple of knocks and instantly going for a push here on the Thai team. It looks like that will be the call. Levis does not really have any kind of cover, as everyone from the Vietnamese lineup is trying to go for the push. They're trying to make a move here. Sky only takes a lot of damage and will get knocked out, but it is going to be Lil Boy from the Brazilian team. Now Joker just trying to heal as fast as possible. Thailand, with Sky only being knocked down, this is the opportunity for Vietnam to go for the push and claim this northern side and be able to rotate a little bit easier and get themselves a few points, especially that it's on one of the teams that might be competing with them. If not, it is Thailand, so they're in second place, so they have to take them out if they want to reach that top spot. Make it easier for themselves.
Absolutely. Vietnam still plowing through this city, at least that's what they want to. That first knock has been taken. Close now. Lewis throws that nade around the corner. That pops perfectly, and that's the initial knock now that they wanted to go for. One more nade is going to hit the corner. Question is, how fast are his teammates? He doesn't want to engage alone, apparently. And that's going to give them at least some breathing room for now. But surely they're going to push this, right?
Oh, no. Tony from Guatemala just decided to jump out of the car a little bit too early. Knocks himself down. Looking towards Sri Lanka as well, making the move. Lewis from Vietnam and D. Xavier manages to secure the kill onto Joker. But still, the fight is ongoing. The main thing here for the Vietnamese team is that they do not suffer any knocks, because that might signal maybe the Brazilian team to try and go for a push as well, or they might just hold out because they're in a better spot. Vietnam is the one that's going to have to make the move for the next zone for sure. Kind of surprised they didn't go for the full push on the Thai team, but now Lamborghini with the right position, this could be it.
I think they were scared of the sidelines from Brazil. I mean, otherwise, I don't really have an explanation for this, because even after that first initial knock, I would have expected full-on aggression. Not only through the warehouse, but to the sides of the warehouse as well. That Nate immediately followed it up was perfect as well. So I'm not quite sure why they let Thailand get this
hello?
room. Okay, I mean, that's as close as you can throw a nade without getting knocked yourself. And he's going to make it work as well. Second, there's going to be a third one. Surely to put this one up. Tiger is going to take down Lewis, though, on that push up the stairs. And he's going to be, at least for now, taken down to his knees. But surely the next push is going to come in. This time around, the nade does not work out in Thailand. They're striking back with this one. And suddenly, it's very much out in the open and who's going to pick up these frags.
I honestly don't understand what that play there was from the Vietnamese side. You already you managed to get another knock on one of the Thai members. You're two people already in the house. Yes, you do have one of your players knocked down, but you could just go for a push 2v1, get that last point, get that last member down, secure the building, and then make the move. The fact that you're constantly sending one member on their own to get knocked and then come back down and then go for the revive, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of util. It's a waste of heals. It's a waste of so many things, but I'm not sure what the play here is. I think they're still stuck in the building, but no, they managed to finally take out the Thai team. They finally get those 4 elims. It just took so much time, and now they're not going to have the opportunity to make the rotation that they'd like to. So they might actually have to spend some time in the blue zone or suffer some fire from the Brazilian lineup. But we're going to be moving over to Kazakhstan with Floki in a 1v1 close range, loses it out. Steezy will be there for a little bit of backup, takes down the Beast from the Somali squad. Looks like they'll be able to get the revive, but Ukraine might have something to say about that. If they manage to go for the push, they know that there's at least one member knocked, so they're going to try to take advantage of this and see if they can capitalize and get themselves a couple of elims. And here they come for those points.
Gets in the meanwhile, gets another one, doing the best out of that very tough situation they've been put in after phase 1. Now he finally gets taken out, and it's only one player left alive. And then meanwhile, we do have Kazakhstan getting breached. Ukraine, though, good trade. But is that going to be enough is the question. Attacker is trying to bring things back after Steezy gets knocked down as well. Oh, quick, right in front of him, and he takes him down as well. DBS in hand, and honestly, if you hit your shots with this one, you just cannot be stopped. And we can see this right here. Teka still looking for the last Ukrainian player.
And let's see if that last player will be able to come out with something special in a 1v2. Steezy still knocked. Attacker going for the finish, rather, on that last member. Doesn't manage to get it to Lika. Will get taken out with that nade. Thank you, 3GN, for that one. Now it's going to be a 1v3. Still the DPS around the corner. Easy knock and finish. And that is going to be first place eliminated along with second place That means there's an opportunity for Kuwait. If they manage to come out with something, but they did suffer 2 losses in the early stages, so that means it's going to be a little bit difficult, but this also gives the opportunity to literally all the other teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, to actually come back, because the gap is a little bit big between 2nd and 3rd.
I wanted to say this gives the opportunity to Turkey as well, but I mean, they're down to 1 player.
Really? Do you want to curse them some more?
I don't know.
Are you sure you want to do that?
I don't really want to at this point. Maybe we need to curse them actively.
There's literally 1 player left. What do you mean?
He turns into a plus or something like that. Anyways, Guatemala being taken out as well. Vietnam with the 6th elimination. And we're talking about teams able to catch up now. I mean, Vietnam, prime spot to do so. One of the only teams with a 4-man up. Not only that, they're in a pretty decent spot if they clear out this... if they clear out both of these teams, actually. Sri Lanka and Brazil up there. And... obviously, you can see that they are 4-man strong.
Yep.
So their fighting power as a 4-man, I think, is almost unmatched in this lobby. That should give everyone up on this hillside to think about whether or not they want to engage this.
Yeah, now I want to see what that zone shift is going to do. A little bit south. Ragnar trying to see if he can get a center location for himself and his team. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan with Ritian and attacker, chilling towards the southern side, but they might feel a little bit of pressure from the 2 Nigerian players now. And of course, we have the Serbian squad towards the west, 3 members from the Saudi team. But how is Saudi Arabia going to make it into the next zone? They either have to take the fight with Serbia and then try and cross south of where Ragnar is on that little, I'll say little hill, or they take the fight with Algeria towards the northeastern side and maybe come down from that high ground, but I guess we're going to find out shortly. We're going to go back to the fight between Vietnam and Brazil as Federal right now with Yogg, close range against the DBS. Well, I think I know where that's going to go.
Oh, I thought he had a very good spot to potentially do something.
Vietnam has 8 limbs.
Yeah, he gets taken. Yeah. They could have hit more. They could have gotten both of these as well. I think one of them died to play zone. And I think maybe the other one too. I thought there was going to be 2 more frags. Actually, they could have potentially gone that way. Either way, Vietnam on 8 eliminations. And they need to make it down the hill. But even that is very, very, very possible, I want to say. I think they got 2 or 3 cars. And sure, there's some rather easy sidelines, I want to say. But there's plenty of options down there.
Yeah, that is a bit of a wacky skin for a monster truck.
Bit of a wacky skin. Come on now.
I like it though. It's nice. It's pretty cool. Let's move on though to Kazakhstan with their 3 members. 6 limbs to their name so far. Decent positioning as well. Moldova with Get Wrecked actually managing to apply a little bit of pressure on the Serbian squad. Meanwhile, Damar managing to go in, tries to take the 1v1 between him and the last Moldovan left, gets the elim, gets the point, and that is going to be the 5th for the team. And it is also going to be the Serbians taking out. And we said there's going to be one of 2 choices, either the fight with the Algerian squad to the north or with the Serbians right to the west side of the map. And now we're going to be moving over to Vietnam and Algeria. Can Vietnam get 10 plus elims before getting into stage 6?
3 players left alive. As the zone does come closer and closer. Another nade doesn't hit their target. And the target being the Vietnamese player inside this compound just across. 2 players now rotating on downwards. Looks like they're not being shotted right now. Interestingly enough, I thought there was going to be a team towards that western hill. But that means Vietnam is going to get the first position inside the new zone, meaning they will be able to gatekeep them if they do play this right. And there's the first one going down towards the play zone. Chua opening things up as well, getting that confirmed too. And that just leaves one, I think. And even Ramsey's going to get taken down. I think that is it with Algeria. They're out in, I do believe, 10th place. No placement points for them, and another good spot being gained from Vietnam. These guys are plowing through the lobby. And despite that, they're the only team left alive with 4 players.
The fact that they have 10 plus elims at this point, still with, I guess, 8 teams against them, is insane. And again, with both the first place and second place teams eliminated early on in the game with little to no points, this gives them an opportunity. And okay, it looks like it is actually 11 elims so far. So if they manage to get a couple of placement points here and there with this game, maybe even get like top 4, this gives them an opportunity to catch up to the leaders.
Lamborghini going around the left-hand side. And there you can see the downside of fighting that much. No heal, nothing he can do to
He's so
regain
exposed, though. How is
his
no
health
one
points.
shooting him?
I mean, he is in kind of a dip, and the people up the hill, I think Kazakhstan is the team up the hill. They do have to expose almost all of their body to actually look downwards, which they just don't want to do in case they get knocked. They're going to be finished. So I can understand that. You can see Saudi Arabia kind of having the same problem as all the other teams around it. Them exposing themselves means potentially getting knocked. So I can see why they can just freely move around there. But yeah, that's going to pose a problem for all the other teams, because them making it inside as full man is going to be very, very dangerous. Wow, Atseka picking across the ridgeline, gets one. He might just go for the last two as well. He knows he's just above them. And there he peeks out the nades. If that is correctly cooked, 310 is going to help him out either way. He might just get the second one, and he does. Kazakhstan easily clearing out Nigeria and them being eliminated in 7th place. They do get placement points, but even that is way above their, way below their standards and what they wanted to achieve on day one especially.
Yeah. Let's see what they're going to be able to accomplish by the end of this first day. The Xavier and the Vietnamese representatives with 13 elims, but now it is down to 2 players only. And they have managed to make it into the top 5. Idak got to take the 1v1, but it's a DPS. Are you really sure you want to take this fight?
Oh.
Throws a molly, forces the fight. Levis is going to be forced to take the fight, and he will be taken out. Looks like Vietnam has been eliminated in 5th place. Is it Levis or Lewis? It's a V, so I'm not sure.
Look, I don't want to get mixed up in that discussion, because I'm only going to be wrong. Whenever I think I know how to pronounce someone, I am wrong. So I'm not even going to touch that.
Oh, so okay, so Lewis is wrong.
I guess Levis is wrong. Levis?
Is it Levi? Is it maybe Levi? I don't know.
I always thought it was Levis, but I didn't think it was Levi's. I never heard someone say Levi's.
Nah.
I think it was Levis. But yeah, we're going to have to go down and ask him.
All right, be right back.
Yeah, be right back. We're going to head into a short commercial break. We aren't. Just kidding. Please stay tuned. Either way, Kazakhstan, they did have an option to win a game already, and they have... What? They have 12
I
eliminations.
don't know how this happened.
I mean, they did get the wipe on Nigeria. I think they got some of the frags against Moldova as well, if I'm not mistaken.
They did?
I think they got plenty of frags up the hill. I mean, that's just kind of the best spot you can have if it does shift down towards that northeastern side of Valley and towards the open field. So pretty good play actually coming out from Kazakhstan. And I quickly want to touch on, they did have an option to win one of the games, and they weren't able to do so early on. So maybe that is their revenge story.
Yeah, they managed to get the first chicken dinner for themselves on Myanmar. And this could be their back-to-back on Myanmar, I believe. So let's see if they manage to do so. With this being our 6th game, they would be the second team to get a second chicken dinner so far. Down to 4 teams, 3 for Kazakhstan, 3 for Myanmar, 1 for Saudi Arabia, and 1 for Turkey. He's still alive.
Yes, but...
Wait,
yes,
can he do it is the question.
If he's going to clutch this, I'm going to donate $50 to charity.
Hey, no. To me, I made the prediction.
Okay,
I called it.
No, just for you for saying that, you're going to donate 50 as well.
Yeah.
Solis,
Fine.
he got spotted out,
Okay,
though.
I get dinner, though.
3-10, you get dinner, though. That's fine. 3-10, looking to hit that nade. He's got it in his hands, throws it off. Solis peeking around the right-hand side, and that is a perfectly timed nade, and that is Turkey also being eliminated in 4th place. Good stuff, though. I mean, I was very surprised seeing them that far out into the game as well, especially with them losing a play in phase 1 again.
Now, we set our sights to the last 3 teams. Damar on his own on the low ground, and it is going to be Myanmar and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan with an opportunity to get their second, Myanmar with an opportunity to get their first win here. These are starting to just slow down for a few moments before it all comes crashing down. Damar trying to move at the final moment, but he gets taken out, and that's going to be an easy point going for the side of Myanmar here. Now it's going to be a 3v3 between these 2 teams.
And that's interesting now. Does Kazakhstan know that Myanmar is a 3-man? I think that's the most interesting information that they might not have. But it looks like they do. I mean, the way they're positioning themselves, the way they're kind of grouping up and spreading out across that ridgeline, I think they do know that it's only thing in Myanmar left with the last play of the Saudis being taken out down low. 13 eliminations. That is completely bonkers. That would mean a 16 elimination win if they are able to finish out off all of these players in Myanmar. Look, they're stuck inside the compound. I haven't even seen this. Attacker has made his way across the ridgeline. Sure, they've got the zone for now, but they will sooner or later have to move out of this one. And that could mean the trap that Attacker is trying to set right now could work out perfectly. And you can see Steezy grouping up on Attacker as well. They both want to get into positions to potentially make something happen here.
And I like this little spread from Kazakhstan. But the fact that, you know, Myanmar is going to be going out for all from around the same location. And thing is, if they manage to get a knock onto Steezy here, they might have an opportunity. And I'm already seeing a DBS coming out from one of the players. That's not going to work from that distance. I'm watching you. That's not going to happen.
Look, you say that, but I've seen crazier things. You say that, but I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen, unfortunately. He wasn't full HP though. No, he wasn't full HP though. Yeah. Anyways, I was kind of talking about their split and their spread across their ridgeline. What I want to see is Attacker and Steezy, right? They're kind of laying this trap. I want to see them being completely silent and just playing it off of third party. I think Steezy just got spotted, so that might not even matter anymore. And 3TN kind of grabbing the attention. I kind of want to see them baiting Myanmar on towards pushing up towards that, eastern side. If that happens, they have an actual shot of winning this. But if it doesn't, I think Myanmar is still very much in the game. And it doesn't look like 3TN is peaking whatsoever. So I think they're just letting the blue zone work for themselves.
Yeah, they have to wait for the right moment. There's no need to be over-aggressive. There's no need to try and make a play here. It's easier for you because they're the ones that have to come out of the compound. You have a little bit better positioning when it comes to being in the center of the zone. So the advantage is for them. The game is theirs to lose for Kazakhstan, I think.
At this point, yes, definitely. I mean, look, you say that, but Myanmar, they've had how many fights in this compound? I think 2 or 3 minimum. So they should have plenty of utility. I think we saw even some of the Turkish players fighting inside their compound. Some of the Ukrainian players definitely. So they should have lots of utility. Now the push comes upwards, and now Steezy is going to get the first one. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Yadka picking up that airdrop, not even trying to trade out his teammates. 3-on-2 scenario now.
3v2, and it is going to be Unknown just instantly taken out, and that's going to be down to a 1v3. Yatka, just no idea where to look, no idea who to fight, and it is going to be Kazakhstan with a second chicken dinner on Miramar. 100% win rate so far. Question is, can they keep it up going into the last 2 games of the day? We have another Erangel, and we have another Miramar to wrap up the day. We are done with 6 games. It's only 2 left.
I was looking at the camera right now, and I was thinking, how are they not cheering more than they are right now? Because they should be happy. They've definitely made big steps up on the leaderboard. They've played amazing PUBG Mobile. You can see them. Okay, now maybe just now settling in. Now they seem to be happy about that win. But yeah, once again, they're playing great PUBG Mobile right now. They're playing very consistent in the late game, and it seems like they're doing very minor mistakes when it comes to fighting. I think that's what you want to have. I mean, there's plenty of other teams that should, in theory, be way bigger favorites than this team, but they're doing these minor mistakes and they're not. So good on them.
Yeah, very well played. And again, this is the Sly Machine roster coming out from Africa, representing Kazakhstan here. So very happy to see them come out with their second win, and I want to see if they're going to be able to get themselves close enough to the leaderboard. And again, we mentioned this before. First place and second place were eliminated early on in the game, so I want to see how that's going to impact the overall ranking. We're going to take it away to the analyst desk for them to break it down. Jason, take it away.
Actually, Maxman's going to be hosting this segment here, so Maxman, take it away. Did you forget to turn your mic on, Max? So I'm hosting here. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. As Kazakhstan have taken 2 Miramar so far today. Maxman, you want to try that again?
No. I'm not interested. That was a really cool game. What do you think, Seven?
It was a really cool game. Actually, hold on. There was a really good point,
on the desk, brought to you by STC Play, of course.
There was a big fight that happened that when we saw it was like, okay, that's going to be the winning fight, and it was between Kazakhstan and Somalia as well. Yeah. When we were talking about it too, was like, that's such a good spot. Whoever's going to end up winning that fight is going to be able to do good. And I think that's why Ukraine was trying to third party that fight as well. And the way that Kazakhstan was able to defend that, and on top of that, not lose any players, if I'm not mistaken, That was really good.
Well, I think they did lose one, but not necessarily Ukraine. I think it was Somalia that ended up getting that. But the thing is, when Ukraine went for that crash, they were a little too slow on that third party. And because Kazakhstan was able to get the res up everyone, get the heals off as well. But for them to defend that, like back-to-back fights, I think it's a testament to like how ready and how focused they are in these games.
Yeah, it was really weird from Ukraine, though, because you said, right, that was a really good spot. They understood, okay, this position is really valuable. We're just going to fully send it, take the fight, and hopefully we're going to win that third party, get a bunch of eliminations, and get what technically was, at the time, the best position in the circle, which makes sense. It was a really good idea. Execution left a little bit to be desired, but the idea was there. But unfortunately, they were not quite able to really come out on top of that third party, but at least the idea was there.
Yeah, and it's good to see Somalia as well. That's a team that hasn't really been having a good day. For them to even have a chance at fighting Kazakhstan means that they are keeping in mind where the best spots are within that map, and it's good to see them at least challenging for that spot.
I mean, they dropped Campo Militar as well with a very wide spread. They had a full send it to even get towards the zone as well, being pretty much the furthest place they could possibly be from it. So yeah, I mean, they were almost able to take them down. I think it came down to like a 1v1 in the end. Then eventually obviously lost that one, but it was cool to see them actually be able to step up. What I'm kind of disappointed is football list. Wow, that's wrong. Free Firefox for Turkey. When I see Seoul K-Lets, that's what I think of. Losing Lutz right away. Gets caught out by Thailand, gets knocked, gets finished off.
What was the reaction? Aww.
Go on.
No,
that wasn't your full reaction.
It was like, anyways. Moving on. But on a serious note, it feels like they have not prepared drops or rotations. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. It seemed like they came into this unprepared. They're just crashing into teams, dropping onto teams too. It's really unfortunate.
I want to take a look here at our highlights brought to you by Savvy. And we can see a little bit, I mean, Saudi Arabia, again, as we talked about, early eliminations off the bat, just securing, I think it was 3 or 4 in that one. Just starting off strong like they always seem to do. They've not obviously closed out a game, but they're just pulling off the IHC. Just get those elims every game.
The consistency, too, and I think when we were looking at that team as well and some of the players that were able to put up numbers, Ida was the one that was actually putting up good numbers for that team.
Yeah.
I think he ended up with 3 eliminations out of the ones that they got during the time we were watching, and we'll have to wait and see how many eliminations they actually ended up with. You can see right there. But for them, I feel like this is such a good gameplay by them, but just it's getting so top-heavy that the teams at the top are currently being able to get the wins, are being able to get those eliminations as well, and that it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, and actually another really important fight was Kazakhstan clearing Nigeria on the southern side. The moment you clear that ridge, you have full reins to do pretty much whatever you want in the circle moving north, which is what they did. We got the high ground position, we got the information game, we have a ton of resources to play from off the back of those previous fights we took. We're going to be able to just exude as much control on this circle at the time to get the win. Though we were talking about that finishing moment, right, versus Myanmar, I do think there was a bit of a throw. Using buggies at that kind of position to push up to a ridge makes yourself very, very predictable and unfortunately very easy to get eliminated by the opposing squad.
I agree with you.
Okay, but the thing is, for me, looking back on this game, we're consistently seeing the same teams towards the top of the table, though, every single match, and we're not really seeing any other team break through. Like, Kazakhstan's been pretty consistent, Saudi Arabia's been pretty consistent, Ukraine's been consistent. I want to say Thailand's been consistent, but they got knocked out by Vietnam here very early on in this match. But we've not seen, funny enough, Vietnam actually as being one of the most consistent teams, considering they got 5th place at PMGC Grand Finals, and they're here again right off the back of that. Like, they're warmed up, they're ready to go. They should know how to play these games.
They did have a bit of a bounce back, as you mentioned, in this game. They were able to beat Thailand, and I feel like that's such a big fight for them, right? Because they were getting eliminated so earlier on in the previous 2 games that it is a good recovery for them. Can they continue to actually perform well? Can they maybe get a chicken dinner again? We'll have to wait and see. But, I mean, it's just getting, once again, it's getting so top-heavy with what you said. I've been kind of saying it as well, that these teams need to start worrying about that point gap. First place and second place, if they continue to perform like this, is just going to get bigger and bigger, and the other teams are just going to be stuck fighting for third.
Yeah, and you're not going to have a lot of time between today and tomorrow. Because these are big days. Again, you've got to take into account you've got 8 matches, you're going to have 7 tomorrow. You're going to have to go to bed. No, you're going to have to get a little bit of rest in, and you're not going to have that much time to do VOD reviews and actually train for tomorrow's matches to bring those big changes overall. So it's going to be rough. If you had a bad day 1, making that transition in day 2 for this tournament in particular is going to be a little bit tougher than other tournaments.
And for some of the teams at the top, too, when they go back and when the day is done, they're going to be looking at the overall, right? They're going to be looking at those bottom teams and the ones that haven't really been able to perform, haven't been able to adjust, and they're going to be thinking exactly what you're thinking, right? They might not have enough time to VOD review. They're probably going to be tired. They're probably going to go to sleep. Tomorrow coming in, I feel like if they are very confident, they might just start picking on them.
Picking on them? Okay. Sounds like something I'm used to doing on the desk, a certain someone.
Yes.
But obviously, a big portion of the prize pool is as well just going to be falling away for them as they fall further down the leaderboard. So you really got to step up here with the limited matches you have left because we're going into match 7. So after this match is done, we're technically like kind of at the halfway point of the entire thing. Once we're halfway done with match 7, we're halfway done with the event.
Yes.
That's how it works since there was 15 matches in total. But it's tough. And right now, any of these bottom teams, I think as we're looking at it, we're pretty much calling them out of getting that first place, not be able to take the trophy.
Yeah, there might be coming like a bit of an issue for tomorrow because they might do some changes, like some quick adaptations on the fly to try and hopefully get a few extra points on board. But I'm not really hopeful for that. But I do think it's going to be just super top heavy, and it's going to remain that way until the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a nice little moment with the camera there. It was just me and the camera, and I was looking it down. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I think I'm curious about like what your view on Ukraine's been so far and how they performed. Because obviously being a roster full of players that we've known for a very long time, we know their skill level, we know obviously they've been playing, well, 2 of them have been playing over in the MEA region. Did you expect Ukraine to be better or worse, or just kind of where they are at the moment with how they've been playing? Like, what was your expectations for the team coming into this?
I expected them to be top 3. Personally,
Top 3, okay.
that's what I was looking at. But I feel like top 3 with especially the amount of background every single one of these individual players has.
So
is
top
expected.
3. So do you think Fireflux wouldn't have made top 3 in your? Xavier's one obviously with Vietnam, Fireflux with Turkey, and Influence Rage with Brazil.
That was going to be it. That was going to be my top 3. It was going to be DX, then Vietnam. It was going to be Brazil, and it was going to be also Ukraine. That was my personal top 3. I would have maybe put Turkey in like top 5. I think they could have been on the brink of that, but it's seen them underperform to this level. Not quite exactly. But yeah, Ukraine, I feel like the only issue that could have been happening for them, which has been happening sometimes on breaches, is just very minute mistakes, like in terms of timing and in terms of maybe communication also, because they just took players from different teams that are from Ukraine to play together, which of course that is going to break your synergy you have with your base team. So I feel like that's the drawback that maybe a team like Vietnam does not have right now.
But I feel like that has actually helped them out a little bit with bringing in so many players, right, that have good experience. We saw Oldboy, especially at the beginning of the day, he was able to stay alive for his team and kind of make a challenge, right? When we went to Erangel, the finish there south of just Naya on the fields. I feel like
tree.
Yeah.
Trying to pick the tree up with him to move out.
I feel like that kind of experience was able to help them out. They'll do those kind of stuff, right? But I'm with you. I feel like the more they play, the more synergy they're going to be building, and I feel like it's going to be fairly quick for this team as well. I also didn't have them performing this well. I had them within top 3, but not the way that they're currently performing.
Yeah. I would love if after this tournament, these teams are like, you know what, we worked pretty good together. Let's keep this team. Yeah, who knows? I mean, the roster change, like period of time is open, right? Like you can change your roster. So technically, we might be able to see that. That would be a really cool storyline. We just did a tournament for a few days. It worked out great. We just stuck together and we won PMGC 2024. I would like that, but that's a bit of a stretch, I know.
Well, I think Paraguay's coming for that title, so good luck.
Now that you're saying that about Ukraine, I'm pretty sure that might end up happening with the way Saudi Arabia is playing as well. Players that are mixed from a bunch of different teams, currently being able to perform really well, currently being able to be aggressive and frag out. Yeah, they need to work on certain things like the placement points, get a win right to be able to maintain themselves towards the top with how some of the top teams are currently performing. But currently in 3rd place with no chance.
I mean, they're doing really well with eliminations, but they're not doing well when it comes to placements. But that's something you can always work on as a team, work on the synergy. But the natural synergy you have just playing is phenomenal. So is Kazakhstan's win here, 26 points. That's a lot of points.
A little bit.
And not to mention Vietnam, 13 eliminations.
A little bit. Top heavy again.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia as well with the elims. I mean, this team is just so consistent with the eliminations. I want to be able to come back and be like, okay, your consistency. I want that wow moment. I want that factor that says, okay, you guys can actually put up a win with maybe 15 eliminations, maybe 13, anywhere from 13 to 15. That'll be massive for them in the leaderboard overall, obviously, but overall for their confidence boost too.
Yeah, if you're able to make 7 go wow, you've succeeded at life. That is the best achievement.
You give him a pound of chocolat and he'll say wow and a cup of coffee. Brazil.
He doesn't drink his coffee. I'm not giving him a coffee.
Today.
He doesn't finish it.
Brazil, though, off the back of a decent match, 0 points. Big Goose Egg, 16th place, unfortunately for them. Thailand as well, as we talked about, they didn't really perform too well as it went up against Vietnam head-to-head. Turkey, though, 4 eliminations, 4 placements, like, not terrible, but I still expect so much more. But we're consistently seeing, like, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, not this time Ukraine, Thailand towards the top.
And I feel like it would have been so much different here for Ukraine if they obviously would have won that fight. It was such a black or white situation for them that if they did end up winning that fight, they were going to be able to do pretty much what Kazakhstan was able to do here. But it didn't work out for them. I kind of have to give them props, though, for at least trying to make that push for them.
Yeah.
And it kind of speaks of their confidence that they're playing with right now, right? Because it was a pretty bad position for them to push, even though it was third party, for them to even still go for it.
I think a lot of teams would have gone down in that kind of situation, though. Looking at Kazakhstan's individual players, we do have over 1,000 players looking at
the way he looked at me.
Just look. Wait, 3TN? 3 to the T to the N.
I like it. Customized.
There you go. I don't know. I'm just making them up on the fly, okay? Give me that at least.
I like it. I'll give you credit.
Now I want to go get 1,000 damage in a match just to hear what he does for me.
Well, we'll see.
6 eliminations, though, for him. 5 coming in for attackers. TC at 4, Flocky at 1. Again, we're kind of talking about like everyone being able to form the 1 elimination. Okay, fine. You're allowed to do that, considering the rest of the team is able to put up so many.
Yep.
But still, we're starting to see some real power out of this team.
Yeah, we really are. I think the thing that we're seeing too is that how much all of the other teams are, all of the other players from that team is being able to perform. Once again, the same stuff that we've been talking about.
Yeah, good point. I agree.
Okay. I want to see overalls, actually. I want to get into this if I possibly can, because I think this is what's going to be deciding of how this day's kind of gone for some teams. Kazakhstan, I'm curious at their first place now, actually, because we're talking about that lead building up, that gap building up between, I'd say, like our top 2, top 3 from the rest of the teams out there, and I think it's only lengthened.
Yeah, we're going to get to a point where it's going to be almost impossible to catch up to the top teams because it's very top heavy. We just even saw with that previous game, right, 16, 13 eliminations. Catching up to those guys is going to be rough. Though, Kazakhstan still 16 eliminations. That conversion, though, on just under 2k damage is pretty decent.
Yeah, that is really impressive too. And then look at Vietnam, the amount of damage that they were able to do as well. Almost 3,000 damage. Okay, Max, if a team does end up getting 3,000 damage, we're going to need a special D-box for them as well. Okay, not quite yet. Just start thinking about it. And then Saudi Arabia, too, being able to put up a lot of damage. I mean, a lot of these teams, also Turkey, I am surprised to see them on this leaderboard as well in regards to the eliminations, too, because of how early they lost a player. Usually, when a team loses a player that early on, you kind of see them shell up and just back off.
And this is what's annoying, though, because they got 4 eliminations, just under 1.2k damage. What if they don't lose those early players, right? Because they had actually a very decent entry point, I'd say, in this kind of terrain. They could have maybe survived a little bit longer as a 3-4-man team and actually just mess up everyone. I feel like that would have been a really good opportunity, but again, it does seem like the prep in terms of rotations, in terms of drops, has not been made, which really hinders their chances of winning this tournament.
And for the teams that do end up maybe taking some extra time to VOD review coming into tomorrow, once they do that prep, once they know exactly, especially after 8 matches, you're going to be able to gather a lot of information. I wonder which one are those teams that are going to be able to adjust and bring back and just start the day off hot and try to challenge for that first place. Teams that currently, in my mind, I might be counting out.
Yeah, you would have seen a variety of circles and plane paths, so you could very easily go back home, to your hotel room and just look back. Even if it's just the circles and how you drop, that would be more than enough for me. Just, you need to fix that if you are Turkey right now. That is what is clearly hurting you the most in this tournament.
I just have to ask, like, what the hell have they been doing since they failed to qualify for regionals? Like, come on, man. They should have not been playing so much. They should have been playing so much better than they're currently doing. But here we go, getting into our overalls. Kazakhstan going to be second place as Ukraine still to be holding on to first. And that gap, we're starting to see it develop between third and fourth place. A 10-point difference between those two teams, but it's going to continue to fall down as it's 12 points between fourth and fifth. So, like from fifth place to first place, you're looking at almost 30 points, about 27 points. It's getting tough.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Saudi Arabia here. I've been talking about their placement points and how consistent they've been in regards to eliminations. You can see that there. But in regards to their placement points, that's actually a lot more consistent than what I expected out of them.
They have the most placement points out of any other team. If you ignore chicken
without
dinners.
chicken dinners.
I'm telling you, a chicken dinner is going to happen eventually. With how aggressive they are, I think circles, even in the case of a bad circle, they could easily rotate, and I feel it's mostly because they take these big fights, they get a ton of eliminations. It's in similar way to IHC, where they would not perform in PMGC to get those chicken dinners. They would get a ton of eliminations, lose a player here or there, not be able to go for the win, but it still counts as an unofficial win because you're just fragging out every single match. So if they get those wins, we said it already, on a short tournament like this, one win could push them up in first place.
I'm looking at teams 7th place and below all the way down to 16. If they want to even get a chance at challenging tomorrow, they need to be able to close out this next 2 matches big, and they need to hope that the teams at the top don't continue to get the amount of points that they've been getting, because the gap is just going to keep building and
That's
building
the
and building.
problem,
I'm looking at Brazil. Brazil is just not looking good right now.
The teams at the top are just continuing to play like this. After 6 matches so far with 2 left to go, they've shown no signs of stopping. Even with the tech pause that we did have happen, they still kept their focus. They continued from what they're doing at the start of the day. It's getting tough. My question is, Kazakhstan in our final Miramar, will they have a chance to pick up another chicken dinner?
Kuwait.
Oh.
I just want a Kuwait win. I feel like they've shown some good moments, trying to sweep the edge. Unfortunately, edge play, as we saw back in PMGC, not the most rewarded play style in terms of getting wins. In terms of eliminations, yes, 10,000 times yes. Not the chicken dinner, though. And I feel like I would like to see a game where they maybe try and go for a little bit of a center play after sweeping the edge side. And I feel like that could allow Kuwait to get a win. So I'm hopeful.
I want a Saudi Arabia win, please.
You've been wanting one since game one.
Well, I feel like the consistency needs to pay off as well, right?
The team too, like as you said, it's so interesting to see all these different players from these different rosters. Seeing a win would be magnificent.
That's what you said. You've been waiting since day one for them to get a win. Max, it is day one.
But technically day 2 is day 1, Jason, of these tournaments.
In a couple hours.
Not in 2-day tournaments.
Oh.
Day 1 is the day 1.
Is that? I didn't know there was a rule about this.
Actually, well, day 1 is the day 2. Day 2 is
too many numbers,
day
Jason.
3.
Stop. I don't like that.
And day 1 is actually day 0. No, day 0 is actually scrims.
And
I got it in the end. I got it in the end. I know you can't handle math, but you can handle talking about Erangel. So we only have one more time to see it today.
Who's going to win this next match?
We've had some rough zones, right? If you think back to prior, we had a zone. I think there was actually not the last Erangel, the one before that, where we had like the military and ferry pier zone, and then it went back to mainland and went up towards north even further. It's we haven't had really like many easy zones, I feel like, so far.
Give
had
me
a couple
a
city
center
finishes.
One. Yeah, I want a center one next to Pachinki or Pachinki Hill or just Potato Hill or my
have,
small apartment.
We did have
cool.
like
That's not.
That's
all over there, Jason.
It depends where you mostly
Sir?
play, because that could be my center of the map.
Oh, no. Nice. But that wasn't center.
The most blanket statement. Oh, nice. It's pretty cool.
Well, I believe we're heading to Castor soon. I can see that they're ready to go. I can see they're pumped. They actually do want to come back on air here and start to talk a little bit more about the games, because they're excited because they still have 2 matches left to go, and they've gotten to see so many different plays, so much different action happening.
Yep.
That's really actually, I would love to be able to talk to them during these segments if possible.
That'll be fun.
But you know what? I think they are ready.
No.
And you know what? I'm going to throw it to them with this question. Gentlemen, who have been your dark horses so far, and what teams have surprised you?
Saudi Arabia.
Let's go over to them.
Thank you so much, Jason. And I mean, talking about dark horses, it's got to be Kuwait.
Really?
It's got to be Kuwait. Oh, yeah, but what do you mean, really?
I mean, look, the lineup does have experienced players. I was also going to go with Kazakhstan. I mean, you're talking about a team that managed to get...
Well, these
so
guys
far,
have PMPL experience.
okay, sure, they have PMPL experience, but still going up against the likes of like the, I want to say the Thailand team Inhale or Esports, and the likes of Xavier as well, in representing Vietnam. The fact that they're this consistent at this level is actually pretty good. I'll agree with you when it comes to Kuwait. I was hoping to see a little bit more from Saudi Arabia. A team that disappointed would be 100% Fireflux. What's going on there?
Yeah,
they're not even on the first page of the leaderboard. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of problems happening over there, and something has to change. And like the guy said, halfway through game number 7, that's the halfway mark. At that point, I mean, I want to say at the end of today, you have to have a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
With a team like that, an experienced lineup like yours, you have to have something.
Yeah, 100%. 20 points after, what have you played, 6 games now? This is not the kind of level of play that we expected from Fireflies, and I do have to say, interesting enough, I just went to the toilet in between the breaks. That's not that interesting. Wait for it. I saw Solkai, and I was talking to him like, what is happening? What is going on? He was just smiling. He was like, don't worry. Like, this kind of smile, like, not being worried at all. So I don't think there's going to be a problem for Turkey coming back. If it's going to be enough for the first place at this point, I'm not so sure, but I think they're going to make it work. I mean, they kind of have to. This lineup with this individual skill, there's no way they're not going to come back in at least one of these rounds.
Well, look, we're going to game 7. That means we're going to overtime at this point. That's what we're going to see. So I want to see which teams are actually going to come out on top, which teams are going to maintain the same level of performance that we've seen in games 1 through 6. And also, I would love to see our lovely analysts join us at some point in casting one of these games. That's never going to happen.
Guess it's not. Guess it's not. Any predictions for the next game? I mean, we're talking about dark horses and the teams that are, you know, at the very top of the leaderboard right now. Any of the teams in the middle of the pack, did you expect to perform now?
Looking at the leaderboard, I mean, it's kind of expected to see the likes of Xavier towards the top.
Yeah.
We kind of expected to see other squads as well that we already see, like Tainan, for example, with their experience. That's all, you know, fair. But I expected maybe a little bit more from the Algerian lineup as well. They also have like a decent bit of experience, and like you mentioned,
they're in last place right now.
Yeah,
can you imagine?
They
That's
came from special forces from as well. Like they do have a decent bit of experience.
Yeah.
I was hoping to see a little bit more, but again, we'll see what they can come up with the last 2 games of the day. And actually, you know what? We didn't even really touch on the Sri Lankan lineup either. We've seen them perform once or twice in these games, but I was kind of hoping for a little bit more.
I think it's interesting talking about the Sri Lankan lineup because we do see them occasionally in the mid and late game, quite often actually. But up until that point, they almost never have any elimination points. And I think if that changes, they might be a lineup to look out for when we're talking about teams, you know, breaking into that top 8. Right now, Sri Lanka is at the very, very bottom, right? They have tied with Algeria just 7 points. I think once again, if they change that, if they can pick up a couple of more eliminations, I mean, I don't know, that might be a way in for them. But yeah, lots got to change, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. And also, like, when it comes to the Brazilian lineup as well, you're talking about a team that has only 9 placement points, but 27 elims. Here we go.
This is crazy, actually, now that you say it. I think you want to touch on this some more. Have you guys noticed this? 9 placement points inside the top 7 and 27 eliminations. They still got 36 points in total. That's not even that bad. One chicken dinner, and they might very well be in the top 5. So pretty crazy. Vietnam as well. I mean, Vietnam's drop-off was pretty insane. Now looking at the leaderboard, I mean, Ukraine at this point is almost double their points.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that point breakdown as well when it comes to Vietnam, they got their chicken dinner, so that's 10 of their placement points already. And then you're talking about 5 placement points in a total of 5 games. Not the best and not what we expected from them, but
no.
Hey, 2 more games. Now, this is where we're going to really start to see the experience coming into play and how these teams are going to be able to handle playing so many games in one day. Just having this many games applies a decent amount of pressure onto every single member of this team, not just the IGL, but every single member, even the coaches, the analysts. And something that, you know, Max and the boys mentioned on the analyst desk is whenever you're done with today's games, you're not going to have a lot of time to go back to the hotel and prep. So just try and take advantage of every single moment that you can, even in the moments between games. Try and look at the drop locations, the rotations of certain squads that have been bothering you a little bit. Try to see if you can find a way to work around it. And hopefully come back tomorrow with a better start and a better performance.
Yeah, it just comes down to adaptation to some degree, being able to adapt early on in these kinds of games because, yeah, as you said, there's no other way. After this first day is finished, there's only one other day, and even then, you play less maps, so essentially you have less chances of actually making the comeback happen. So, yeah, adaptation is kind of the key word I wanna go for. Next circle is going to be a far northwestern one. We haven't really seen Georgia probably in the midst of it, but we have seen rather western circles, I want to say. And this, once again, is going to be pretty good for Saudi. I think they've been in every single, I want to say every single one of the phase 1 circles on Erangel, which is, yeah, not that likely, actually.
I mean, it gives them a little bit more time to have better loot, better prepare themselves for the later stages of the game. Looking towards the south side of the map as well, we have Serbia taking over complete control of the military island and Novo. So they're gonna have, they should have decent loot by the end of it. I'm actually kind of curious if we've ever seen a rotation with a bicycle, because Joker's just passing by one now.
I don't think we have.
And I don't think we should.
Yeah, probably not.
Because that would be literally the easiest knock and finish you could possibly ask for. Unless you're like
unless you're me.
Wow, are you a cyclist?
No, but I just mean I can't shoot anyone out of vehicles. I'm not sure how these guys do it. I mean, I've seen some clips from Old Boy.
It's called being a pro.
Yes, but the way they do the gyroscope, most of these players play the gyroscope. I could never figure that out. I was always like, why would you ever prefer gyroscope over just normal tracking? Well, normal tracking, I've done it sometimes, but with gyroscope, I'm like, how many hours I was like 20 hours and I was like, when does this get good? That's where I was at with Gyroscope. And I was like, oh, it's just never mind. I'm just the dream of being pro in PUBG Mobile as well. It's just not.
The dream of being a pro for literally for all of us, it's like it's dead now.
It's dead now.
Yeah, it's
okay,
it's
speak for yourself, right?
gone.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, listen. You had your chance. You're done. That's why you're here.
Yes.
You're washed up. So
I'm washed up. That's why I'm only good enough for casting.
Wait. Why am I bullying you? You're on my side.
No, that's true though.
I don't want this to turn into like another analyst death segment. No,
it's true though. You're only speaking facts, straight facts. So, like I can even say about that. First place team. Who would have thought? I would have thought actually. Ukraine with a massive performance. Once again, all these players very experienced. Also, not the originally planned lineup due to the fact that some of these players are just really that young. Goes to show you though how many of these teams actually have lots of upcoming talents that are going to be being placed into the scene and potentially even representing their country in the upcoming years.
Yeah, and the region does have a bright future with the talents that we're seeing time and time again show up in these kinds of tournaments. And this is what these tournaments are all about. Showcasing the abilities of basically every region, every country that can participate, that wants to participate. Just seeing what they have to offer, seeing what they can do. And so far, it's going pretty well for a lot of these teams.
Absolutely. Do you remember when we and Mar was on the leaderboard? And I don't want you to look at it. Can you just, do you remember?
I would give him top 8. I don't think they're on the second
Interesting,
page.
yes, because I was just going to ask you, what do you think they are?
I'll give them like 7th, maybe 8th. I don't think they're lower than that.
That's a pretty good guess. They're 8th.
Nice.
Honestly, before I looked at the leaderboard, I was not expecting it. I was like, yeah, sure, they have had some good games, but they just as often had honestly, just as often had lots of problems in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, but I think like so far with the performance that they've shown, they've exceeded the expectations.
Oh, 100%.
Of everyone that's
kind of the point
watching
that I wanted
here.
to make. That's why I thought it was interesting that you as well would have guessed they're in the top 8 because they're just playing that well.
The thing is, like, we've seen them, I think, a couple of times in the end game, like in top 4, top 5, and they've had decent eliminations as well. So it's a nice little balance that they have, unlike what we're seeing from Brazil, which is mostly like elimination-heavy gameplay. And again, like the 9 points from placements. Look, I know it worked for IHC and PMGC, but you're talking about 100 elims. Can you reach that many elims? It's just 3 games less. So I'll give you like maybe 60.
Ukraine is almost halfway there. Ukraine is in 45 elims.
Okay, that's pretty. That's pretty good.
I think that's 100% possible for them. I think Kazakhstan and Thailand as well. They're in 42 and 41 elims. So I think that's a possibility, you know.
And not like the leaderboard is getting very, very close to each other. So I believe it's like 74, 75 in first place, 70 in second, 69 in third. So the leaderboard is pretty close to each other now. So we have multiple teams.
At least the first 3.
Yeah. So, and I think it's like 4th is Kuwait with 10 points behind 3rd place. So there is an opportunity for any one of these teams to fight for that first place spot in tomorrow's games. But again, how are they going to end day 1? Are they going to stay in top 4, or are we going to be seeing other teams rise to the occasion here?
Absolutely.
I think it's going to be pretty chill for the first few minutes. You know, 7 minutes have passed, and you know what? I was going to ask you real quick, how long do you think it's going to take until we see the first knock and first elim?
Guess we don't have to wait.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the first fight right now between Moldova and Thailand. Thailand, one of the teams leading. Nice little knock at the start. Kespo will trade. It is going to be a 1-for-1. But Tiger secures it. Sky Only is there as well. And looks like Thailand, oh baby, they're going to be getting another one as well. We spoke a little bit too much about Moldova, and look at that. 3 of them are dead.
Yes, I mean, at this point,
I'm sorry, boys.
It might just be facts that this cast occurs exists. Farley's going to be the last one alive, and that's also for Moldova going to be a huge setback. I mean, they're sitting on the very brink of breaking into that top 8, and they are an experienced lineup as well. I want to see them succeed. I'm a massive fan of that lineup. Once again, I can only speak great things about these guys as players. So. Man, them seeing once again losing players that early, and 3 at that in this match kind of breaks my heart. 31 points was the amount of points they've gathered up until this point. I think so far there's nothing that has been gained in this round, so they're probably going to sit on that as well. Next fight comes in, it's once again Ukraine finding these openings even in the early stages of this round 2.
There's more. There's way more coming. It's not only Ukraine. Brazil's also jumping into the fray here. Kuwait gonna get pincered. Lil Boy and Left just gonna be driving alongside each other for a little bit. Fahidan will be left to be taken out.
Oh, he gets punished though.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Left gets his vengeance, but at what cost? Exposure to the Ukrainian lineup. And now Kuwait will have one player left. And that is very unfortunate since they had an opportunity to catch the rest of the teams in the top 3.
And that is just madness. 3 of these teams actually on the very far top side of the leaderboard. And all of them are fighting each other. Brazil is still left alive. Ukraine is still left alive. And I quickly want to touch on Nigeria. We saw them originally going towards Saki on some of these playing paths. They opted against it in this playing path. And look what we have. Almost a Saki heavy zone in phase number 3. It could very well shift up there, actually. So Nigeria is probably going to be killing themselves. Either way, they do have a pretty good rotate in anyways.
Yeah, I don't think there's no squads present in the northern side of the map, so nothing to kind of cause any problems for the Nigerian lineup. And looking towards Thailand right now, coming in from the south side, nothing's going to stop them. Looking towards the east as well. Somalia and Sri Lanka both coming in from the same area approximately, so a little bit more pressure going to be coming towards Ukraine, towards Brazil, towards Vietnam, and even towards Saudi Arabia. There's going to be a lot of fights on the eastern side of the map. And the question is, why? There's so many open spots, towards the north with Zarki and everything, but who knows? The zone could shift towards the southern side, and then we could be playing, 50-50 with the bridge.
I'm still so confused, though. Nigeria is the only team, in my opinion, that throughout that whole eastern side is rotating the correct way. That's the rotation path you should take. There's lots more rotation paths you can take without having to go the exact way that Nigeria is. And you would still end up in a very centralized position up on towards that northern side, even on a very clear edge as of right now, and potentially even as of that next zone. So I'm very surprised to see even Vietnam making that same mistake, going straight through. Maybe too much confidence at this point, as they will be punished with a couple of damage points, at least for now as well. Vietnam is still 3-man strong. Maybe another one is going to get taken down. Somalia kind of trying to close down this path. More shots being taken out. It's going to be quick with a headshot, though. As No Mercy gets taken down. And this is going to be interesting now. Will they go further on this one, or will Quick rotate back? I don't believe there's an opening unless they breach this compound. Falcon with a couple of pop shots. But I believe Quick just survived this. But yeah, once again, so many teams up on that eastern side. I'm very surprised to see even Sri Lanka doing the same rotate. None of these teams, as of right now, except Nigeria, has opted for a far northern rep, and I literally cannot believe my eyes. Why is everyone opted for that finding? I'm so confused at this.
Color me confused with you. Oh, okay, that's even more confusing. All right then. So it looks like we're going to be playing in the water for the Algerian side. They're going to be playing. I'm not so sure what the plan is there, but looks like they're going to try to cross, swimming as fast as possible. But looks like Thailand might be hot on their heels if they try to cross the bridge and then try and take him out while they're on the bridge. Algeria is going to be feeling a little bit of that pressure soon enough. Now switching over to Vietnam. Peregrine gets taken down. He's already got knocked down. Now Chua trying to see if he can actually balance things up a little bit. Manages to take one down, but it's going to be down to the last member from Vietnam. The question is he actually going to be able to make it inside the zone? They know exactly where he is. They're going to try to take a couple of shots here at him here and there. One more shot out of do it. He makes it into the zone. Less pressure on him there. Instantly goes out. Knows that he has to heal before he keeps on going. He has 4 meds, so he should be able to last a decent while. But with the points that they gathered in the last game, they really don't want to have a blunder here and suffer a 0-point game. Well, they have 1 point, so...
Yeah, but still, it's just nowhere near enough. I mean, at least Turkey is kind of starting things off now. 7 elimination, I think that's going to be another one as soon as that last Ukraine player gets taken down. They've been kind of the silent winners of this whole Eastern skirmish that we've seen so far. And I do have to say, it warms my heart. Because, as I said, I just saw Solkai, and I was like, please, come on, guys. You guys, I mean, when are you guys going to start actually playing? It was, as I said,
when does Turkey play?
It was when does Turkey play? He was just smirking at me. I think maybe he's just he just took his time to figure this lobby out. Maybe he's just starting off. Anyway, 7 eliminations, very tough circle at that. But then again, lots of space on the northeastern side, and at some point it's going to have to shift away from the water.
Or does it?
I mean, I've seen endings on the shoreline actually. Now that you say it, but it's I don't know. Maybe there's once or twice in my life that I've seen these endings on the northwestern side. Be actually at the shoreline. I've seen endings more likely to be happening just east of this big hill, inside the or outside of this hill, in the big open space in the fields. I've seen endings there, and I think that's going to, at least that's what I would predict is going to happen in this one as well. Oldboy gets taken now. Last frag is not going to go away with Turkey. Quite the opposite. Saudi Arabia is going to pick that one up. Second frag at that as well.
Yeah, that is an opportunity for the likes of Thailand to kind of follow the lead set by Ukraine in the leaderboard. Maybe an opportunity to overtake them as well. Going over to Turkey now with those 8 eliminations, as you mentioned. Trying to get themselves in a nice little spot away from everyone else. But the high ground that the Saudi Arabians have at the moment could threaten them in the next stage. We're going to have to wait and see. Stage 3 closing in a few more seconds, and then we'll see where that next shift is going to be. Because right now it's a 50-50 split between land and sea. And it's going to be very difficult for every single... I think it's actually even more. It's a 40-60 split between land and sea. 60 towards the sea. So it's going to be a very, very hard end game for these teams. And you know what? The players have been through enough today. I don't think they need this kind of zone. I really don't.
I mean... Look, sure, these circles have been kind of tough and kind of in favor of all the teams playing deep center, but I still think they've all been very playable. I think all of these circles have been kind of, I don't want to say easy, but definitely possible to adapt to. And this next circle, as we've seen, won't shift towards the water. It will be kind of centralized on that eastern side. Good for Thailand, massive for Kazakhstan as well, because they would have had to fight through Algeria to make it to the next one, and also pretty good for Myanmar.
Yeah, but absolutely horrible for Serbia, as they are swimming towards the beach, and I think Brazil, Algeria, they're going to be able to spot them out with no problems. Maybe even Myanmar, they might be able to collect themselves a couple of limbs. Sri Lanka and Nigeria, they were both in Zarki in the previous zone. Nigeria managed to make the move and make the rotation first, and because of that, they might have an advantage over Sri Lanka coming in now, and they might be able to secure themselves a couple of points, a couple of limbs. And we're going to see that fight break out in just a few short moments. Somalia heading towards that north side, and they're just going to be holding out for now.
Yeah, kind of looking for an opening on towards Algeria, knowing that they will have to move. They're kind of stuck over there, actually. If the circle does shift away, obviously, which, I mean, at some point it will. Never see it end that close to the shoreline, even though it has ended quite close to it. And Saudi Arabia also a position to talk about. One of the most influential positions, as I like to call them. Not necessarily a game winner, but the kind of position that you can just harass everyone from. And that's almost, I want to say as a player, the most fun to play as well. Because you can just constantly peek your head out, maybe get some couple of shots off, get some damage in, maybe even get a knock, and you don't really have to fear anyone.
Well, let's see if they actually take advantage of that then. Some teams, usually, whenever they do have those positions, they're a little bit too scared to go for a peek. They're scared to lose a member or two and then instantly get pushed by a squad.
That as well. I mean, back when I played, there's been a lot of strategy. I mean, it still is that way. There's been a lot of strategy about when do you actually, if you're sitting in the position, you're inside the circle. What's the kind of deal? In terms of what's the kind of decision making in terms of when are you going to peek someone and when is it just not worth it? When do you waste your HP in terms of armor, in terms of helmet, or in terms of bullets and meds? And there is some certain guidelines we had back in the day. I'm sure some of these players have got the same for them. There's very certain aspects on when it's actually worth it, when it doesn't contribute it, when it's actually worth it to damage the enemy's armors as well, because you expect a fight in maybe like 1 or 2 phases anyways. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Some of these fights right here are exactly the same thing.
Ooh, Saudi Arabia. I see you, Aida. I see you with that mini. He's waiting for the Algerian player to hold still, stand still, but that's not going to happen. Players are constantly on the move. Actually, wait, Aida does not have a helmet. That is dangerous.
And he's only got that one first aid.
Yeah.
And his vest is half broken as well.
That's...
Should I keep going?
I mean, he only has 1 med as well.
Yeah, that's...
5 smokes, so that's something, but no stims either, so no energy drinks, no...
Yeah, you won't get that 100 HP
No
back.
pills, yeah.
And I think his teammates don't either, otherwise they would surely exchange their inventory.
Nice haircut, though.
He does have a nice haircut, though. I'm kind of jealous.
Don't worry, yours is nice.
That's all right.
Jason's not so much.
Hope my barber isn't listening.
Max doesn't even have one.
Wow, okay. I mean, keep going, keep going.
No, Seven's pretty cool. He's chill. Yeah. He has a nice hairstyle. He's all right.
He does. I'll be honest. He does. Anyway, Somalia being eliminated as well now.
I was thinking, do I just keep shooting every single
shooting
member
at
on the
everyone, I
Atlas desk?
Keep shooting at production. Keep shooting at yeah. Keep
No,
going.
no. Production is lovely. We love those guys. They've been hard at work behind the snes, dealing with any issues that come up as soon as they can. So good job, guys. I know it hasn't been an easy day for anyone here, so I think we're doing very well so far. So let's keep it up. We got one more game after this, and it's going to be the last game of the day. But let's see what happens with this Erangel.
Yes, sir. Lots of teams, due to the fact that they rotated in through the water, now on that shoreline, as the play zone shrinks, they're going to have to make the decision on when they want to fight each other. And it seems like the time is up for Moldova and Sri Lanka. Both these teams making their way further in. And Brazil in the midst of it as well. Smoke's coming out, 3 elimination points for them. Once again, they are inside the top 7, but they are very far away from the first and second place. And that in and of itself is kind of a small upset. So maybe salvaging this round to the best of their abilities is going to be something that they shouldn't, I mean, not only hope for, but kind of have to. Because as you said, there's only one other game going into tomorrow's last 7 matches.
Oh, yeah, actually, just a quick heads up. We have officially passed the halfway point of the games.
That is true, yes.
Yeah. We made it. Almost. Let's see who's going to make it towards the end of this game and who's going to claim the last chicken dinner on Erangel. And, of course, I want to see if we're going to be seeing a 3 winner chicken dinner for the Kazakhstani lineup. Saudi Arabia gets eliminated by Turkey. Okay. Is that the resurgence?
Yeah.
Is this the awakening?
They only lost 1 player in the process of that as well. I think both these players that are knocked or very low HP, they should be getting backed up. Yeah. Oh, wait, they have eliminated Saudi Arabia. That means they've got the position up there.
Yeah.
That was a very tough fight to take as well.
I'm also kind of surprised that Sri Lanka was able to pick up multiple members from Nigeria. Nigeria had a better position, and they were able. I think they had like a line of sight on the Sri Lankan team as they were coming into the 5th. I think it was the 4th zone, the one previous to this one. But they didn't really take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why. They had one of their players already like in a compound across the road, and that player was just, I think he was mollied or naded and wasn't able to do anything at that point. Small issue for them, but we'll see if they can play with the last 2 members. I say that, but Trader's going to get taken down, and that's going to be 1 player left for the Nigerian lineup.
Going 2 or 3 phases back even, I think Turkey had already had 7 or 8 eliminations, and I think at this point they might be close to 15. The way they fought pretty much everyone. I wish we could take a look at Turkey right now and their elimination count.
But I don't think they're going to be in the next zone, so it's going to be a little bit of a problem for them.
I think placement-wise, it's going to be a problem, but I mean, even so,
it's
14. That's what I'm saying, close to 15. Even so, they've got the vehicles. They can drive downwards, meaning if one guy just stays up there and covers them. Sadly, it's only a buggy, but even so, it's still possible. If one guy stays up there and covers the rest of the 2 players going downwards, it's still very well possible. I mean, there's still some playable area up on the street.
I'm not even sure if they're going to make it because you have the Sri Lankan team to their east, well, to their right rather, west side of the map.
Oh no, Lutz, don't do us like that.
No. Turn on 4-wheel drive. 4-wheel drive.
It is not stuck at least.
Does a buggy have 4-wheel drive?
I have no clue.
You know what? I think this one does.
I'm glad that I find my... Yeah, whatever. Let's not get into that. It's kind of embarrassing how few things I know about my car. Anyways, Catch just keeps on going. Lutz, is he going to be able to spot the Sri Lankan player right next to him as well? He does. He gets taken down, though, as Mamata is going to be able to pick up that kill. Unfortunately, though, I don't think he's gotten the flush just yet. The rest of the players are driving in, and look at this, Turkey. They're opting to go for an aggressive push, not even down towards the street, but down towards the shoreline. They want to get right into the action. 15th elimination is secured as well. As Lutz is still on the ground, still hasn't been flushed, but I don't think there's a way to get him back up.
Yeah, they managed to get their 16th as well. Lutz, no revive possible. It is going to be down to Catch and Solke towards the end of this game. The question is, can Serbia stop the push? Can they stop the rampaging Turkish players from getting to a record game in today's games. They already have 15. Can they get more is the question. 6 nades in the hands of Peachy. A couple of them already going to get thrown out. Catch, trying to go for a little bit of a swim. Even this Serbian player in front of us is out of the zone, so he has to make a move. And I think Sri Lanka will not give Turkey an opportunity unless somehow, some way, Sol K finds a knock, finds an opening for his duo. Then maybe we might see something. They're going to try and build a little bit of a smoke road and then try and make their way to this next zone. The question is, do they know that someone's on the right side? Yeah, they do, with a molly being thrown.
Yeah.
And another one. Looks like that is it. That is all the utility that they have, and they have to make the push, and they have to go now. And they actually managed to get in. This is absolutely insane for the Turkish team. If they manage to combine a decent amount of placement points with this game, they could be back in the running. But a chicken dinner would skyrocket them in the leaderboard.
That's a brilliant nade actually from Shadow. Kind of expecting Solkai to be in there.
Never mind.
As you can see, well, it doesn't matter. Sri Lankan is just above them, and they will be taken out in 7th place. That is, what, 2 placement points on top of, what, like 16 eliminations? That's a pretty decent game, but that's still nowhere near what they could have had if that circuit would have shifted any different. Unfortunate for Turkey here, but that's going to give them... Look, we were talking about momentum before this game started. And yes, I did say Turkey is going to win this round, but I think that's just as good.
Careful, you say it 2 more times, you summon Jason.
Momentum.
Don't do it! I said don't.
Yes, okay. I didn't say the second time, all right? I was kind of scared there for a
Watching
second.
You. You did! You summoned them!
That was a close call. Thailand, one player being taken down inside the city as well.
Right.
But I kind of like what they did throughout the last couple of minutes. They made their way very safely through these buildings and made sure that they have at least 2 players across the street from where they were. And that's always, I mean, we all know city endings. That's almost like the second most important thing besides just staying alive is making it across these streets, because that's always the kind of the big barrier between making an actual big game in these city endings. And they made it work. 2 players already across the street. That's a pretty good setup.
And that it is, but I do want to mention that we have Kazakhstan with a potential to get their 3rd chicken dinner. Same can be said for Thailand, and Thailand's the only one that has a full lineup. Sri Lanka gets taken out by Thailand at the end there. That's going to be a good couple of limbs going in their favor. I don't even know how Serbia is going to be able to walk in this next zone. Algeria should be waiting for the right moment to get those limbs. A couple of nades are going to be coming out. Decent bit of damage done to Shadow. They already managed to get the knock on one of the players as well. Koa, again, down to less than half HP. And the zone is going to be putting even more pressure onto them. Tiger manages to get the knock onto Shadow there. And now Koa just going for a swim, trying to survive as long as possible. Trying to see if he can actually just get some placement points for his team. Myanmar, once again, getting to the top 5. Let's see if they can do something more in this endgame.
And this is completely insane, because look at the leaderboard right now. I think we had Ukraine and Kazakhstan just above Thailand on the leaderboard, and they were only a couple of points. I think Ukraine was 5 points above them. So already, just based off of elimination points and their placement, we can confidently say that Thailand has just taken the prime spot on the leaderboard. And I think, look, I don't see a way this is going to change. Sure, Kazakhstan might have options to potentially win this game, but even then, even so, together with the eliminations they have, I don't think they can catch them at this point.
Well, we still have 7 more games tomorrow, so the chance is there. Question is, will they be able to capitalize? Thailand with 8 limbs so far. 3 for Tiger, and honestly, a lovely name for DJ. And looking at Algeria and this, almost like at the moment they have a decent view of a lot of players, but looking at the players that are inside the building in Kazakhstan, Steezy, Attacker, they have an opportunity to get this high ground and maybe even get a lot more points at the end of this game too.
That would have been a massive nade, by the way. Like if Algeria, it's going to pop right on top of the doorway. Yeah, honestly, that's kind of a big problem, actually, having that player above you. Do they know about it, though? Does Kazakhstan know for certain where his exact position is? Because sometimes it's really hard to differentiate between, you know, someone being above you, a floor, or just being below you. But I think, yeah, that smoke should confidently give us that information. Nade is coming through. Wow! Oh my goodness, Attacker, what have you just done? That's a massive, massive nade. Expecting Wise to be very close towards the outside of the door frame. And he's going to be able to pick that one up. And that's going to secure them so much space. You can see immediately afterwards being able to pick up one of the players of Thailand just goes to show you how much more breathing room they just got. And look at the elimination potential right now. Algeria's going to have to move inwards. I mean, even one of the Thailand players, I think, still have to move buildings. And not even speaking of Myanmar in the next zone, at the very latest, they're going to have to move out of the buildings as well. That's massive potential for Kazakhstan. I'll take it all back. The opportunity is there for Kazakhstan to take the prime spot.
That it is. That would be another that would be a back-to-back chicken dinner for them, and that would be the third one that they're able to secure today. It could go either way, either them or for Thailand. Myanmar keeping the pressure up, trying to stay relevant, trying to stay in the first page of that leaderboard. But DJ, easy knock, easy finish, easy elim for himself and for his squad. That is going to be, I believe, the 9th elim, maybe, unless someone actually stole it at the end there. I think Algeria managed to steal it. Sky only. Not going to allow this elim to be stolen, though. Will be securing it as soon as he adds the opportunity. And we're now down to the last 4 squads. 10 players alive. 3v3v3. And it's going to be Myanmar with a solo player.
Kazakhstan throwing out the first couple of nades on this fight against Thailand. And I'm surprised they made their way down this early. I mean, sure, they have to exit the building at some point, but I think at least one of the players could have stayed up there for a little bit longer, but I might be mistaken on this one. Huge double nade coming in from Yadka. 2 of the players from Algeria have just been taken down, and that means maybe there's going to be less eliminations for Kazakhstan to be able to get picked up from. Smoke comes in. Myanmar, as you can see, only 1 player left alive. No nade to follow up on these 2 knocks. That's absolutely devastating for him.
Yeah, and Yatka from Myanmar, he has a decent angle, I think, on the Thai lineup. Not going to be able to take advantage of it, though. 1 knock will come out from that nade attacker. Whips out the DPS, gets 1, secures a second, but Sky only in that last moment will take it away. And it is going to be a 3v2 Algeria, but these are blinking health bars. Sky only. Are you going to go for the deny?
Oh,
he's not going to give him the point. He's not going to give him the elim. And Algeria secure their first winner chicken dinner.
Goodness. Have you seen the health bars on the Algerian players, though?
He could have done it.
Yes, he could have very well done it. I think if you picked around the left-hand side and immediately got the first shots off, he would have easily gotten 2 knocks immediately. Well, little does you know, that was one hell of a situation to clutch things out, and that would have been exactly the kind of scenario that you see so rarely, to be honest. A clutch scenario in which you actually have the advantage is the one being down 2 man. Come on, man, try it, please.
I thought that, you know, Algeria was gonna get picked up by any one of the squads in that high ground in the building, but it didn't work out for them in the end. And here's the thing: like, Algeria is a team that's currently they were in last place going into this game.
I think they were in the very last place.
Yeah, so
7 points.
Yeah, so here's the thing: like, a game like that, I don't think they managed to get a lot of eliminations, but still, it is going to be a massive boost to their morale going into the 8th and final game of the day. That's right. We're reaching the end point of day 1. And yes, it is day 1, guys. There's no day 0. It's a 2-day tournament. Today's day 1. Tomorrow's day 2. It's not as complicated as you think. I don't know what the guys were talking about on the analyst desk.
I didn't even catch that. No, absolutely no idea. Either way, we will be heading over to the analyst desk. So, Jason, take it away.
You know, we will start off talking about how Sandstorm, of all people, can make fun of people's hair.
Yeah, too far.
I don't think he's looked in a mirror lately. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk here, brought to you by STC Players. We're going to break this one down as Algeria, unexpected for them to get that win, considering Myanmar hit him with a nice double nade behind that little Gitun.
Oh, yeah. So
Calm down, LeBron
That's how he threw
James.
the nade. That's pretty. It's cool.
He's had too much coffee today. I'm sorry.
I don't drink
Saudi
coffee.
Arabian coffee is just
That's
really
some
hitting
good
him
moves.
hard.
Can I see him again, Max? 10 out of 10?
Yeah.
So 7, it's just going to be you and me on the segment today.
Okay.
But a great comeback. And again, considering how low HP they were, it was very realistic that Thailand could have closed things out. But again, Thailand bouncing back, another big match out of them. Algeria, importantly, getting a huge win. But also, Turkey, you have to give them credit, getting a massive elimination game.
Yeah, they had a massive elimination game, but let's actually give some props there to Algeria. We were kind of talking about this too when we were looking at the map. The way that we're able to position themselves towards the cliffs as well. And on top of that, they have Witchy on the building, which I thought was going to be helping them out a big way because he was just scouting all over the place. He did end up getting caught by Kazakhstan, but for Algeria to still be able to pull up the win, that's huge.
And actually, I wanted to say Kazakhstan, really good play for them to go for that position, because if they leave him, get free information without trying to deny it away, you're just going to give them all the information in the world they need to not only get a win, but get also eliminations thanks to the nades to wrap up the game. So it's going to be very easy for them. So Kazakhstan took a very important fight to make sure they at least had a living chance to go for that win. But Algeria playing the edge of cities encircled like this is so important to gatekeep teams entering the city and also trying to catch teams that are moving away from the city itself.
Well, the thing is, when we had the zone shift over towards Zarki, we kind of have this big open area of land that people could take, considering of the way the zones moved. And I believe it was Moldova and Nigeria sent it like straight as they could, or possibly through. I think actually Moldova went for a boat-tate. Nigeria kind of sent it straight towards the center of that, I think like second, third zone. But it didn't really seem to net them too much, unfortunately, in the end. Because Moldova ended up running into like Thailand. They ended up losing a couple of players before they went for the boat-tate. But it was really, really tough. But what's up?
Thailand's defense was really good, though, on Moldova. It seemed like they were ready for it. They had the grenades ready. They had them pre-cooked, too. And I think within like 5 seconds of Moldova trying to take that engagement, 2 players from their team were down because Thailand was just so prepared.
Yeah, and there are these walls around the building that are just so strong in third-person perspective game mode. So, of course, you're just going to get the information. The moment you get that first knock, it took a bit too long to get the confirm because it gave free information. But with that third person, the moment you see them leaving any kind of coverage, you're just going to peek over, get the easy elimination, at least the first knock and then elimination. So it was a very easy fight for them to take off the back of just the terrain of that fight in general.
Let's take a look at our highlights here, brought to you by Savvy, and we can kind of maybe recap some of the plays that we were kind of talking about here. And, well, there you go. Right off the bat, Thailand, Joker, initially with the nade, just opens things up for them.
And the walls around it, there you go. As I said, I think it took too long to confirm it because there was some free information given over, but he's just going to wait things out. The moment he knows he's out of position, just instantly goes for the spray down. Confirms that one. That was the first fight that was cool.
Brazil versus Kuwait, and Kuwait actually gets a couple of, Brazil gets a couple of knocks, Kuwait gets a knock or two, and Little Boy sticks around a little bit too long to get those confirmed. He ends up getting cleaned up himself.
Though we're talking about this position, right, Seven, the entirety of this match. This dip on a hill, mental for Saudi Arabia.
It was, but ultimately they weren't able to defend it that well because of Turkey being able to just be so aggressive that whole match. They went for it. They were able to eliminate them, which was surprising. And I feel like it speaks volumes about a little bit of the confidence that Turkey had in this match. We've been doubting them. We've been wondering what's going on. We kind of heard the casters talk about them too, being a little bit, instead of a dark horse, being a little bit of a disappointing team with what Sandstorm was saying. I feel like this might be a confidence boost that they need. And I'm hoping it is because it's happening before day 2. It's happening in the last 2 matches, which is what I was hinting at. If any of those teams below 7th place, if they even want to have a chance, they need to be able to either put up a win or put up big eliminations.
I don't know if I would say for Turkey it's a confidence boost. I'd say it's more like screw it. No, let's just full send it and get eliminations. And I feel like that.
Lose.
Yeah. I feel like that actually might be a play style that makes them a little bit more dangerous too, because you know how strong they are when it comes to fragging out. We didn't quite see how they breached on Saudi Arabia's mountain. I'm telling you, that is not an easy breachable position. They must have pulled a great fight out of their hat there in that fight.
Great timing.
Yeah, let's take a look at our leaderboards here from this last match. 18 points for Thailand, 1 placement, 16 eliminations for the boys from Turkey. And Algeria, unfortunately, they do close out the game, but only with 5 eliminations.
Still a win.
Oh yeah, it's still a win.
Yeah, I mean, lower elimination it's a very big gamble they went for, going for that kind of position. So you just send it to the edge of the city, which is always what you want to try and do in these kind of scenarios, and you just let teams come your way. And unfortunately, in most case scenarios, which is what happened here, a lot of the fights took care of themselves. A lot of players, teams got fully eliminated before they even got remotely close to the entirety of Algeria, so they were just not quite capable of picking up more eliminations, but at least they made the most out of that position to get a win. I feel like if is any other kind of scenario, they get more eliminations, but here teams just eliminated one another so quickly.
Well, Ukraine, again, another bad match out of them as they were in first place, but Thailand most certainly has passed them. I think they had about a 2-point lead over Kazakhstan. No, Kazakhstan was third, so they had a 2-point lead over Thailand, so they should fall about 16, 14 points behind them, and we should see Thailand in first place.
Yeah, this is really good actually for them because Saudi Arabia, Ukraine, and Vietnam all three of them don't do well. So this allows them to actually catch up and overtake and maybe start to build a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, am I seeing that right too? Saudi Arabia below 5 eliminations, maybe their worst match so far today?
Rematch. Redo it.
No, Max.
No. We already had enough breaks.
No. We had enough.
I can't take any more breaks. We're good.
You don't want a Kit Kat?
Huh?
You don't want a Kit Kat?
I'll take one.
Yeah, I know you will.
Oh,
Dip that in coffee too. I bet you disgusting
and then just
man.
not finish the coffee. Oh my word.
That sounds so good.
So again, not too many eliminations here for Algiers. They're just trying to stay alive, as we saw one of the few teams without a building towards the very end as well. But at least staying alive again. That nade that came through, we did see a second nade get thrown out of Myanmar, but it didn't land, obviously, right? Because it didn't clean up any of those eliminations. That actually could have been the game completely changing if that second nade actually ended up working out for them.
Don't say it's 7. Or one less knockout, it would have been perfect.
I didn't even notice. Now it's just on your head.
I thought you were going to go on. But we did say also the stats of Witchy just before, though, again, as you said, not only impactful in terms of scouting, giving him information, he was also taking pretty decent amount of shots that entire game. Like, he was getting involved in a fight, and even if he's not getting those confirms, he's slowing down teams that are trying to approach that position. So he was really kind of set up the team for success. Despite him not being able to survive, he at least allows the team to go the entire way.
The scout support role, that's pretty much exactly what you want out of a player to do, and he did that perfectly.
Yeah, when you play that role, you need really good communication, which is why Maxman does never play that role, because when he communicates, he said, Jason, there's a tree coming.
Hey, those trees are scary, man, okay?
Here we go, overalls. Actually not, I jumped the gun. I was like, I want to see him. Damage and elimination. So Thailand, 12 limbs coming through with 2,000 damage done. Turkey, 2,800 damage and 16 eliminations. Like this could be the spark that lights their fire. And as we did hear from Scott over in Istanbul, Turkish teams have the habit of either if they start bad, they play well later, or they start well and they play like
what happens? What happens if they start bad and end the day good though?
That's
well, I mean, technically,
like midday.
Technically, we're into the start of day 2 if you think about it.
Oh, because they're more than 6 matches in.
Exactly.
Ah, that's how you're doing it.
Are
yeah,
you
but
guys
day
ready?
2. Yeah, but day 2 is technically day 1. Okay, let's stop that conversation.
We're gonna play those mental gymnastics again. Let's take a look here at our overalls, get an idea of where the teams currently stand. Again, I think Thailand is in the lead by about 14 points, if I'm not mistaken. And that puts some pressure on teams like Ukraine, who again have had a bad couple of matches. And actually, they've been passed as well by Kazakhstan. So Thailand with a nice 7-point lead. And that point difference between first and fourth is already 25 points. Like that's And then from there on,
it's just gonna keep getting worse and worse.
It's getting worse and worse. Yeah.
Vietnam is really falling off these last few matches.
Which is surprising because it's D Xavier. They placed 5th in the world at PMGC.
And they were, most importantly, one of the most consistent teams. They just kept up because, of course, Erangel, outside of the Erangel was a bit rough, but on Erangel itself, and you have a ton of Erangel in this tournament, they are just not showing up. So that gap that they created at the start is just dwindling, and teams like Kuwait, Brazil, that had a really rough start also, right, Seven? Are catching up, and in tomorrow's matches, Vietnam could end up being on the second page. That is how rough of a time they have it.
And for Brazil, I feel like this is the second time now we see them challenging a good spot. We saw a bit of a fight there between them and Algeria in the previous match. So they're still kind of positioning themselves really good, but just not being able to execute the plan to what they want it to be. And with Vietnam, I feel like we're getting a bit of a flash in regards to day 1 PMGC, because this team was quite a roller coaster, right? It was either really, really high in regards to eliminations, not really good placement points, or they just weren't able to perform at all, unless I'm thinking of another team. But I'm pretty sure it was Vietnam, so maybe if that plan does end up continuing, maybe tomorrow is when they'll find that consistency that they need. But the gap that we keep mentioning, if they want to be able to find that consistency, they need to finish off the day in a good way, because if not, if Thailand, Kazakhstan, if Ukraine is able to come back from that bad match that they had, and Saudi Arabia is able to put up those eliminations that we're kind of getting used to seeing them put, it's going to be a little bit too far away for them to reach.
Let's take a look at our Kitty MVP, and it is going to be Solkay and Maxman. Look at his damage.
Solkay, yes. I don't know. I'm just winging it at the end of the day.
Solkay.
Yeah.
That wasn't so much beatboxing.
Yeah, I'm just doing voice effects now.
That was just more like, can I get out?
I only know like one thing in beatbox, and that's what I do all the time. I'm just trying to change it up.
It's fine. I respect the hustle. I respect the try. 1,100 damage, and honestly, I feel like it's been forever since I've been able to talk about Solkay doing a lot of damage or being really impactful back in his football days before their trip to the Maldives.
That's been
That's because that's when it went. Thank you.
downhill. Yeah, I agree.
What? Explosion.
Oh, okay, it's like explosion. Cool.
Okay. Well, I am hearing that our commentators are about to be ready to take us into our final match of the day. I know they're hyped. I'm hyped, and I'm ready to go. Let's see how things end off here on day 1 of GEG.
Yes, you heard it right. Game number 8, the final game for day 1. We're past the halfway mark for the GEG PUBG Mobile Tournament for 2023. 7-point difference from first place and second place. The opportunity is there. The question is, who's going to come out on top at the end of today? Will Thailand hold on, or will Kazakhstan keep up the pace and keep up the pressure?
I still can't believe he hasn't tried this 1-on-3 in the end game. Right there. I still kind of... I don't know, my heart's still bleeding. Don't look at me like this. Please say something. It's yours as well? I mean, we almost never see opportunities like this in the late game. Normally, the one team that has the man advantage is just almost already manifesting this before it even... before the last fight even happens. But yeah, this time around, the option was there. Unfortunately, goes for the deny. Either way, yeah, you said it. Kazakhstan and also Thailand. Both of these teams being at the very top. Both of these teams once again coming into the late game. And both teams kind of in their own league at the moment, with Ukraine kind of just creeping up on them. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe Ukraine is going to come out with a big game as well this last one. Any predictions?
You know what? I think I'm going to throw it over to Saudi Arabia. With the last game, like the guys mentioned, there's a 25-point difference between first and fourth, and I think Saudi Arabia is on the cusp of getting into the getting through to the threshold that allows them to compete for that #1 spot. Tomorrow is going to be a very hectic day for everyone, because I know there's going to be a lot of prep that goes into going to day 2. So, but one of the most important things is make sure that you get a good night's sleep, so you come over tomorrow for day #2 fully energized and ready to go. Game number 8, it's going to be the final one for today, Miramar, and the question remains, can Kazakhstan completely and utterly dominate the map and get themselves the 3rd chicken dinner on the map, or will another team rise to the occasion here?
I gotta highlight Attacker on these Miramar rounds as well. I mean, we were very rarely today talking about specific players, but Attacker on these Miramar games has had massive impact. Not only against that fight in Nigeria and the last Miramar game they won, but just overall, he's been having massive impact and massive performances in almost any of the team fights they've had. And he's also been, I think, the one player who's always been alive in the late game. I think he's never ever died in the first 3 phases so far. So props to Attacker. He's been having one hell of a tournament. Let's see if they can continue playing like this.
Yeah. And let's see if the boys can maintain their lovely hairstyles. You know, whoever does actually have one on the analyst desk. You know, because like here's the thing. You know what? I'm just taking this chance to shoot a shot. Max, you have no hair, and you know what? 7, why don't you actually?
Whoa! What is happening? Just don't start with me, please. Oh.
What's up? How's it going?
He's watching. He's definitely watching. Yes. So yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing to 7, but he can't even say it to my face because you know he might need a box to stand on.
If you guys could see this right now, he's going through his hair. His probably thick enough that even a comp wouldn't go through it. That's how it looks as of right now. Either way, we're going ahead into the last game of today. And there we have it. Plane is starting. It's going to be starting from the far northwestern side. Pretty far east. Now in Senhok, that was also the case. Didn't really have any impact, obviously, because of the map just being that small. Here, however, it might have an impact, and it definitely will. I think all of these teams on the far northeastern side, they're going to have to potentially fight for these cars. And we have seen what happens if that is the case on Erangel just now. Lots of these teams fighting very early on. I think the first 3 phases, I think we've ever seen that many fights so far in any of these games like we have in the last one. Yep. I think phase 3, we had like 4 or 5 teams. Some of these even in the top 5. I think 2 of them actually in the top 5 fighting each other off. And Turkey, that was one of the major reasons actually why they did have so many elimination points. They were the ones that came out of top of that. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be the same thing here.
Yeah, I sincerely doubt that. Just because when it comes to Miramar, I think the teams are going to be pretty far off from each other. So I'm not expecting to see a lot of fights early on in this game, but who knows? Because I'm seeing Serbia and Turkey dropping towards Chumisera, so we might actually see an early fight between these two teams. Guatemala going towards that northern side, just going to be staying away from absolutely everyone. I believe in La Cabrera towards the northern side. Thailand smack dab in the middle, but the question remains, where is the zone going to be? I think it's going to be a southern map. Okay. Not too bad. I got a little bit too excited. I thought it was going to be a little bit more south, but with the Minas del Sur island along with prisons, I'm kind of curious to see if we might have a southern shift for phase number 2, but that's going to be a while away. It looks like Serbia is actually not going to Chumisera. They're going to go all the way to Valle del Mar. And they're going to be in a pretty good position to get themselves ready for this second shift in this game.
Yeah, it's going to take some more seconds for Serbia to arrive in the city, but at least there's not going to be any danger there. Malice with a big split, making sure they've got that northern exit as well. Little do they know with their circle, they're not going to need it. Almost an identical circle as we've seen before again. We've seen very identical circles on Erangel. I think 2 of these have been... One of the games was restarted fairly enough, but either way, 2 of these circles have been incredibly close, almost identical, and the same thing has just happened on Miramar. Now, I don't believe this is going to be a restart. I think we do have these technical problems sorted out. Once again, small little sorry as of right now, but once again, yeah, I think just because of that, I don't think we can necessarily expect Kazakhstan to do well again, but the rotation paths, at least, in the first 3 phases are going to be the same. That means Kazakhstan, I'm very certain of that, is going to get into a good spot again. Oh, we have Thailand making their way down. Honestly, I was always wondering, what was your favorite spot on Miramar in terms of looting?
Ooh, personally...
Like competitive, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Competitive, yeah.
I would say the western side of Los Leones. Why? Wow, okay.
Anything except Picado is wrong in my eyes. If you could pick any loot spot on Erangel and Miramar, I think no matter the playstyle you have, I think there's so many advantages in going for the centralized ones like Picado and Pachinki. I'm 100% convinced of that, and I'm ready to prove everyone wrong. Everyone who wants to discuss that with me, I think I've got the arguments ready for it.
All right.
There's so many variables that you can dodge. So many variables that are normally random that you can dodge just off of looting in the middle. And I think Thailand's is, man, they're going to have a huge advantage. Even in this circle, I think any circle that pops, and we've seen that time and time again on any version of mobile, that if the teams play correctly, you can see that in the performances themselves as well, that teams that do tend to loot these spots, without having to hard drop, obviously, without having to contest these, do end up better in placements.
I'm seeing a little bit of an early fight. I mean, I didn't think that we're going to be seeing a lot of fights early on, but looks like Sri Lanka and Saudi Arabia have something else to say. And with Saudi Arabia as well, like we mentioned, I think they're going to be my prediction for this game. And if they manage to come out with a good performance, along with a combo of early knockouts,
wow, good shot.
This could signal a good start for Saudi Arabia. Second elim, no knocks, no finishes on their side either. So that means it's a good start. And they're not going to be suffering at all at the beginning of this game. And they have complete control of the current location. Good start for them. 440 bullets for Aida, for the M4 and the Mini. Yeah, man's ready to go to war.
That's actually crazy, considering he hasn't even got a helmet. He just looted probably the first 2 weapons he found and made sure he's ready to fight. 440, excuse me, in his backpack. Pretty impressive. Not going to be looting any more of that, I am certain. Either way, I mean, San Martin is free as well, so they not only have gotten the first couple of frags, 2 at that, they also have so much space, pretty much as much space as they want to around their loot spot, and they can literally just stack themselves full of loot. I'm not sure if they will. Once again, I think timing on this circle is pretty important as well, but at this point, if you fall early, you're not going to be having a great timing towards phase 1 anyway, so just make sure you're ready for circle pop 2.
Let's see, circle 2. That's still about 3 minutes away. I do want to see if we're going to have a southern shift, like I mentioned before, for Minas del Valle, or rather Cruz del Valle towards the south. Valle del Mar, rather.
Yes, Valle del Mar.
There's so many valleys.
There is lots of valleys, yes. But no, Valle del Mar down there is the city that you mean. And we were talking about, Serbia being down there. They are still looting it. Malas, in the meanwhile, we were talking about him doing that big split, has rotated down towards the south as well. So he's out of this kind of danger zone in and around Montenuevo. And has grouped up at least a little bit with his teammates. Once again, that is an interesting circle, especially for Serbia, because we've seen them play Edge so many times. And yeah, once again, that playstyle, it has been semi-successful. It has been successful in the sense that they've played it very consistently, and they've played it now how it should be played. And that is already kind of impressive, considering that, once again, they have two players that haven't played any competitive tournament at all, which honestly I wouldn't have noticed if you know, if I wouldn't have been told that. But semi-successful on the other hand, in the sense that they haven't really gotten lots of points off of it. There's always these one or two fights, mostly the first one actually so far in these rounds, most of these rounds, that just hasn't gone their way, where they've just been caught off guard, where they've just been pressured into a corner, where the circle was at their backs. I mean, most notably, last Miramar game that we were talking about, that fight against Turkey, for example, they were scared of Turkey, where they had the 3 men inside the compound, they were kind of get pressured away from it just off of one knock. So yeah, I'm hoping to see Serbia with a little bit more confidence and a little bit more, I want to say, centralized rotations. Because I think, once again, I think that would suit them better with this kind of lineup that isn't as experienced as Serbia normally would be.
I was honestly expecting a little bit more from the Serbian lineup coming into this game. Not that there's, let's say, I didn't really have I want to say a lot of high expectations. I was expecting to do just a little bit better than they were right now. Their placement isn't really the best. It doesn't really reflect how strong they are or how strong their region is. But we'll see if they're able to bring it back in this 8th and last game of the day. Chicken dinner would definitely change things up.
Yeah, I would. Oh, just a little bit, actually. You can see Brazil. They just as desperately need that chicken as well. I think they need it almost more desperately than Serbia does, just based off of their reputation as a team, based off of their success as well throughout this last year of competitive tournaments that we've seen. Brazil has been a very strong region. We're talking about that in the very first game as well, and especially their lineup too. They've had their success, deservingly so, and thus far we haven't really seen that in this lobby.
This lobby, I gotta say, this lobby is it's something special from what we've seen really over the past some games. And again, reminder, because of it being an 8-game day 1 for the tournament, it's not something that a lot of these players have actually experienced before. So it's a different ball game, especially with this being the 8th game now. The team who comes out on top has got something really special in them, I have to say. Just being able to constantly perform until the very last moment in the very last game, after a very long day. Let's see who's going to be able to do that.
Federal still looking for the first knock. He hasn't got anything in his inventory after that nade has been thrown. Now we go, Falcon wants to throw something back. Somalia with the backs against the wall. Oh, Falcon unfortunately can't get it out of the window. Is going to be eliminated immediately, and wow, that is so unfortunate. Federal is going to make sure to secure that one on top of it. Not even a chance of reviving him. And now I think, yeah, last player has been spotted as well. Lavdo, he gets the turnaround. And yes, Federal is going to trade him out. Well, that was a good shot coming out from Love, as Somalia gets eliminated in 16th place. They're going to be the first one to pack up their things and make sure to prepare themselves for tomorrow.
Yeah, but the problem there is the fact that Brazil suffered 1 loss, and they also have Lil Boy that's currently knocked down. And with the team being around them, and even Moldova, I think they heard a lot of the fights going on, and they might be starting to apply the pressure a little bit more. Kazakhstan to the north side as well. So many questions, no answers yet. We just have to wait and see. Moldova actually still applying a little bit more pressure towards... For some reason, they're applying a little bit more pressure towards the Kazakhstani lineup instead of going for the fight. I can understand that. They don't want to get pincered. They don't want to get third-partied going into this. But that just gives the opportunity for Brazil to get the revive. Question remains, are they still going to stay in this area and continue the fight, or are they going to change things up? Are they going to try to get out of there and try to play for a little bit more survival towards the end of this game?
Well, that's to be seen. Circle did shift far down south. I want to say that is the opportunity for Serbia as well. They're finally getting the circle they want to. A circle where they really can't even play edge, even if they wanted to. BTN opening things up though on the other side. Important frag as well. Federal chiming in, and Moldova, I mean, at this point, can't help but wonder who else are they going to fight. I mean, two-way fight with some of the best teams in this lobby as the second one gets flushed to. Yeah, no chance. Moldova being eliminated, most of these frags going the way of Brazil. But yeah, with Lauren being down on the ground and them not really having any kind of utility, I'm kind of wondering whether or not Kazakhstan is going to pull up on this.
They have to. They really have to. They know that at least one member has been taken out from the side of Brazil. And they must know that someone else is knocked at this point, but they're not close enough to take advantage of it. Brazil's going to be able to get the revive, and they should still keep complete control. But again, the thing is, they don't even have to apply a lot of the pressure because it's a compound outside of the zone. So the best thing they could do is they could either instantly take the fight, instantly third party, or just go for a better position. They decided to do neither, and now I don't think now's their attempt to go for the fight with Brazil. They have to find a better position for themselves inside the zone, because otherwise Myanmar and Ukraine are going to be breathing down their necks, and they're going to be applying quite a lot of pressure. Algeria, I love the rotation that they have. They're not going to be feeling a lot of pressure, if any, at all, when they head towards the Valle del Mar bridge. But maybe when they try to cross it, that might be the problem, because you have Sri Lanka and Nigeria as well on that little bit of a high ground, so that could cause them a little bit of a trouble. Unless they decide to maybe go for a swim, but I don't think there's a way up that way.
I think there's one specific spot that I think it's further to the east. I don't think there's one straight or in and around the bridge. So yes, unless I'm mistaken, please correct me in the chat if I am. By the way, thanks for all of you guys' messages and support for you guys' nations. It's just heartwarming to see. You know, it really is well connected. It really is hashtag well connected. One of the slogans from the global esports games. At this point, it's if it hasn't already been, it's definitely been confirmed. So many supporters from all around the world coming together, enjoying this beautiful esports game, and making sure that their teams are, you know, fired up to the max.
Because we know how much how much a single message can go a long way in helping
really
a team
does.
push themselves more and more.
Yeah. I was so hyped as a player to see not only my name, but also, you know, the team in general being hyped up in the chat. That was heartwarming to see. You know, you go through the VOD at the end of the day and you're like, damn, so many people are cheering on you. So many people want to see you succeed. And look, you think all these players are machines if you don't actually know them personally. But at the end of the day, we're all human. Yeah. At the end of the day, we all want to be supported and you know, and be fired up. So it really does make a difference, even though sometimes you think it doesn't. It honestly does.
And we really appreciate that from you guys. Now, we want to dive right back into the game, dive right back into the action. Myanmar, once again, showing how strong they are. Getting a couple of knocks here and there. They're in a decent spot. Lovely spray here by Mewtwo. Okay, I see what you're doing. The question is, are they going to be going for the push here? Havlik will be secured by Yatka.
Are they really?
Yeah, it looks like they are. I love this so much from the Myanmar lineup. They got a knock. They know that they have to take advantage of it. Lutz, if he's not able to hold the line, I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do here. Quick push from Myanmar. They need to keep it up, but the timing is just not right. Lutz will be able to hold it. And he manages to rotate it away. The revive is done, and he's going to be getting a different angle. So that makes it even harder for Mewtwo to go for the fight. He doesn't know which angle to peek, but he does have the backup. He does have the rest of the squad. Nades, no damage whatsoever. A couple of mollies coming out from the Turkish side as well. Things are going to calm down. It looks like Turkey is going to be trying to find a way out of this. They're rotating a little bit further away. They know that they have to start moving towards the zone, because if they turn their backs on Myanmar for a second, they might lose more than one member. Especially with this being the last game, you have to make something of it. You have to make tomorrow an easier day for you. Mewtwo going for the push here, but there's too many angles for it to look. Lutz to his right, catch right in front of him as well. It's going to be quite difficult. Soulless will be able to secure it, and Myanmar will go down. The aggression was not calculated from their side.
And I gotta say, the way Turkey split this, immediately went towards the defensive side. Not only that, but it starts even earlier than this, that they immediately went for the revive and had one player drive across the reviving player and got themselves positioned in a way that Myanmar couldn't pull up close enough to the initial knock, to the initial knock player. So that was crazy team play, and then falling back, knowing what kind of position to take across the ridgeline because the other ones were pressured by the blue zone. That's just, I mean, that's textbook play. Honestly, that's the Turkey that we know. That's the Turkey that is experienced in these kind of scenarios, and that's the Turkey that normally doesn't do the mistakes that we've seen so far in this day. So, man, am I hyped to get another contender up into not only top 8, but top 5? I think this is very well possible this game.
Heck yeah. That's what I want to see. The more competitors that we have going towards that top 5, the more exciting of a finish it is going to be for the GEG PUBG Mobile Tournament. Koa, Shadow, Mila, and BG at the moment, representing Serbia, smack dab in the middle. And they might just have a pretty decent spot. Turkey, Solus, Solkay, and of course I believe they still have Lutz available with them as well. And Catch. Or no, it's rather Catch, not Lutz. Lutz was taken out, I believe. No, it's a full squad. So they should have an opportunity to have a nice little end game.
Nade coming out from Kawhi, at least he's thinking about it. Sri Lanka has made their way inside their city, so to speak. That's a pretty good throw, by the way. Good Molotov, Koa. With that Molotov is making sure that he can just dodge out and get his way safely back inside the house. And the rest of his teammates obviously there to support him as well. I mean, yeah. Problem is, they've let so many teams in the city that at this point, the advantage of actually looting there and being centralized in this zone has kind of gone away. And with them still sitting on zero eliminations, yeah, it's been kind of a reset that's been going on for them. All the advantages that they originally had have now gone away. 13 teams still with 44 players remaining, obviously including them. Not going to really help them much.
And that is going to be a big problem for them later on. 13 teams, 43 players, almost 19 minutes into the game. This is what we kind of expect from Myanmar. Looking towards the squads, Kazakhstan with only 1 player left, so I think the dream is kind of dead for them to get a third chicken dinner on Myanmar. Kuwait, KSA, still both with full squads. Thailand, Turkey as well, Serbia and Algeria. Other squads have maybe 1 member lost, 2 members lost here and there. Let's see if Turkey will be able to actually get into the zone here with the party bus. Lutz and Catch. Oh, no, that is the worst thing possible. Saudi Arabia has quite a dangerous angle on them, but I think Thailand is giving Turkey an opportunity to get into a position here. Solus will get taken out by Tulika. Damar taking a lot from Lutz as well there. And I think somehow Turkey are down to 1 last member. That rotation was not the best. They were just exposed to way too many angles, not enough cover, no smokes whatsoever. It was going to be very, very difficult for them to make it there.
Yeah.
And also, you know, the caster curse does have a role to play too.
Obviously it does.
Of course.
Only at this point, yes.
It's the usual.
Solkay eliminated as well now, with Turkey now just 1 man strong. Doesn't look like doesn't look like this comeback that we kind of thought was coming has actually come through, as they have been stopped in their tracks. Now, first couple of fights have gone their way, but afterwards, not really much in terms of getting into mid or rather late game. Saudi Arabia, though, they still have the option to do so. Pretty good split on that hillside. Pretty tough circle to get to that position, actually, in the first place. So, promising position where they're playing off of.
Yeah, having that position is one thing, but being able to take advantage of it, that's something that a lot of teams have a problem with sometimes. You can have like a center position, best loot, but maybe you're too scared to kind of peek. You're too scared to trying to get any knocks, any limbs. Like holding it is one thing, but let's see if they take advantage. Moving towards Lutz, he's in a very dangerous spot. He has 3 members of Kuwait to his north. He has Saudi Arabia right to his west. Ooh, Tony. Okay, so Serbia, you managed to get yourself a knock. there's no need for you to go for a push because I think the next zone is going to be shifting towards the north and you're going to be forced to push towards that side anyways. And the question is, with all the teams located towards the south, how many of them are actually going to survive the rotation towards the north side?
Interesting enough, Kuwait. I was talking to them early on and I asked them, what was your biggest rival? Who do you think is the best team in the Zarbi? Let's say Turkey, yeah? Now, things are kind of crazy looking at the leaderboard right now with them being so far ahead of them. I'm not sure they would have expected this either. I mean, obviously they didn't. But then again, it is still 7 games, including this one, 8 actually, that are still to be played. Oh boy, getting another one. That is the 7th elimination, 3rd for him in terms of individual performance, as Ukraine is making their way up towards the eastern side. I was talking about Kuwait, and I think they have the next fight right in front of them. Ukraine has got a good position in the sense that they can just fight their way in. And look at this, eastern side completely clear except for these 2 teams.
10 teams left here with, I want to say, about 7 minutes left in this game. I don't think we're going to be seeing 30. 2 teams are going to be eliminated here from the eastern side between, of course, you know, it wasn't Serbia, rather. It was...
you mean the eastern side?
Yes.
Kuwait and...
Ukraine, that's the one.
Kuwait, Ukraine, and actually Turkey.
It's game number 8,
well.
I apologize.
Yeah, Turkey is there as well, by the way. Last play of Turkey.
Yeah, it slots on his own, but
it looks like he's going to be limited in just a couple of seconds. Actually, does have another opportunity. I want to say, if Vlad gets one of these knocks, it's going to be very hard for them to get revived back, or potentially even even brought back in. He does get that one actually, as Ragnar is going to try things out. Lutz gets eliminated. Once again, I was talking about the zone is coming in. Can they bring him? Can they carry him inside? Is the question. I think they do have him on their backs. You can see the teammate just outside the blue zone. But it is moving, and that means Ukraine is probably right on their heels.
Question is, are they going to be able to apply the pressure, or will Kuwait just try to run as fast as possible, try to get themselves a position towards the northern side? Because we mentioned there are so many teams hovering towards that southern side, and only so many, only so few are going to make it out of that southern side of the map. Like Thailand, I'm not sure how they're going to make it with the high ground that Tulika and Ukraine has, setting their sights onto Joker. No knock though, the spray is not the best. Algeria will eliminate Sri Lanka. Algeria, if they manage to stay alive until the very end of this game, they might just be able to get themselves into the first page of the overall leaderboard.
More shots now towards the city. And as we said, Ukraine with a pretty easy access on that eastern side is going to secure the compound that Saudi obviously played early on. And look at this, Joker even gets taken down. That must have been a massive, massive knock. I mean, just the distance alone, but then his precision on top of that is it just goes to show you why these guys have been fragging out and why these guys still have the opportunity to take first place.
I mentioned Algeria, and all of a sudden, all hell rains down on them, and they're taken out in 8th place. You know what? How about you just solo cast for the rest of this game? I feel bad. 7 teams, baby. 7 teams left to go here, and Kuwait still have a full lineup alongside Serbia and Vietnam, and the rest having a couple of members lost from their team. So I want to see if either one of these teams with a full squad will be the ones to take the chicken dinner at the end of this day. Vietnam, if they get a chicken dinner, they will also be one of the contenders in the top 4. Kazakhstan, if you just manage to stay alive, just because you have to. Thailand also has one more player in that first place, and we mentioned 7 points difference between Kazakhstan and Thailand. All you have to do is outlast that last member.
Look, I'm not sure how big the difference is to Kuwait, but even Kuwait with a massive, massive cleanup game now could come very close.
They don't really have a lot of limbs, though. That's the problem. So they have to start collecting them right now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If they just clean up everyone, starting with Ukraine, and I think the terrain, the topography of the map right now, kind of gives them the opportunity to do so. It's very hard to third party anymore because of these ups and downs of the map itself. But yeah, with all these players being taken out now, it's going to get increasingly hard. Serbia, though, with a 7th frag. Now, I was talking about the rest of the advantages kind of going away, and they still managed to get 7 eliminations. So I think this isn't even down to any of the circle shifts anymore. That was just down to them making sure to not letting anyone exit the city. So very well played to Serbia. And once again, that's what happens when you maybe switch up your play style and you actually get the circles and play more centralized. And I think that's what they should be going for, going forward into day number 2.
Yeah, looking towards Ukraine here. They are going for a center zone location at the moment. They get themselves in a nice little building. 3 members left alive, though. They don't have a full squad. And Kuwait just to their north with that high ground. Can they take advantage of it, though, is the question. We still have a couple of teams towards the south and maybe one more towards the east here.
More shots against left. Aussie and Kuwait, one of the teams that has already lost a player, together with Ukraine being the ones sitting on 3 man. As I say that, though, Ukraine is losing another player, and Quick gets taken down as well. This might just be the wake-up call for them to not lose the last player too. It is Old Boy, one of the most experienced players in this entire lobby. Sure, he's had his moments throughout the last year where maybe some would say he has fallen off a little bit, but man, this guy is still a legend of the game, and I'm sure he's going to make sure he's getting the best potential points out of this one as well. He is still staying alive and in the building. That is very hard to push, I want to say. He's got the nades ready in hand as well. Lots of utility for him.
And he's going to be stuck in a 1v3. He's going to try to go for the revive. Okay.
That would
question
be massive.
Is, see, here's the thing. I don't think Kuwait should even give him the opportunity. They should try and go for the push as fast as possible. Take advantage of the fact that there's only 2 members there. Questions, do they even know that there's only 2 members there at the moment? Fahidan. Oh, no. Fahidan gets spotted. Not sure what the plan was there. Gonna have to try and back off a little bit. The Molly. Not sure if it's going to be able to get anything done there. But now Old Boy going to be rejoining very quickly in the same building here. And again, Kuwait is just, they're being very, very passive. You have to move in. The zone is going to be closing very, very soon. And you have to find a place inside the zone. You can't wait until the very last moments. And this lack of decision-making is what's killing their chances.
Absolutely is. They could have cleared this compound already. And
ages ago.
Yeah, with that being cleared, they would have had the complete eastern side, and that's a lot of control that you can play off of, especially since the team above you, which is Vietnam, has got the blue zone in their back. So, man, that would have been massive. Thailand, though, gets eliminated first of all, and that's Kazakhstan with another elimination point too. Them being left alive in this one is once again going to make things interesting as well. I mean, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, Ukraine, these teams have massive survivability. And now the push comes in. Quick and Old Boy each is going to pick up one before the trade comes in. Old Boy, though, last one left alive. Oh, what has just happened? Left somehow still makes it work. DBS in hand. And the second one goes his way as well.
And DZaver trying to capitalize. They have 7 limbs and they're looking for their 8th and 9th. They managed to take down Fahidan before the revive comes in. And that is Kuwait eliminated in 4th place. And now Vietnam looking to get themselves a chicken dinner and finally an opportunity to fight for 1st place. If they manage to clean up Serbia, they take out Kazakhstan in 3rd place. And now it is down to a 4v3. Lamborghini and the boys with 10 elims. And Serbia, we mentioned, I thought that they had a better performance. I was expecting a better performance from them. And now they're answering this call. But it is a 3v4. Can they do it is the question. DZaver and the Vietnamese lineup currently spread out, covering as many angles as possible. Serbia just needs 1 knock to get themselves an opportunity and put themselves on equal footing. Damage from the nade, not enough. Mila gets returned as well, and that is going to be the first knock going over in favor of the side of Vietnam. It's going to be a 4v2. Chue gets knocked down, though. Lamborghini getting a little bit too aggressive, but the shotgun will be able to take them all down. And Vietnam started the day with a chicken dinner and end the day with a winner-winner chicken dinner, getting their 2nd and putting themselves in the top 5 contention for 1st place. Really, really well played by this lineup, and we finally see that experience show through by getting themselves a chicken dinner in the 8th game of the day.
Massive, massive performance coming from Vietnam. I mean, we were debating whether or not this team was going to be worthy of that very 1st place, but I mean, at least now, at the very latest, we're all very sure of that. I mean, obviously coming up with that 5th place in PMGC, they don't seem to have lost any of their synergy, any of that willingness to actually pick up this tournament as well, and that's going to be mirrored in the results that we're going to be seeing in just a second. So Vietnam, my goodness, are they playing well at the moment. Good PUBG Mobile. That was not an easy circle either. They have to fight their way off of that hillside, fight downwards in, once again, what was a very tough kind of area to play off of in terms of fighting, right? It's all up and down, lots of dips, lots of hillsides, and lots of teams being alive as well. So tough circle, still well played.
Yeah, and the fact that we have, I think it's like 3 teams with 2 chicken dinners,
Yeah.
Thailand with 2, Vietnam with 2, Kazakhstan with 2.
Look, and Ukraine is still in the midst of it, point-wise. That's the crazy thing. Ukraine's being so incredibly consistent throughout the first matches as well, despite not getting a chicken dinner, is absolutely insane to me.
And like that's the thing, we always seem to have at least one team that has no chicken dinners, but they're always able to stay consistent and stay in the top spots. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our portion of the day for day 1 of the GEG PUBG Mobile Tournament. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to wrap up day 1 of the tournament. Guys, take it away.
I'm taking it. I'm taking it away back to the desk here with your analysis brought to you by STC Play. Gentlemen, Vietnam, as you heard the casters say, start the day off with a win and end the day with a win. Thoughts on that, Seven?
I mean, it's been the roller coaster, right? We were talking about it just now, too. We're saying how they do perform well, and then it just kind of fell off a little bit.
It's like one of those coasters where you just go back and forwards. And back
At some
and
point, they
forwards.
got to get over that hump and just hope, or actually keep climbing it. I felt like that would be the better one. But anyways, for this team, if they want to have a chance at being able to even go for the first place tomorrow, this is how they needed to finish the day. Yeah. And hopefully, after they watched VOD review, hopefully they're going to have time to even do that. Maybe they'll find the consistency that we need to see out of them, because they are they are a team that can definitely fight for the first place. We just need more consistency out of this team.
They are those guys, you know. They can make it. But yeah, in this game, like, in particular, they had a high ground position.
Yep.
Teams were trying to all leave Valle del Mar or trying to avoid being congested on the southern eastern edge because of the circles that went south over to the east. So you're all going to get focused and pushed towards that coastal line. So when you have a high ground position, like Vietnam, stop making fun of me, you're going to be able to get a lot of information and, of course, be able to take easier fights off the back of that. So if there's any game they were going to win, in my opinion, it was this game in particular. But I want to see a follow-up of that in tomorrow's matches.
And the good thing, too, is that they eliminated Brazil, because Brazil was actually being super aggressive. We saw them being able to fight Somalia, and then on top of that, while they were fighting Somalia, Moldova came and tried a third party, and Brazil was able to take care of them without losing any players. So great play by them. And going back to Vietnam, for them to be able to take that threat out just makes it a little bit easier for them, especially towards the end of the game.
Okay, let's take a look at our highlights brought to you by Savvy here and break some things down. Because I actually thought the way Kuwait and Ukraine were playing that out on the eastern side was really interesting, because they did have a potential battle happening, but instead they just both held off, like, okay, we're going to chill, we're going to go fight our own enemies. Ukraine ended up turning their attention towards Thailand, who was trying to rotate into a better position, and then eventually, obviously what happened, ended up finishing things off. And obviously, I was going to say Fireflux, but Team Turkey just still struggling here, as Myanmar was actually looking for the push.
Yeah, it seemed like that one win, that strong game they had earlier. I said win twice, I don't know why. They had earlier on the side of Northern George actually did not build that confidence we were expecting from Turkey. So I didn't quite expect, see what I expected. I can't speak anymore. It's been a long day. But yeah, outside of this, actually, I brought it up here while we were watching that Game 7.
Yep.
Serbia survived
Yes.
so damn long. Sure, making that kind of push towards the entirety of Vietnam was not going to work out.
Yeah.
But outliving all of those teams in Valle del Mar, then pushing uphill the way they did, I didn't expect it to work out in like so many scenarios, but they just survived and just kept winning fights.
Considering how they've been playing today, too.
Exactly. How they haven't really been playing today, because they are very low on the leaderboards right now. And I was expecting a little bit more out of Serbia, but maybe this is the start they needed to kind of feel more comfortable with how the lobby's playing out. Maybe they'll head back to the hotel after this and obviously figure out what they did wrong and what they can look to improve on into the next day.
Yeah.
Because we're not done just yet. We still have 7 matches left to go, and there's still a lot of change that can happen in leaderboards. However, towards the very top, with the point gaps are happening currently, it's going to be very difficult to take first place.
Yeah, it is very top-heavy still.
Even for teams that are being consistent. Like, I keep thinking of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they have a bad match. They were able to kind of bring it up a little bit again here in this previous match. But that consistency is just not going to be good enough if you see some of the other teams being able to get 2 chicken dinners per day. And then on top of that, even if for example, Vietnam, you know, they get a chicken dinner at the start, then they kind of slow down, and then now here at the end, they're able to close it with the chicken dinner. If you're just being a consistent team, that would work in other tournaments, but right now, with the way some of these teams are playing, that's not going to work here.
You need the those big pop-off performances.
Yes.
Like, they'll get you chicken
The
dinners,
wow
or
factor.
exactly, the wow factor is really important, or you get podium finishes with like double-digit eliminations. Like, that is very important at this kind of tournament.
Well, speaking of our top teams, one thing that really interests me in that last match is seeing there was a fight versus Moldova and Brazil, and Kazakhstan was just sitting off to the side kind of watching. Now, there was an opportunity for them to just drive in and third-party this, but instead they finished off with the one elimination. They get into Moldova. They just sit back and end up leaving that fight over to Brazil to hold the position. I was expecting more aggression out of them, considering how high we've seen them in the leaderboard so far, how confident they've been playing, but I guess they're not taking any ego fights. I said it. I said the thing.
Yeah.
He said it. I think that might be the first time he said it. But I'm with you, actually. I'm with you that they were aware enough to know, hey, maybe that's not a fight that we're going to be willing to take, especially with the terrain that we're going to have to working with, right? They didn't want to end up with what Serbia had to work with, even though it did kind of work out a little bit for Serbia because they made it work. But with them, I mean, it's good to see that teams are starting to readjust. It is the end of day one, 8 games after all. A lot of these teams are going to, if they're able to go back, VOD review, if they're able to make good adjustments, they have so much data to go through.
Yeah, of course, we're going to have a lot of potential data to go through, as you said, for tomorrow to maybe expand upon today and then maybe update a little bit. Well, you don't have that much time, but you got some time. Though I do feel like, and I feel like we're going to see this maybe a little bit more heavily tomorrow, there was some fatigue. I was definitely feeling some fatigue at the end of the day. Like, you saw some teams that were slowly coming back up a little bit more.
Fatigue all day long, let's be honest.
There was some fatigue, okay. What?
I just want to go home.
Bring me back to my hotel room. But it is clearly to show that we haven't seen subs being used as much as I initially expected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talking about subs, I wonder if the teams that do have their coaches here with them, how that's going to come into play, right? Because the players might not have enough time to go and broad review. I wonder the support system that some of these teams have, if it's going to affect them, which more than likely it will, because you're going to have somebody else doing research and just setting it up for you, being able to present it to you in a nice way where you can just digest it for some of these players that might be currently having that fatigue. It's going to be interesting tomorrow if we do have some of those teams with a great support system being able to actually come off and start popping off from the get-go.
Where's our support system, 7?
Gone.
God. Okay, let's take a look at the match rankings. Why was it gone? For this last match here, we can see Vietnam coming out with 23 big points for themselves with 13 eliminations, and even Serbia, to be fair, 7 elims. I think that's actually their biggest game so far, and obviously with the second place finish as well.
Yep. And I like how Ukraine also were rotating this game. They were trying to avoid getting stuck in that kind of scenario we talked about, 7, getting stuck next to the coastal line, having to go uphill again, but off the back of that, get some decent fights. I do feel like maybe sent it a little bit too deep when they were fighting, who was it, Kuwait, I think, and they, because of that, they don't hold the eastern ridge anymore, and they go downhill, which allows them to give the advantage to Kuwait, that then end up doing really well at the end of that fight. So Ukraine, sometimes there are fights worth taking on the east to make sure that you can have a further and deeper rotation in the circle.
Is it time? Is it time for me to start just talking about some of the teams that are towards the bottom?
Guatemala?
You know what? I'll wait for overall. I'll wait for overall because there is some teams that I definitely want to talk about because they're going to have absolutely zero chance. And in regards to Saudi Arabia, that is a team that has now slowed down twice in regards to the performance that we were talking about. That's just not going to help you at all, considering that some of these teams continue to pop off.
You can see here, Levi's going to be leading the charge with 6 eliminations. Lamborghini only with 3. Parji.
Why doesn't he not get over 1,000 damage? That would have been easy, man.
Well, speaking of over 1,000 damage, this is our highest damage we've seen so far today here, Max Benson. You better break it down.
Oh, 7, can you do it this time?
No. You beat Max.
So the L to the E to the V to the I to the S is Levi's. 1,358 damage. I don't know.
That was not beatboxing.
It's been a long day.
It's a game. We've been here for 12 hours. I'll give you a break.
It's been a long day.
I don't give a break. That was unacceptable, Max. I'll fix that for next time.
Unforgivable.
That was like your hairline. What? 58. Nice.
Okay, Sandstorm, calm down.
I was thinking of Sandstorm.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I got you. Cool.
3
Sandstorm has one of the best hairlines in the world.
Just no world I live in.
Well, we can see here, face of elimination. So we did have some teams go out to blue, which again is very important when we get down to the crucial final match as well. Got to keep track of how many points each team does have. Obviously, and it could come down to 1 or 2 points, especially towards the top. Only 6 headshots this time, though.
Yeah. Throwables. Remember earlier? First game, what was it? 400 something? We just saw it.
Yeah.
I think the most we saw after that was like 300.
We haven't got remotely close to it
Yeah,
like throughout all of these matches, but very top heavy.
Oh! We get another jingle.
Oh,
Max!
for 3,000.
3,000 damage for Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Oh, that's so much better.
Where was
Nice.
that, Max? See, that's acceptable.
I like that, Max.
I need to. I'll go back to the workshop tonight. Okay.
Hey, don't
You
forget
get allowed to
guys.
sleep in your own bed today.
Oh, thank you.
What did you have?
3,000 damage, though, is pretty
Because I
ridiculous.
bitch.
Not obviously a big conversion rate coming in for them. Serbia, though, 1,400 damage with 7 eliminations. Ukraine, obviously, we've been talking a lot about Ukraine all day long. A lot of it coming into their placements. We're actually going to take a look at where the teams stand after our first 8 matches of the day. So past that halfway point with 7 matches to come tomorrow, where is all of the teams in Thailand? Just first place by 2 points. Ukraine tied with Kazakhstan as well.
Oof. Look at the drop off.
Yeah.
I know we've been talking about it all day, but this is kind of what a little bit of what I was afraid of.
36
between
points
fourth
in
place
first
and
and
fifth place too, and then even bigger when you go from third place to fifth place.
With the amount of games we've played and we have remaining tomorrow, teams at the bottom right now, out of the race.
Yeah,
Completely out of the race for a lot of the teams on that second page.
But that then for those teams, right? They might start playing like how we saw Turkey start playing
screw it
towards
mode.
the start playing towards the end of the day. We're just like, okay, we got nothing to lose. We're doing so bad right now that we might just try whatever we want to try. And I mean, you got Somalia, Nigeria, Guatemala. They were dying to the blue zone at one point, which is crazy. And then Sri Lanka. Those teams are just at this point they're just gonna try to save face.
Where's the cutoff in your guys' heads though? Because I'm looking at Kuwait at 51 points. If we're talking first place, take home the trophy, take home the glory. I don't think. I mean, 49 points.
Honest
behind.
answer or like?
Honest answer.
Honest answer.
I'm thinking 6 and below. No chance.
Oh wow, you're being generous. I'm thinking fourth.
Oh wow, you're going
Really?
to
With
Vietnam.
7 matches?
Wait, okay, the reason why I'm thinking four, especially with Saudi Arabia, yes, they have been consistent, but they haven't been able to close that game out, which is the win that I want. And also now that's 2 bad performances. Kuwait, yes, they've been able to put up Illims. It's not as good as Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
They've been able to put up the placement points, but it's also not as good as Saudi Arabia, even though they haven't gotten a chicken dinner. And if we're talking about Vietnam, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Thailand, I feel like those teams definitely have a good support system in regards to what I was talking about earlier, and I don't see them slowing down at all. And the catch-up is just going to be massive.
Well, Max, we have our Kidia MVP. He's done almost 1,400 damage.
Yeah.
And you already did your beatbox.
No, we did it.
Why
Yeah,
are you freaking out? Why are you scared?
It was really bad, but
Why are you
It was
scared?
bad. I think we need a redo.
I'm not going to force you to redo, but you can do it if you want.
Okay, you do the Levi's. I do.
Okay. Levi's.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this is what we're hired. to beatbox.
I hear production laughing at you.
Oh, they're applauding. Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Thanks, production. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. They said they're going to double your day rate. Whoa.
I'm
You
getting
get paid
$2.
exposures.
You guys are getting paid?
Okay, we do that. Come on. That's an
You've
old
done that
joke.
every time.
That's an old joke. But it has been, I'd say, a pretty exciting day. Like, getting to see some of these regions in particular. I'm happy with like Kuwait in particular, Saudi Arabia as well. Curious to see if they can maybe come back tomorrow, fix some things, maybe close out some chick dinners. I know you want to count them out if we're being honest, but I still want to keep them in. I still feel like they have that chance, and because they're the IHC of Saudi Arabia.
I feel like Saudi Arabia, if they want to have a chance, they have to win like within the first 2 matches tomorrow.
Yeah.
Same with Kuwait as well. They have to win within the first 2 matches. If that doesn't happen, the other teams, I don't expect them to slow down. It's just going to be too hard to catch up.
Yeah, I'm very hopeful. I think top 9 and above still have a chance, but that is if you're going to the extreme.
Really hopeful.
You're feeling generous today.
Yeah.
He was also feeling generous.
9.
KFC, the Colonel.
finger
Our
licking
highlights
good.
of the day by KFC. Let's take a look at some of these bad boys here and get some sweet recaps coming through. Of course, got to start off with Vietnam just going for the runovers on Serbia on match 1.
Oh yeah, with the Lamborghini, he's got that bucket of chicken.
I like it.
On the second seat.
He's like, hurry, I gotta get a bucket of chicken. Quick, I gotta go.
My order's ready. Get out of the way. If you don't, I'll confirm you. Stop that right now.
I still hear production laughing, but I don't know if it's at you.
I don't know.
I don't think it's at us.
Probably not. Probably not.
We had some sick nades, by the way, today. Like,
did.
oh my word. It's okay. Poor guy. He was on
Well,
the
the problem
receiving end.
is that
The first half of the highlights is just pretty much Turkey getting destroyed.
Just go. No, stop it.
well, normally it's Soul K Sunday, but I don't. We're not played on Sunday, so
forgot
It's
what day
okay.
it is.
No day.
Oh, jeez. Savage.
But true. Yeah, thank you.
I feel like Moldova's been kind of quite hit or miss today. I feel like they've had some like decent results, but I think on the whole we've had some unfortunate results for them. Yeah. They've kind of been, I guess, I'm not saying this in a negative way, but like the punching bag of some of the teams out there, just almost farming them for points. They've been pinched in a couple of situations like we just saw previously in the last match when we had them playing up against Brazil with Kazakhstan just kind of watching off the side. But it was still good to see their players, and they do have some potential.
Yeah, I feel like it went pretty much as expected to some extent, that it's very top-heavy. Like, you have some teams at the top just completely crushing the rest of the lobby. You've got some middling teams that can compete, but
here's a
bigger
challenge.
teams here.
Reword top-heavy to mean the same thing. But you can use any of the words in that word.
Something that's top-heavy. It's high overweight.
What?
Top-heavy, high overweight, I don't know.
Point sponge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what
I thought you just like a literal reword.
No. You've never seen Who's On Is It Anyway, have you? Where they dig a bell and you have to re-say your phrase over again in a different way.
Oh, yeah, I have seen
that.
Those,
would be horrible at that game.
Yeah.
Ding. No. Try to get. Try to get 7.
So, actually, Algeria. That's one of the teams.
Wait a minute. Where's going with that?
In regards to Algeria, they ended up being one of the teams that did end up getting the chicken dinners today, but they weren't really able to follow it up. They ended up the day with, if I'm not mistaken, 12 placement points, which that's ridiculous considering that 10 come from their chicken dinner for them to just be able to be that inconsistent in regards to placement points. It leaves a lot to be desired. But then they're a little bit hopeful, right? Because they were able to get a chicken dinner. Teams at the top, some of the teams at the top haven't been able to close that out. So maybe they'll be able to adjust some things. I don't think they'll be definitely challenging for the top.
I mean,
sorry, Algeria.
When we're looking at Algeria, that game, of course, that chicken dinner on northern side of George Bowl, really good execution in terms of getting there early. They were centered up. The thing is, we saw today, a lot of teams are not playing center. You have a bit of everything. Maybe teams are going to go back to the drawing board for tomorrow and say, okay, center, there are opportunities that can be taken in that kind of terrain. How about we just play center? And if it works out, we might just be able to do one of the most insane comebacks here. I think it's possible. I think there's definitely room for those big adaptations for tomorrow.
But to do it in that many matches, because keep in mind, right, if it's just like, well, it depends. It depends how far you're behind. If there's like 4 or 5 matches to play in a day, you only have to go big in a couple of the matches. So you're not that far behind. They have to do it and maintain this kind of level over 7 matches, which means they also have to hope that some of the top teams continually have bad games, which is very difficult to do considering how consistent they've been so far today.
Not only do they have to be consistent, they also have to have those pop-off performances tomorrow. They have to have those wow factor matches, and for a lot of these teams, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, we kept saying it, right? One chicken dinner can just put you back in the competition. You talked about Algeria. That big win puts them up there, but
I mean, if we're talking first place, like between first and 6, it was like 40 points almost.
I think in my head, I'm not thinking first place. Of course, you want to be first place. You want to win the whole thing, but I'm just
thinking about being the one.
Yeah, I'm thinking like just getting close to the top, right? Okay, I'm just like, if you want to compete and just put your name out there for all of the players, that's what they're trying to do. I feel like that is also something you have to keep in mind, that even a top 5 for some of these teams on the international stage is a big, big achievement.
True. 7, give me some final words here before we do end off the show.
Saudi Arabia win tomorrow. 1 win. They have a chance.
Okay, I was expecting some better words than that, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in for the first day here of GEG live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. In the meantime, though, we're going to head down to the stage with Atik and Bara to close off the day with a nice interview.
شكرا لاخواننا في الاستوديو التحليلي. هذا ختام اليوم الاول من بطوله ببجي موبايل، وهذا اليوم الثالث في جلوبال اي سبورت جيمز. اكشن ورا اكشن، لكن براء, it's been a while, man. It's been a while since we didn't see the stage here.
I know, man. I missed you too. Like, haven't seen you all day. Almost forgot how you looked. it's like I need to refresh again. But we had a lot of fun, even though. But that was a lot of action for one day here, right? For PUBG, first day, third day, even though for the GEG 2023. But I'm not surprised. That's what you get when you have the best of the world coming together in one place right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Well, Atik, let's talk about a little bit of details what happened today. You got the points. Let's go.
Well, exactly. أعزائي المشاهدين, زي ما شفنا اليوم الأول شلون قد إيش كان حافل. 8 جولات انلعبت, وعندنا برضو منتخب تايلاند هو اللي متصدر ب90 نقطة. لكن المركز الثاني الثالث ما هو بعيدين, برضو متعادلين بالنقاط, ويبعدون بس بنقطتين عن المركز الاول ب 88 نقطه. عندنا منتخب كازاخستان ب2 تشيكن دينر, ماخذ المركز الثاني, متفوق على المركز الثالث اللي مع تشيكن دينر واحد اللي هو منتخب اوكرانيا, اللي راح نشوفهم باذن الله ممكن يتعدل الجدول بشكل كامل. خلينا بنشوف منتخب تايلاند يحافظ على صداره ولا المنتخبات الثانيه راح تردها مره ثانيه. توقعات كثيره معنا في الاستوديو التحليلي، هذا كله راح نعرفها باذن الله بكره، عشان كذا خليكم معنا. ولا كيف شايفها برضه يا براء؟
You got that right, Atiq. Now a little bit what's going on here today. So in third and second place, pretty much we have a tie between Kazakhstan and Ukraine, but Kazakhstan had 2 wins, Ukraine had 1. With 88 points, but Thailand pretty much were in the first rank with 90 points. But again, a lot of action taking place here, and I say it over and over, the clash of the gaming titans all right here, the GEG 2023. And of course, big shout out goes to the amazing talents who were just phenomenal the entire day. I think they were like casting and analyzing both in Arabic and English. That was amazing today.
Exactly, like we saw a lot of clashes today, and also the analysts and all the talents did amazing, not gonna lie.
That is definitely it. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And of course, big shout out goes to everybody behind the scenes for making this show phenomenal. And of course, thank you, all viewers around the world, for sticking around right here in our esport journey with the Global Esport Games for 2023 right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. I'm Bara Abdallah along with the phenomenal Atiq. Thank you so much, and don't forget, for tomorrow, the 4th day, till then, keep your game on.